Na kwingine kana movisama volisi na matoisi ukunikiliwa mandanzangili itatu na ilasi ya vithokia vengi wa Equity musine wa matukio koni chomundi na sio ya ilovia itesekaniwe kitu nenzangili no niwendekana kwithwa. Okay, my name is Terry Nzau. I'm a journalist working for Eastern Broadcasting Corporation, but normally a household name it's Mbaitu FM. Mbaitu FM is a Kamba radio station that broadcasts in Kamba language. My passion is highlighting stories to do with like bringing solutions to the society. Meeting Journalists for Human Rights, that's JHR, has given me a new thought of who I am as a journalist. It has opened my mind. I can think differently compared to before. Because I remember mostly when we used to go to do feature stories or stories, you just go there, you don't have an idea of what you're going to do. At times, have a list of your news sources or your sources to use in a story or in that feature. So you're just going blindly with JHR coming in place. I remember at first I just thought it's just the normal grants that we get because journalists get grants from different places. But I can say for Journalists for Human Rights, it's totally different from the rest. Because on the onset, you're taught so many things. First, you're given a mentor, a person to mentor you. You work with that person step by step. I remember when I applied for my first story grant, I was assigned a mentor, a person who worked with me. I remember my first mentor was Judy Kaberia, and she was so good because I could come up with a story idea, then she would engage me in that. Yes, you want to do this, then what? So we walked step by step with Judy Kaberia, and I could see a lot of change in the way I came with the story idea and the way we were proceeding on. Through the story grants that I've received with JHR, I remember there's a story I highlighted about a lady who is a cancer survivor, Jen Francis, and after I highlighted the story, it went viral. And I remember I had a chat with the CAS Health Ministry, the Cabinet Assistant Secretary, Health Ministry, that is Dr. Masi Mwangangi, and even she had a chat with Jen Francis on some of the measures that the government plans to help any cancer patient or the survivors. And we can say today the the story grant that I did has led to the government offering help to these ladies who are in a certain organization, and they've been searching for, let's say, things to do with food donations, especially with these COVID times. Most of them, they don't have jobs. Others, their family members were sacked or they lost their jobs because of COVID, and they're receiving help from the government, and there are certain measures that the government plans. Lastly, when I spoke to Dr. Mwangangi, she says they are pushing to see whether these cancer patients, they can get like at least 70% of the treatment from the government, because a lot of cancer treatment is expensive, and at times the patients are needed to go abroad for further medication.
My name is Thomas Bwire. I'm a journalist at Habari Kibra, which is a media platform in Kibera, and basically we tell community stories. So here is one of our workstations, and I'm meeting one of my team members. She's called Sumaya.
Hi.
Sumaya is our video editor, and this is where we work with her. We work in Kibra. Kibra is one of the informal settlements in Nairobi, and it's also said that it's one of the largest slums in East and Central Africa. Basically, what my day looks like on a normal day basis is that I wake up like at 5 in the morning, like just prepare like just as a normal person and then ready for the day. I'll go through the social media platform just to see, especially the ones like in Kibra, just to see what are the issues that have been raised. And that can also inform a story angle for me as a journalist. And basically it also means that when I go out there, I'm able to get these sources, like sometimes I inbox them in their messenger or look for their numbers through WhatsApp, then call them, then basically go out and meet them first, even before bringing my camera. So talking to them first to understand why I want to do this story. We cover stories about women and girls, we have human rights, education, children's stories, and environmental stories. My engagement with the JHR, especially the Women and Girls Project, is very impactful for me as a person because through the trainings that we have undergone, it takes your journalism skills to another level because you are able to learn how to tell your stories through data. That's something that I didn't know initially. And also, my name is Thomas Bure. I'm a journalist at Habari Kibra, which is a media platform in Kibera, and basically we tell community stories. So here is one of our workstations, and I'm meeting one of my team members. She's called Sumaya.
Hi.
Sumaya is a video editor, and this is where we work with her. We work in Kibra. Kibra is one of the informal settlements in Nairobi, and it's also said that it's one of the largest slums in East and Central Africa. Basically, what my day looks like on a normal day basis is that I wake up like at 5 in the morning, like just prepare like just as a normal person, and then ready for the day. I'll go through the social media platform just to see, especially the ones like in Kibra, just to see what are the issues that have been raised, and that can also inform a story angle for me as a journalist. And basically, it also means that when I go out there, I'm able to get these sources, like sometimes I inbox them in their messenger or look for their numbers through WhatsApp, then call them, then basically go out and meet them first, even before bringing my camera. So talking to them first to understand why I want to do this story. We cover stories about women and girls, we have human rights, education, children's stories, and environmental stories. My engagement with the JHR, especially the Women and Girls Project, is very impactful for me as a person because through the trainings that we have undergone, it takes your journalism skills to another level because you are able to learn how to tell your stories through data. That's something that I didn't know initially, and also just to bring you up to speed with the current like issues, especially like trending topics, how to do research online, how to even just maybe, for example, you want to verify whether a video that you have maybe on your phone or WhatsApp is true. Like you can Google search, Google reverse search. So those elements of just understanding, like as a journalist, before my story is being told out there, I need to have done like a lot of research. I need to do a lot of back and forth, make sure that by the time my story is out, it's a credible story that people can be able to trust and engage with the story, because it doesn't make sense just you doing a story, then you publish it out there and no one is engaging with you. One of our recent stories that was very impactful was about it was a topic called I'm a domestic worker. So basically it was supported through a grant from JHR, and it was this lady who has been working as a domestic worker and she lost her livelihood because of COVID-19. So she doesn't have a stable income at the moment. And when the story was produced and shared on our platform, one of the NGOs called the Soma Project was able to see this story, and they reached out to us as a team to reach out to this lady whether she can be enrolled for an entrepreneurship training, because in the story she raised an issue that if she can be able to get support, someone who can support her to start a business venture, it will be a plus for her. So when this NGO saw this story, they reached out, and then so now she has been put on the waiting list because in September she's going to start entrepreneurship classes, and for 3 months thereafter she's going to get a grant to start her business, so that and then also she's going to get a coach who is going to help her through the journey of starting her business, and also looking at how she can also be able to expand. So through this grant that we got has been impactful in this single incident. So my name is Thomas Bure. I'm a journalist at Habari Kibra, which is a media platform in Kibera, and basically we tell community stories. So here is one of our workstations, and I'm meeting one of my team members. She's called Sumaya.
Hi.
Sumaya is a video editor, and this is where we work with her. We work in Kibra. Kibra is one of the informal settlements in Nairobi, and it's also said that it's one of the largest slums in East and Central Africa. Basically, what my day looks like on a normal day basis is that I wake up like at 5 in the morning, like just prepare like just as a normal person, and then ready for the day. I'll go through the social media platform just to see, especially the ones like in Kibra, just to see what are the issues that have been raised, and that can also inform a story angle for me as a journalist. And basically, it also means that when I go out there, I'm able to get these sources. Like sometimes I inbox them in their messenger, or look for their numbers through WhatsApp, then call them, then basically go out and meet them first, even before bringing my camera. So talking to them first to understand why I want to do this story. We cover stories about women and girls. We have human rights, education, children's stories, and environmental stories. My engagement with the JHR, especially the women and girls project, is very impactful for me as a person, because through the trainings that we have undergone, it takes your journalism skills to another level, because you are able to learn how to tell the stories through data. That's something that I didn't know initially, and also just to bring you up to speed with the current like issues, especially like training topics, how to do research online, how to even just maybe, for example, you want to verify whether a video that you have maybe on your phone or WhatsApp is true. Like you can Google search, Google reverse search. So those elements of just understanding, like as a journalist, before my story is being told out there, I need to have done like a lot of research. I need to do a lot of back and forth, make sure that by the time my story is out, it's a credible story that people can be able to trust and engage with the story, because it doesn't make sense just you doing a story, then you publish it out there and no one is engaging with you. One of our recent stories that was very impactful was about it was a topic called I'm a domestic worker. So basically it was supported through a grant from JHR, and it was this lady who has been working as a domestic worker, and she lost her livelihood because of COVID-19. So she doesn't have a stable income at the moment. And when the story was produced and shared on our platform, one of the NGOs called the Soma Project was able to see this story, and they reached out to us as a team to reach out to this lady whether she can be enrolled for an entrepreneurship training, because in the story she raised an issue that if she can be able to get support, someone who can support her to start a business venture, it will be a plus for her. So when this NGO saw this story, they reached out, and then so now she has been put on the waiting list, because in September she's going to start entrepreneurship classes.
Violence on women and girls, so that we are going to make a change and embrace girls and women to give them their rights, because girls and women deserve their human rights.
My name is Henix Obuchunju. I'm a journalist working at Pamoja FM, the voice of Kibra. I joined Pamoja FM on 2nd of May in 2016.
Either a woman or a girl.
So basically at Pamoja FM,
na kuongenekana mobisama polisi na matwaisia ukunikiliwa mandanzangili itatu na ilasi ya vithokia vengi wa Equity musina wa matukio koni chomonde na sio ya ilovia itesekaniwe kitu ni nzangilino yowekana. My name is Terry Nzau. I'm a journalist working for Eastern Broadcasting Corporation.
Anybody
na kongenekana mu bisama polisi ne matwayesie okunikiliwa mandanzangili itatu na ilasi ya vithokia vengi wa ipiti musini wa matukio koni chomonde na sio ya ilovia itesekaniwe kitu nenzangili no yowendekana. Okay, my name is Terry Nzau. I'm a journalist working for Eastern Broadcasting Corporation, but normally our household name it's Maitu FM. Maitu FM is a Kamba radio station that broadcasts in Kamba language. My passion.
Women deserve their human rights too. Today, I'm going to pass a message that says anger makes you small. So even if you get angry, don't violate a right of either a woman or a girl.
My name is Doris Ngonga. I work for Kenya. Kenya is Forum for African Women Educationalist Kenya chapter. We support girls and women in education for development. Kenya works together with partners and from different fields and all that are like-minded. And that's when we met JHR, and JHR came in handy as a good partner, especially in publicizing and making our advocacy projects really go. We've interacted with partners in networking events that were organized by JHR, and these networking events made us have close interactions with journalists who cover stories on girls and women's rights and also on gender-based violence.
This is very important for our work because through this we are able to amplify our efforts in eradicating the issues that face girls and hinder them from accessing an education. We have been able to be covered by various media, including TV stations, radio stations, the print media, through the forums organized by JHR, and this has really impacted our work. Now that we do advocacy work, media really plays a very key role in amplifying our efforts because it increases our visibility. Our interaction with the media has really put us out as an organization because we try to amplify our work that we do in advocating for girls' education. The media covers us through various forums.
Their jobs because of COVID, and they're receiving help from the government, and there are certain measures that the government plans. Lastly, when I spoke to Dr. Mwangangi, she na kongenekana mu bisama polisi ne matwayesie okunikiliwa mandanzangili itatu.
We welcome you to this conference. We also want to hear the views from you because we've got a very rich program that will have panel discussions and sharing of information, sometimes also ideas that can help us strengthen the project and similar projects that are aimed at improving and protecting the human rights in Kenya. So looking at your program, our chief guest is already around. She's just preparing to join us. Once she joins us, we should be able to start the project, the program of today. We can also hear from the project managers, other leaders in the media industry on some of the achievements. Sometimes, like Victor will tell you, and I can see Victor Bwire is here, at times we should just sit and celebrate the good things that we've achieved, other than reading the Bible and the books of lamentation. And I believe that is the reason why you're here. Not to read the books of lamentation, but just to celebrate some of the achievements we've had in the Kenyan media for over years, even if you're not this year alone. And I can see, and having worked with JHR over the past 2 years, I can tell you there is a lot that we have achieved through this project and any other projects that are being run by different partners in the Kenyan media, in the Kenyan media industry. So as we wait the chief guest to join us here, we will begin by singing the Kenyan national anthem, which I think is being prepared there. So please prepare your voice. That will serve as our opening prayer, because we all know that the national anthem is a prayer, so that we do not go into details of having different religion to pray here. Because, you know, for me, I'll demand probably you go and look for my Legio Maria pastor to come here and lead the prayer. I know Victor Bwire will also demand that we get Dinia Musambua to come here and lead us in a prayer. And I can also see Kennedy Muredi, the chairman of Kenya Political Journalists Association. We call it Akorino. Last time I saw you, Don, in the regalia. So it's called? Kavonokia. So you can imagine when each of us will demand that we get to bring on board the religion they are affiliated to, the trouble we'll find ourselves into. So I think the national anthem actually unites all of us, and that will lead us into the opening prayer. Thereafter, we will do introductions and also get to hear your voice, so that we get to know who actually attended today's meeting and today's conference, because it's a very important conference. As you can look at, if you look at the program, some of the discussions that we are going to have here will go a long way to shape the struggle for respect and protection of human rights, not only the rights and privileges that journalists enjoy, but human rights in general. So DJ, if you are ready, probably you will alert me so that at least the program begins as the chief guest walks in to start the introductions. And I also request that the panel one, people who are sitting on panel one, at least be ready, so that once the chief guest walks in here, the discussion will actually begin immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is just walked in. Please, let's welcome her with rounds of applause. Karibu sana. Our chief guest is honorable. I'm told that once you are honorable, that title does not go away. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, who is CS, EGH also. You can see how you are popular among the journalists. Karibu sana, CS, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. We all know Honorable Beatrice Elachi has been around for a while. She has been a friend of the media. It's just a few days ago we spent time with her in Naivasha at Kenya Editors Guild convention, during which she made some very good remarks and how the media can actually work with the society for the betterment of everything that we do. So ladies and gentlemen, let us be upstanding so that we can sing our national anthem, like I said, that will serve as our opening prayer. And this is the time we want to see the talent you have with your voice. Thank you, thank you. Let's be seated. But at least one thing that I've learned this morning is that we need probably to revisit our days in primary school. I remember during those days, every Monday and Fridays, we would sing all the stanzas, 3 stanzas of our national anthem. But from what I've seen here, we need to revisit that. And probably next time when we're organizing such conferences, we should also put an award for the best person who can actually sing our national anthem, all the 3 stanzas without stammering or without any challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now go straight to our program. As like I said earlier, after the opening prayer, which was our national anthem, I would request that we go straight to introductions so that at least we can also get to know each other. This is the time that you should also get the opportunity to hear the voice of the person who is sitting next to you or network, and also probably put a name to some of the faces that you've been looking for. So Bernard, I can see you have got the mic. Probably start at the back. Please just tell us your name and the organization that you represent here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Josephine Karani. I'm the chairperson of the International Association of Women in Radio and Television. I'm also a seasoned broadcast journalist and the head of the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit.
Thank you so much.
everyone. My name is Maureen Gishana from the Center for Multi-Party Democracy.
Good morning, everyone. Come on, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Josephine Wangari. I work with FEMNET. FEMNET is the African Women's Development and Communications Network. We are a membership-based organization with over 800 members across Africa and working in 50 countries currently. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you. Karibu sana. Good morning. Sami Muraya, probably you will need to declare whether there was enough breakfast or there was no breakfast at all, because you can see people are not lively as we expected. I can guarantee you that SG will take care of your breakfast. So please, don't be worried.
Good morning. My name is Noor Mwalimu, working for Radio Rahma Mombasa. I'm a reporter.
Karibu sana. I can see now the voice actually is now projected.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tabitha Njambi. I work with Ruben FM. I'm a radio reporter.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brenda Ambo. I work for FIDA Kenya as a legal counsel.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Kwamboka Oyaro. I'm a journalist, and currently I work with Women in News, and I'm a member of AMWIC and the Kenya Union of Journalists.
I'm sure you are fine, having been greeted by everyone who has spoken. My name is Njeri Rugenen. I'm a seasoned journalist. I am, what do? I run an organization called the Women's Newsroom Foundation. I'm a mentor. I love that very much, above anything else. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mustafa Dumbuya, and I work with Journalists for Human Rights.
Jerry is my mentor, Jerry Rugene, so following in her footsteps. I know you're all fine. My name is Faith Onea. I'm a member of AMWIC, and I work for Nation Media Group as well.
Thank you, Faith, but before you make any statement, make sure that you have evidence. Yes, you must have evidence.
Good morning. Good morning.
Tumesalimika.
Asante sana. Unajua activists wanakuwa na kelele mingi sana. Mimi naitwa Lilian Museka, I'm the programs officer at Association of Media Women in Kenya. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Terry Nzau, Mbaito FM. I'm also a member of KEG and a beneficiary of JHR.
Good. At least we'll like to know what you benefited from, but not now.
Good morning. My name is Robert Wanjala. I work with the Article 19 Eastern Africa office.
Thank you, Robert.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim Udur. I work at Kenya Union of Journalists as a legal officer.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Kennedy Mureithi. I work with Nation Media Group, senior reporter, political, and I'm also the chairperson of the Political Journalists Association of Kenya, and also a member of the Parliamentary Journalists Association of Kenya. I am glad to be here, ready to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. But maybe later on you'll explain to us how political are your members? Because you are political journalists. Okay. Who is next?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mebo Isolio. I'm a member of AMWIC. Specifically, I'm a radio and print journalist. Currently, I am a convener for Community Research and Information Center, but I also undertake research, training, and mentorship for women leadership and youth, as well as persons with disability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Stella Alex. I am a broadcast journalist, currently working at Radio Domas FM that serves the cosmopolitan of Kajiado North and Kajiado West as a presenter and reporter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. When are you hosting us? Because you are a radio presenter. I will wish to be hosted by you. She has said that she is a radio presenter, which means she hosts shows. So I also want to be hosted in her show. I'm very clear on that. Okay.
Morning, everyone. My name is Linda Batch. I'm a council member at the Kenya Editors Guild and an editor at the Standard Group.
Thank you so much, Linda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Mururi from the African Women Child Future Service. I'm a beneficiary of JHR. Thank you.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
Ken Bosire, a member of KEG, and trainer, mentor.
One thing that you've not mentioned is that you brought revolution within KUJ, called KUJ Mageuzi, and you are the strategist.
Morning, everyone. Dr. Dorothy Njoroge, member of AMWIC, teacher at USIU. Thank you.
Maybe you'll skip that table for now. Okay. Go to the other table.
Okay. Morning, everyone. I'm Sandra Wakesa from People Daily, a beneficiary of JHR.
Thank you, Sandra.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Maura Obiria. I'm a gender writer at the Daily Nation.
Thank you. There is another table on my left. Please tell us if you're also going to recruit us, because you've got a party that you're recruiting people to join.
Iko imara kabisa. Tukimaliza mambo ya JHR, kila mtu atapata mzigo wake na apeleke nyumbani. So membership msiende kama mnaingia chama.
Asante sana, Victor.
Good morning. Victor Wira is my mentor, so today I'm seated next to my mentor. I am a member of Association of Media Women in Kenya. I'm also a beneficiary of Journalists for Human Rights. I write for Global Health magazine. My name is Stevie Otieno.
Thank you. I'm sure you've reciprocated to Victor, having been your mentor. Ametoka kitu? Oh, kabisa.
Good morning. My name is Duncan Chando. I'm a development consultant, and I'm here on behalf of KC. I support KC in project management currently.
Thank you so much. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. There's a table that we'll skip for now based on protocol. I'm a very good student of protocols, and so there's the high table. Will get the opportunity to introduce themselves, so we'll skip that table for now.
Good morning, everyone. I am Pascaline Nyaboke, a reporter at Pamoja FM. I've been a reporter for 8 months, on and off reporter because of school. I'm a full-time student, but I must say I'm learning a lot from these sessions. I have been able to reciprocate whatever I am learning with my fellows in studios, and also whatever I learn from these sessions come in handy when I'm doing features. I am really glad to be part of this training.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you today?
We are fine.
Pamela Omodo is my name. I work with CFM stations. I'm the general manager of 8 stations that dot the northeastern, the coastal region, and the North Rift. I am very happy to be here, and we are partners with JHR. Thank you so much for invitation.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lina Momachi. I work with Sifa FM Boy, Taita Taveta County. I'm here ready to learn today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. There we go with the introductions. And before I invite the first speaker, nowadays we know that the world is digital. And nowadays every meeting is actually hybrid. We have a physical one, and we have people who are always participating in the meeting online. JHR team, I believe we've got an hashtag so that at least we can ignite it immediately before the speeches. So what is the hashtag that we are going to use, JHR team? If it is not ready, please prepare it so that as the speeches begin, we are able to also to interact and engage the audience that is always available online, who will want to participate in this discussion, but maybe for other reasons they are not here. So at least you can organize an hashtag, and it is there. Which one is it? Usawa Sasa. And Rights Media. So at least right now we know that we are going online. So please, I would wish to see the first tweet of what is going on here, even if it's just a photo. I believe that tomorrow there will be a ceremony, and you never know if we will recognize some of the good job that you're doing even as you are here. So please, let's see. And Bernard, at least you should be able to tell us if the first tweet actually is out or what is going here and who actually has sent it. And I'm sure Mariah with myself tomorrow will discuss during the weightlifting session and see how we can actually recognize and appreciate the good job that you've done. Having said that, I will just take 2 minutes just to introduce this project as Sami Muraya, who is the project manager, prepares to come to the podium to address you and give you the objective of this conference. I said this is a journey that began in 2012 that actually landed me in Juba when this project was actually in South Sudan. As we all know, that in 2013 there was a war in South Sudan, and nothing could actually go on in South Sudan, and we implored journalists for human rights to consider extending this project to Kenya. And that is when the conversations began. Later on, opportunities actually came, and we are able to tap into those opportunities and get this project here in Kenya. And we do not take this for granted, because as you've heard from the introductions, there are so many beneficiaries of this project. And these are some of the things that when you retire, you will have to appreciate some of the good job that you did, some of the achievements that we made as the media industry. I said sometimes it's good to sit, like right now people are almost breaking for Christmas holidays, to sit down and just appreciate and also celebrate some of the gains that we've had over the past 1 year in our work as journalists, not only as journalists, but also as human rights defenders, because we usually say that journalists are also human rights defenders. So without wasting a lot of time, so that we are able to finish within time, I will call the first speaker, who is Sami Muraya, the project manager for Voice of Women and Girl Rights, so that at least he can come here and spell out the objectives of this conference, so that tomorrow when we'll be winding up, we are able to see and evaluate ourselves if we met the objectives of the project. Karibu sana, Sami Muraya. In other world, we call him per person sharing. He'll tell you what it means. I'm not aware.
Eric, that's why it's supposed to be for other sessions. It is funny how sometimes I have to put on a serious face in these meetings, and then there's also the other side of me where the media has decided I'm the party animal and I'm the one who always has to organize all these parties. I can see Martin Masai there laughing because he knows what we were up to in Naivasha during the Editors Guild convention. Madam CS, Beatrice Alachi, partners in the media, civil society, in leadership, all protocols observed. Good morning. Mine is a very simple task, and it is to give you the objectives, one of this conference, and the journey, because I know Eric has spoken a bit about how JHR started in Kenya, and the journey so far. But let me talk about the beginning of the project, because we began the project last year around March. So you can imagine we started, I remember we joined the office, 4 of us, on the 2nd of March, 2020. And 2 weeks later, COVID struck and lockdown started. And basically, we had to start adopting to the new way of life. We were getting into a new project, a project that we were all very excited about, very enthusiastic of. But then we hit that roadblock. We didn't know how to go about it. And for a period of like 6 months, we were basically now following up on registration, following up on adding more members of staff as we figured out, in terms of the trainings, how we could conduct them. And in September, we started our activities. And what are some of the activities that we've been able to engage in so far? Our main job has been linkages, and linkages with different partners. That's why we have different partners here this morning. So our linkages have been with media and civil society, and mostly leaning towards ensuring the enhancement of the voices of women and girls, not just in the media, but within CSOs themselves. Because one of the other things that we realized, and after having so many conversations with different people, is that there's a disconnect between civil society and the media. There's a trust issue. I can see Daisy shaking her head, and yeah, there's a trust issue that comes in when you mention the media to the civil society. When you come to the media side as well, there's also a problem. You will always hear people from the media telling you, when we try to reach out to civil society, when we give them airtime, they do not show up. So one of the things that we started by doing was to have these conversations, honest conversations, candid conversations, to just ensure, one, that trust was there. Two, we were able to identify stories that could be, like within civil society, being able to look at your success stories and figuring out what the media really wants and running those stories. We've been able to have trainings with media and gender officers, and I know my colleague Winnie will speak more about that. I don't want to delve into that. We recently had a training with female aspirants, and Madam Alachi was there to advise some of the aspirants on how tough it is to just make it within politics in this country as a woman, because again, from conversations that we've been having, and we had a meeting last week with Kewopa, we had one in Naivasha at the Kenya Editors Guild convention, and one of the things that was coming out again is that break of links between politicians and the media. We had politicians on one end making a lot of accusations about the expectations from the media in terms of, we don't cover them. We, as the media, always ask for money when we have to cover politicians. And there were other issues that came out also from the media side. And the media side, in fact, was complaining about mostly female leaders in terms of showing up to media houses, and the whole issue of them always being busy and not being able to make it when they are also asked to come to these media houses. we've been able to work with the Kenya Media Sector Working Group. And being part of the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, one of the things that we'll even do this morning in terms of this particular conference is we were asked by the Kenya Media Sector Working Group to help with AMWIC, the Association of Media Women in Kenya, to develop a sexual harassment policy for media houses. And this is for media houses that already do not have existing policies, because we know most of the main ones do have policies, but then we have the other smaller stations that we work with that do not have policies. And the other thing was to ensure that we have a committee in place that actually ensures that that particular policy is actually actualized. And the other thing is to just ensure that we have a place whenever we have issues of sexual harassment within newsrooms, within the media, then we have a place where people can go and have people that they can be able to talk to address some of these issues. In terms of training, looking over the last 1 year, we've had a few people here speak about being our beneficiaries. We've so far trained 406 journalists and media managers, 71 members of civil society, 25 women aspirants, and 51 gender officers. Some of the other things we are doing also, we are giving story grants, and that's why, again, you had people talking about benefiting from us. And this is basically a model that we can say borrowed from the industry itself and other partners that we've worked with previously, but we concentrated mostly on telling the women and girls' stories. So that's where our main focus has been, even when we've been giving story grants. We've also enhanced conversations, and this is where I look at Pamela. We've enhanced conversations within small community stations on gender issues. So we've been supporting some media houses, including the Sifa Radio Network and others, to just ensure that these conversations go on a day-to-day basis. So our main focus the last 1 year has been on FGM, women leadership, the one that I've mentioned, of course, a retrogressive culture, general human rights issues, and with a particular emphasis on the 2/3 gender rule. And I know we will have conversations. Just looking at this conference and the way it's been, the program is, we are concentrating mostly, especially for this particular conference, on looking forward to the 2022 general election. So what is there for women leaders? What can we do to ensure that we have more women leaders in power? So how can we be able to amplify these voices further? And I know I was given 5 minutes, and I think my 5 minutes are done. I'd like to invite my colleague, Winnie Siombua. Like I said, she is our agenda lead at Journalists for Human Rights, and she can speak to some of the work that we've done with the Nairobi County and the gender officers in depth.
Thank you, Sami. As you've heard, my name is Winnie Siombua, and I'm the gender lead at Journalists for Human Rights for the project that is Voice for Women and Girls' Rights. As the gender lead, my work involves conceiving innovative strategies for gender mainstreaming and inclusive programming. That means that I'm charged with the responsibility to ensure that whatever we do at Journalists for Human Rights has proper gender content to it. So part of the work that we have done over the last 1 year and a few months has been working with journalists to ensure that they infuse gender-sensitive reporting in their work. So we've done this by training them on gender-sensitive reporting. We've trained them on human rights-based approach to journalism. We have also worked hand in hand with them in identifying thematic areas of human rights and gender that we've mentored them. When you hear some talk about having been beneficiaries of JHR, it's on the story grants whereby we've been directly mentoring the journalists so that they can do stories that are gender sensitive. And That part of mentorship is also one of the things that we will be doing within this, or we will be celebrating within the next 2 days through the journalism awards that we shall have tomorrow. Because what we're looking at is how well the journalists that we've worked with have been able to infuse the elements of gender and human rights we've taught them throughout the year. Also, part of the work that we do includes working very closely with civil society organizations. I see some of the civil society organizations we've worked with over the year included, or rather available today here for the meeting. We've worked with them especially because they told us, journalists, there was an obvious quote-unquote misunderstanding between journalists and the civil society, whereby each thinks that the other is too good for them. So we thought that it's best to find a way in which we can bring these two groups together to talk to each other, because honestly they do need each other. Journalists need civil societies because that is where stories on human rights and gender are found. They are the people who work directly with the communities on these subjects. And because civil societies want their work amplified, they want the public to get to know what they do other than through just the usual programming, we brought them together. And we have been able to together identify ways in which they can work. Journalists have found proper sources in civil society organizations. Again, you will see the evidence of that properly demonstrated in the next 2 days, and especially the hallmark of it will be tomorrow's award ceremony, where you will see some of the civil societies having contributed immensely to stories that have had a great impact in this country. Also, we've worked with state agencies, ministries, and departments. One of the notable ministry that we've worked with is the Gender Ministry. We have enjoyed a good working relationship with the Department on Gender-Based Violence. Also, we work very closely with the Nairobi County Gender Working Group. And through the Nairobi County Gender Working Group, we've been able to convene a sitting of journalists and the county government, including members of the county assembly, to discuss one of the most important pieces of legislation that I think has been done in the recent past, and I think it is worth celebrating. In fact, I would like to take this opportunity to ask you to just join me in applauding the Nairobi City County for enacting the Sexual and Gender-Based Violence Act of Nairobi County. And JHR has left its mark on that journey, or in that process, because we convened a meeting whereby we were able to give or provide input to the bill that was in draft. Questions were input into the final document, which we are now currently celebrating. So that is just an example of the work that we have been doing and what we aim to continue doing. We have also worked with upcoming legislators, that is aspiring women leaders. We have worked with them by putting them across journalists, because we believe it's important for them to be able to sell their manifestos to the public, and the journalists are an important tool in making sure that this happens. And we also aim to work closely with them. The other part of our work, which is gender-related, that I think it's worth celebrating, is engendering the media houses. And this is by ensuring that our media houses are gender responsive, our media houses are gender sensitive, and that they have in place policies that support inclusivity. And we've worked very closely with the Association for Media Women in Kenya. One of the things we've done, I believe Judy will be talking about it at length, is supporting the development, or rather supporting supporting the media to effectively address sexual harassment in the sector. I will not talk about that much. I will allow Judy to tell us about it when it's her time. But what I can say is that to us, that has been one of the landmark things that we've done throughout the year, because we have seen a proper solution coming to the industry, and we believe that through that and many other things that we are currently planning for the coming year, we're going to be able to adequately work with the media towards addressing the challenge of gender. We believe that we will together be able to provide the solutions that are required for us to systematically end the structural barriers around gender that currently exist. Thank you very much. I hope to interact with you more in the coming 2 days.
Si hata mpige makofi jamani. Otherwise, like I said, tomorrow we have got a very important session, and that session actually we will penalize some of you who are not active. Having said that, thank you so much, Winnie and Muraya, for spelling out, stipulating the objectives of this conference. So now we go to the main discussion, which is the media's role in advancing women's inclusion and participation in Kenya's political process. I'm being told right now, if 2 or 3 people are seated next to you, you never know, one of them actually is an aspirant in next year's general election. And if some of them are here, I would just like to remind you that today is the last day for fundraising. So take advantage. Some of us, we can help you to fundraise today, because looking at our political process right now, if you don't have money, you've got no business in participating. Right now, actually, there are only 2 things, is money and party loyalty. So even if you want to vie next year and you don't have the 2, you are out of place. So as even we do that, let's also be cognizant of some of the requirements that we should have if we want to participate in next elections. If we do not mobilize resources enough, which today is the last day, and I remind you, please, even getting some of the things that we are advancing here will be a challenge. Let me now invite Victor Bwire, who is to talk about the media regulations and compliance around elections. Victor Bwire, as you know, is a veteran journalist. I don't know, should I refer to you veteran or seasoned or senior journalist? Trying journalist. Karibu sana. Victor has been around for a while. He'll introduce himself. His title keeps changing. I don't know which title I'm using today. Please introduce yourself and the title and take the podium.
Asante SG. SG is an old body, and we talk. The title changes as the salary changes, so don't worry. Now, good morning, colleagues. As it were, we want to, on behalf of the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo, who was supposed to be the guests here, the entire Media Council fraternity, obviously staff, some of them are here, and others in the office, to thank Mariah, Winnie, Judy, and colleagues for having put this together. Staff, obviously, how tough it is, you see, we are supposed to start at 8:30, we are almost at 11. So getting these people together is not easy, and obviously given where the year is going. So congratulations for this wonderful work and bringing us together as a team. Again, like Eric said, to celebrate. I've struggled to move away from lamenting the book of Lamentation in the Bible and how poor journalists are paid and how poor salaries, those things. So that sometimes we also enjoy the little that journalists have achieved in their life, because quite a number of work has been done in the various sectors. So without going into much, one, regulations for elections. There are basic things that maybe SG and team next year, if God allowing, we need to have a discussion, because regulation seems to be something that is troubling a lot of people in this country. That one, regulation is a global movement. There's no sector, there's no institution, there's no profession that has no regulation. It might be self-regulation, it might be state-sponsored, it might be whichever form, but regulation has become a standard thing for any sector. So it's a must. You're either in it or you are not in it. So you're either a journalist, a media practitioner, you are regulated, or you are not. You can't be both. That's one. Two, like in our case, we decided, in either wisdom or lack of it, that we needed state-sponsored self-regulation. So as it is today, Kenya, Media Council is state-sponsored self-regulation. That's the decision we made. In Tanzania, they have purely industry-led self-regulation, and government never bothers. In Uganda, they have both the two systems. They have Media Council of Uganda's state-sponsored self-regulation, and they have also Independent Media Council of Uganda, industry-sponsored. So they have two, and they have never moved. In Rwanda, they made a decision. They have 4 bodies that regulate the industry. They have Media Council of Rwanda, they have Rwanda Media Commission, they have Media High Council, and they have a Media Council. Each has a separate role. Media regulation, complaints hearing, research and development, and others. So there are 4. In South Africa, they made a decision. They have Broadcasting Council that deals with broadcasters. They have a Press Council that deals with print. That's their decision. In Kenya, we made a decision. We want one body. So Media Council of Kenya is both a regulator and a media development institution, with both a complaints hearing mechanism and a media development wing, and it's sponsored by the government. So that is state-sponsored self-regulation. Now, those of you who read, each of those regulations has its weaknesses and strengths. And there's now, increasingly, we also borrow a bit from the Nordic countries, co-regulation. That government is a big player in the media, not just because of frequencies, but in Kenya, government has a whole KNA, Kenya News Agency, those are journalists. KBC, those are state officers. Public communication officers, PCIOs, those are communication officers, and a host of media consultants in various ministries and in various. So then, government also says, we have also a stake in media, not just because of frequencies, but because we have also officers who are practicing. So we have bits of co-regulation and fully state-sponsored self-regulation. Now, as we mentioned, and a number of people have written on this, Dr. Haron Mwangi, former CEO of Media Council, Dr. Adolf Mbaire, Makerere University, and others, and UNESCO have written about these regulations. But the first thing we must talk about SG, and we must repeat. You cannot put one sentence that has both unprofessional conduct, extortionists, in self-regulation. It can't be in the one line. You can only self-regulate if you respect your code of ethics, professionalism as any profession. Then you can talk about self-regulation. But you cannot be unprofessional and becoming rogue, but you also talk about self-regulation. It can't exist in one sentence. So we need to really think about that as we talk about self-regulation in whichever format. Are we as an industry or a profession then living up to those standards of professionalism? Those are discussions we must think about as we go forward. Now, obviously, going away and on the topic today, Media Council, obviously with all our partners, we develop a handbook for reporting elections. Now, a handbook is merely a pocket something to make things easier for referral. It can never replace the law. So under the law, Media Council Act of 2013, but also look at Article 33, 34, and 35 of the Constitution, look at Article 10 on national values. Some of these things we talk about are not favors anybody's asking from anybody. When people say journalists or media must be objective, must be fair to all, it's not a favor anybody's asking from anybody. It's a professional obligation. That if you are going to cover these matters, look at what is provided for. We must remove our biases. We are a Maluya from Budalangi, somebody else is a Muslim, somebody else is a woman, I'm a woman, somebody else is a feminist. But the mark of professionalism comes in if you are able to remove your biases from the work you are doing. So that if I went to a hospital today and the doctor is Tangatanga or Kieleweke, will he treat me first as a patient, or will he look at my tribe and tell me my name betrays me, so he will inject me with penicillin? We must ask ourselves those hard questions. Is that prevailing in media? Why is it that our media houses as we talk about this thing, when it's a Azimio la Umoja function, which tribe is sent as a journalist? They must send a Luya or a Luo to go and cover. If it's Tanga, just check the bylines, you will see that we have accepted any official tribalism in our newsroom so that these events are covered, you know. So when we are talking about, again, issues of gender and related and elections, who is sent to cover events by Honorable Beatrice Elachi or my friend Daisy? They look for a woman to go and cover, you know. But those are not the issues. We can't reduce journalism into which tribe covers which tribe or which gender covers which gender. Professionalism is professionalism. And we remove, I can be a feminist, I can be a what, but when I'm covering that ability to remove that, my personal feeling in a story, is what marks me as a professional. So as we move towards election, there are those roles. We have developed, there's a whole chapter in the election guidelines that was produced on gender responsive reporting. And we'll expect colleagues to be guided. Again, there is editorial professional discretion. Media Council is not a police which will work with the guns and pingo kutafuta journalism gani hajafuata regulation or not. You have professional discretion. Do your work. And the way the Media Council complaint is made, the structure, is purely reactive. We must wait for a mistake to be done for somebody to bring a complaint. That's how the law was made. So sometimes, many of these things, we see them, but unless somebody comes to you see them retroactively, it's a challenge. So that's why we believe journalists, and we have the best journalists on this continent. Kenya only competes with Nigeria and South Africa in terms of professional growth. We have PhDs in our newsrooms. So it's not about level of education. The minimum age of a journalist in Kenya right now is 24 years of age, a first degree holder. So our newsrooms are full of degree holders. So it's not an issue of education, but an issue of the ability for journalists to follow what is the common sense of journalism. We don't even need other laws, just common sense of journalism. Being factual, being impartial, removing your personal biases are common sense things. You don't need to be even given a guideline. But when we decide to put that in our pocket and start talking about the VAT, wametoa ngapi, we have an ability, then some of these things. So we want to believe regulations are there, but like we said, we will be working with colleagues. We depend. Media Council is only as strong as the associations, the institutions, and the editors and the media houses are. But you know, you cannot regulate an industry that walks in the street. It must be. And so we depend collaboration with colleagues in the industry, Kenya Union of Journalists, KCA, AMWIC, Editors Guild, and a host. Actually, we have 87 associations that work for media in this country. 87. Zingine ni briefcase, zingine ni walking box, zingine ni simu, lakini wako tu. Tunaendelea. So tusaidiane kazi, sio? We are doing a study actually with the JHR, which I'm just reviewing right now, on media coverage of gender-based violence in this country. And if you look at what is coming out, again, there's a lot that can be done. So even as Winnie talks about having trained a number of journalists, this sponsorship that we are talking about, but looking at what is in practice, if we looked at that study we have done, we talked to 90 or so, 300 and something people, including journalists themselves, then it doesn't translate. We need more engagement, we need more journalists to be sensitive, to specialize, and do a lot. So we believe that jointly, people will be guided by the guidelines, but remember the media houses also have internal guidelines, the editorial, so the guidelines we are making do not replace the internal media, and in big in media houses like Mbaitu, Nation Media Group, Standard, Red F, they have very strong gender sense, guidelines, editorial guidelines that talk about how to handle the issues. But again, these discussions just, especially some of us who are coming in, gender does not refer to women. No, those are basic things, but you see those things in most of our articles, that gender is women, which is not the case. We see interviews, those of you who host, I had presenters here, when Victor and Eric come to your program, I see when I go to sometimes to TV or radio station for interviews, I'm a man, Nobody asks me what I do at the Media Council. They just say a senior officer from Media Council. Well, now, whether I sell tea there, nobody knows. But when my fellow colleague, also a director who is a woman, goes for an interview, then they start saying, so and so who is not married and or married or something. So you wonder where now all of a sudden, where the interchange. So we need consistency and fairness to all people. If the line of interviewing is on education levels, let's apply it across to all our panelists. If it's about their marriage status, let's deal with it or family. But we can't be doing selectively that for men, we ask their level of education, where they are working. For ladies, we ask about whether they are married or not. That's purely professional unfairness. So with that, I think, and with the continuous engagements, we have obviously next responsible reporting. Other than that, I wish you well. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you, Biwaya. Biwaya, thank you so much. You've talked about very important issues, and I think the next speaker is going to be the president of Kenya Editors Guild, Churchill Otieno, who has walked in. I'll give him a minute to put together his thoughts as we continue. And I thank you, Biwaya, for pointing out all those issues. Like you've said, there is no society where there is no regulation. Actually, there is no section of the society where there is no cartel. I was being told that even if you want to join street begging in Nairobi, and you go to Kimathi Street, there are cartels of street beggars there who will not allow you to start begging there. So every sector has got regulators and the people who run, yes. So I think regulation, we can't run away from regulation. Regulation is here to stay. I think we've got the best model. What we need to do is just ask ourselves that what has happened ever we started having this model from 2007 and up to now, we've not had issues. Why now? I think that's the question that we should ask ourselves and see how we can address them and have our model, because it's a model that everybody wants to copy. So if you allow this model to collapse, that means that we will actually have walked so many steps backward. And only one thing that I wanted to tell you is that we have already been profiled by the people we cover, politicians. You remember last week when we had a meeting with the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, and the chair said that right now they know that there are specific media houses that have got instructions not to cover or to cover specific politicians. So even if we pretend here that we want to remain objective and impartial, the people we cover and the consumers of our products already know that we have got some preferences and contempt for some politicians. So there's a conversation that we need to have as an industry and see the way forward how we are going to address these concerns, because it's already out there. Lastly, I will tell you that in 2007, as a political reporter, we decided to try it differently. I think at that time I was attached to ODM, and your colleague right now, Rebecca Mutiso, was attached to PNU. So we decided to change that. Rebecca goes to cover ODM and I'll go to cover PNU. But by the end of the day, none of us had a story. Yeah, because it depends with the network and the friends you've made in a political system. So when Rebecca was writing a story, she could not get the inside story. You know, during those days when journalism was very serious, little bit more than it is right now, you will get us the story behind the story. So when she came back, Mugo Deori was the ME, then asked her, now give us the story behind the story. She could not get it because what she had was a press statement that was delivered at the end of the National Executive Committee meeting. So again, now we had to swap that Eric West's idea tafuta your story, ongea na sources wako pale ODM, so that we can get what was discussed that was not, the media was not told. So these are some of the things that are happening around us and we cannot run away from them. So at least this gives us the honest opportunity so that we can able to have this kind of conversations. I can see the president actually has stepped out, and I think maybe he's trying to organize his notes, because I know he was actually driving the whole night to this place. But nevertheless, I will ask Judy, probably if you can step up, because I can see you are next on the program, so that we do not ambush him. We give him time to prepare his notes. So Judy is the Executive Director of Association of Media Women in Kenya, and she's going to talk about efforts to address sexual harassment in the media. Karibu sana, Judy.
Can you all see me? Yeah, I think I'm the shortest person who has come here this morning. Good morning. So I will not go mentioning the people to recognize, because I look at this room and I see that if I start, I'll basically need to mention everybody, because I see resilience, the hardworking journalists who have come forward to report on stories on gender and human rights. I see people from the civil society organizations who have really stood their ground to fight for the rights of women and call for recognition of human rights. I see my mentors, the likes of Njeri Rugene, Pamela Sitoni. It's always good to mention your mentors, because mentors are some of them who have made us to be who we are today. And it's always good for us, whatever we do, we identify our mentors. And this is what Journalists for Human Rights is all about. I stand here first as somebody who has been working for Journalists for Human Rights. I just left in August this year. And I speak also as an insider, and also the partnership that we have with the Association of Media Women in Kenya, where I'm now working as executive director. I'm also a multiple award-winning journalist. I will say 11 journalistic awards. For local and international recognition for reporting on gender rights and human rights. So I'm really proud to see that this is really happening, because we have to recognize every effort made by the journalists and as well as the civil society organizations. So Journalists for Human Rights, the Kenya Project, Voice for Women and Girls' Rights, we are really pleased that you've been able to convene this and that we are here seated to celebrate this huge milestone. Just to make sure that I don't miss anything, I don't like writing speech. Lillian, my colleague, is always saying my aide doesn't write speeches, but today I decided I needed to write a speech, because what we've done with JHR and what JHR is doing in Kenya is quite commendable. So just allow me to go through the speech. And just before we go on, I would also like to notify you that I'm a member of the task force that is reviewing the media policy in Kenya. Remember, the policy that we've been using was done in 2009, and now we are currently updating it. We've received some of your submissions, and we hope that soon we'll be reaching out to some of you for you to make live submissions. This is a very important journey, and I think we should not be left out in giving our submissions about how we want our media policy to look like. I stand here this morning with pleasure and joy, because for the first time in Kenya, we are holding a human rights media conference. It is a big day for human rights defenders, civil society organizations, for journalists who passionately report on human rights. You and I know that reporting on human rights is difficult, because we rub very many shoulders the wrong way. We arouse angry emotions of those responsible for guarding these rights and those responsible for taking action when violations occur. I'm thrilled to speak about the work of JHR, Voice for Women and Girls' Rights Kenya. Having worked at JHR as a gender media trainer and honed my skills in rights media reporting, I know that it takes a lot of hard work, dedication, and professionalism for an organization like JHR to instill a media culture that prioritizes reporting on human rights and protection of female journalists who face a myriad of hurdles in the industry. Every single day, our media is awash with stories of gender-based violence in many different forms. May it be female genital mutilation, may it be rape, may it be unpaid care. Also, when we talk of underrepresentation, how are women reported on in the media? So every day we are watching this news and we keep on seeing a lot of gaps. But the important question I keep on asking, and which JHR has asked itself, is how do we report about these violations? How do we report about female underrepresentation in the country? This is the gap that the Journalists for Human Rights has made commendable effort by linking these violations to human rights. We cannot remain at the Woye situation. I call it the Woye reporting. The Woye, oh, they are being underrepresented, oh, has been defiled. We are always superficial, most of the time. This is how we report issues. We have to dig deeper into issues for the societies to not only hear about a violation, but to understand what laws have been broken, what rights have been violated. What does this mean and whose responsibility it is? This is exactly what JHR has instilled in our journalists, in our media, through its training programs and engagements with various stakeholders. Sami has mentioned the kind of engagements that we've been having as journalists for human rights. And part of them was to create a network of like-minded journalists with like-minded civil societies, with a common goal, the common aim to ensure that there is equal representation, that we're reporting about violations in a manner that gives context and makes the society understand why it is wrong to wake up and beat up somebody, why it is wrong to defile somebody, and why it is a crime. If we continue reporting the Woye situation, we are not helping the society. We as the media have that huge role, and I'm really happy that JHR has already instilled this kind of reporting, and I know it will never change. It will never go back to where we used to be. The beneficiaries of JHR, I don't remember how many there are now, but when I left, there were over 100. So I believe these are going to be the ambassadors that are going to change how we report on these issues. It should not just end with just the training, but I believe these are the ambassadors who are going to be mentors of the younger journalists. When I started off, I mentioned about my mentors. So you too ask yourself, with the skills and knowledge you've gained on human rights reporting, on gender reporting, how are you passing this over back to the media houses that you work in? I think that will be really the most important part of it. The Association of Media Women in Kenya has also been a big beneficiary of Journalists for Human Rights. As a key partner, living and working in the same office, we value meaningful partnerships anchored on common interests, and it is in this spirit that the relationship between AMWIC and JHR has resulted into outcomes, and not just outcomes, but outcomes with impact. One of JHR's main focal points is to empower women journalists and strengthen institutions such as AMWIC to push for the acknowledgement of their contribution to the journalism profession. It is no longer in doubt that female journalists are confronted by a disturbing legacy of inequality, reinforced by a trail of misconception that retards the pace of their own personal development. Many female journalists have left the industry prematurely. Very few of them are rising to the decision-making table. And actually, we have less than 30% of women at the decision-making table in the newsroom. And the ripple effect is the kind of coverage we see being given, especially to women. At 35%, women are considered as news sources. The rest of the reporting, it's only men who are considered as news sources. So you see, when we don't have more women at the decision-making table in the newsroom, then there is an effect. The effect is that we are not covering them properly. That is why we are asking the kind of questions that Buddha was talking about. Asking, how do you balance between being a mother and work? And the same question is not asked to a fellow man. So even the way we frame our questions, and this is what JHR has been doing, including the small things that we look at them as small things. But these are some of the things that we need to go through. And I'm really happy that JHR has done that. And for them, it's not just the training, but it's training that follows up with mentorship. I look at this room and I'm so happy to see some of the names. I was just seeing the names, but I'm happy to put the faces behind these names. And some of you have come from so far away. I'm really happy actually to see you, and that JHR organized for you to be here. So if we continue not pushing for more women to get to that decision-making table, then the kind of coverage that we are getting will still continue being there. But I must commend the likes of Pamela Sitoni, the likes of Faith On-Air, so many, this list is endless, for using their positions of power to ensure there's coverage of women. Some of them have developed special gender desk, KTN. So many of them have also done that. And we can see the change. There's always a change when we have more women at the table. And our male counterparts, we pray and ask you please to continue supporting our female journalists so that they can rise. And we are not just asking that you support them or you just put them there. No. We are saying that you recognize their professionalism, their skills and knowledge, because they have the capacity to lead and capacity to make decisions when it comes to matters of editorial policy, editorial content. And the reason why women are leaving the newsroom prematurely are many. I stand here as a victim of sexual harassment as a reporter. When I worked for Parliament, I went to report and I had an interview with a member of Parliament, but the interview turned out to be chaotic. I got even physically injured on my hand. I was a young journalist then, in my early 20s. I didn't know what to do. All I was told is, don't worry, keep quiet. They'll advertise with us, so keep quiet. But now today, we're just about to make a big milestone. At least we know where we can report. And this is so, that's why I'm so happy that we are here talking about sexual harassment in the newsroom. The journey to fix sexual harassment in the newsroom has been long, tiring. Sometimes it has been hopeless because retaliation has been tactical and intended to downplay this issue. A lot of times you talk about sexual harassment, you are looked at as a feminist or as an activist to complain about it. People insult you. But I'm happy that we stood strong, the likes of Jerry Rugene, the likes of Jane Godia, that we called it what it is, sexual harassment, whether people wanted to hear it or they didn't want to hear it. The truth is, sexual harassment has led to so many women leaving the newsrooms prematurely. We've lost talented women, qualified women, because of this ugly face of sexual harassment. But despite all these fights, we never gave up. We were not there. I mean, we are not yet there, but I can confirm that we are on the right track. And the light at the end of the tunnel looks brighter now, meaning that we are getting there very soon. It is good to know that the fight against sexual harassment began many years ago, but we didn't know exactly what to do. In our own efforts, we will convene, share our personal experiences, and those of the younger journalists will cry about it, feel sorry for each other, and meet again, few months, repeat the same thing, share our experiences, feel sorry, cry, and do nothing about it. But we didn't sit back. We never lost hope. We pushed our agenda. It didn't matter how, but we ensured our story of sexual harassment was heard by the industry. We thank the Kenya Media Sector Working Group for establishing the Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee and trusting AMWIC to lead the process. To the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, we've not been sleeping on the job, and today we will report that progress here. You entrusted us with this job, and I'll be able to show you what you've done since you gave us the blessings of the entire industry. It will not have been possible for us to achieve anything without the support of Journalists for Human Rights. I can tell you that Sami Muraya, Mustafa Ndumbuya, Winnie Siombua, and I, while at Journalists for Human Rights, burnt our midnight oil trying to figure out what the industry needed. Was it a tribunal? Was it a committee? And Sami and Mustafa had the headache of trying to convince our bosses in Canada, about what we needed to do. We didn't know how to figure it out. Yes, the committee was there, but how are we supposed to do? What were we supposed to call it? These were really difficult questions, and I can tell you, we really put a lot of time and work into that. We agreed, we disagreed, consulted with top-notch lawyers and professionals to come up with anything we could call something, as long as it will respond to the need at hand. After many deliberations and meetings, we finally agreed that it will be referred to as the Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee. The committee is made up of 28 members. We strategically included members of the media industry, the International Federation of Women Lawyers, that is FIDA, Federation of Kenya Employers, that is FKE, and IREX, to ensure that sexual harassment is handled as an issue under the Employment Act, as a crime that requires redress and psychosocial support for victims. I can confirm that the members of this committee have committed to serve in the letters of commitment signed and submitted to the Association of Media Women in Kenya. Without partners like JHR, we will not be here today launching the Sexual Harassment Committee and model sexual harassment policy. Thank you, JHR, for walking the talk. You didn't just talk about it, but I commend you for taking this up. I know the amount of work that went into it was not an easy one. You can imagine where you talk about an issue and nobody wants to give you a slot to talk about it. And these are your colleagues within the industry. So thank you so much for coming forward and supporting that. Allow me to also recognize the support of Femnet to AMWIC through the policy influencing and the men-to-men engagement programs intended to complement the response against sexual harassment in the media. Moving forward, I invite Femnet, and thank you, Josephine Wangari, for being here this morning. I ask you to consider joining this committee. The task ahead is not easy and requires us to put our efforts together to ensure perpetrators of sexual harassment are held to account and that justice is given to their victims. The idea is not only to punish and give justice, but it's also to act as a deterrence measure. At CON19, we also welcome you on board. Thank you for pledging your support to the ad hoc committee. We are looking forward also to partnering with you and joining this journey together with you. And it's with these very many remarks, and I thank all of you for being here today and for the huge, for being here today to celebrate these huge milestones made by JHR to empower the Kenyan media. The results, like you can see, speak for themselves. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Judy. As you can see, like I said earlier in the morning, that when we are beginning the program, that sometimes it's just too good to sit and just celebrate some of the achievements we've made as the industry. And like Judy has stipulated, there are a number of things that actually have been done and worth celebrating. When we started this journey sometime back, I think it was in March, in Manzoni, when we had the Manzoni Declaration, where we established a different pillars that will help us to support and the growth of the media. And we decided that we should have a committee to work on a policy against sexual harassment in newsroom, and some good work has been done. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the team. Those are some of the things that we are interested in as the industry. It's now the opportunity to invite the president of Kenya Editors Guild, Churchill Otieno, to share some words of wisdom with you this morning. Karibu sana, President.
Thank you, SG. To the CAS for Gender, Madam Beatrice Elachi, we meet again. It's a pleasure. In just a matter of a few days. To the CC for Gender for Nairobi, Janet Mudhoni. Industry leaders here present. I've seen my friend Victor. The SG of the union, of course, is the one who invited me here, and our own Judy Kaberia, who is holding forth on all gender matters in media. Colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, my sincere apologies for having joined you late. As they say, I had to attend to other matters of state, but here I am. For the portion I was in the room, I heard one of the speakers mention that gender is not equal to women or woman. But I think in today's session, we need to accept that due to the contextual issues that currently obtain and that are clearly recognized in the theme of this conference, the media's role in advancing women's inclusion and participation in Kenya's political processes, we must of not pay keen attention to where our women are on both sides of media, both in the media and also in the audiences of the media. And I think it's important. Those who came before us said that when a woman is happy, the community is happy. And I think in my life I can bear testimony to that, and I suspect even you too. But the anchor of today's theme is on human rights. And when we look at the whole notion of human rights keenly, you quickly come to the realization that human rights is not just about work. It's not just another job to earn as a paycheck and to enable us to pay rent and then some money for food and shelter and clothing. That those who indeed do it well, those who thrive in that space, of necessity are driven by a force that is inner to them, beyond their basic needs. That you don't thrive in the space of human rights unless you have passion for it, and unless you're truly and really committed. And that's why many of those who went before us, regardless of their disciplines, hold that rights must be asserted that rights, your right is never just given to you. You have to stand up and you have to defend those rights. Many times, the first opportunity for us to stand up is the will. Just recognizing that we have these rights and therefore standing up to be counted and showing a hand, showing a face, adding your voice to these issues. A second one is the smarts, gaining the knowledge that is necessary that then enables us to engage intellectually on these issues. And God forbid, the third one is force. And many times the people claim their own rights and assert them, as we know. The whole profession of journalism is therefore anchored in that philosophy, that a people must stand up for their rights. And it is for that reason that we have thousands of journalists in Kenya today operating freely. But it doesn't take thousands of journalists to do the most important story. Many times it just takes one of them, just one journalist, to do the story that many are unwilling to do. And that makes all the difference. So we have to hold together, we have to join in solidarity for journalism. But to make a difference, we don't necessarily have to be the entirety of the mass. Just one of us can stand up, go out, do compelling reportage, and publish it. And thank God, digital technology has enabled us to be able to publish stories, even where the mighty previously may have had control. Today, all it takes is a blog, and we've seen it many, many times. But the work of human rights is also dangerous, because at a basic level, it requires that we shine light in very, very dark areas. Areas where the mighty are put off light, and they would rather society didn't know what was going on there. And in doing that, many times journalists risk it all. Indeed, some have paid the ultimate price for it. As we sit here today, we still don't have answers as to what happened to Jennifer Wamboa of the National Lands Commission. We don't have answers as to what happened to Betty Barasa of the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. We don't have answers as to what happened just in the recent few days to Gatonya Gatura, whose body was found in Naivasha. We have our fears of what could have led to these deaths and many more. But it's just a short list to demonstrate that when journalists go out to do their work, they encounter lots of danger. More so where they happen to be women. But they continue to do this day in, day out, and I think we must celebrate them. We will have some of them winning awards at this conference. They win those awards for themselves, but they also win those awards for the fraternity of the journalists all over the country that continue to do a good job, continue to be ethical, and continue to be professional in the face of lots and lots of challenges, be it economic or even physical. But I'd like to urge us that we continue to shower that light into those dark areas, no matter what. Of course, no story is worth dying for, and that's why we need to bring in the smarts, that where we see the risk is too much, we find other ways to get that story out. And showering that torch must start internally. We cannot deliver for society if we are not holding ourselves to the standards that we expect those in power and those in society to hold themselves to. So we must do that organizes us in the light, so that we include all that are relevant in the issue and in the production of journalism. At the core of that is that as we do our work, we give a voice to the weak, we give a voice to the minority who may not have those voices wherever they are. And sometimes it may call that we be critical of one another for as long as we serve that weak and that poor person and that minority. The Kenya Editors Guild has worked with the Journalists for Human Rights in trying to ensure that as editors go about their work, they continue keeping a focus on this beacon, the constant northern star that reminds them that even though they may have a job that earns them some pay, they have a duty to themselves, to their colleagues, and to the rest of us in society to make sure that the stories that many would rather kill come out. Today, I also want to urge them that our journalism can only improve if we put it to that same check, to that same criticism, so that where media becomes an agent against any gender, especially women, because today we're talking about women, then we have a duty to do that story. And if it happens that it's, because editors are powerful people, they're the ones who, sit in positions of influence in media, we have to get to a point where we also encourage our media to turn that torch on ourselves, so that media criticism becomes part and parcel of the menu that our journalism offers to our people. Because it's only when the people trust what we do that we will be safe from the powerful in our society. I want to finish by saying that as we walk that journey, there will be challenges. And as we walk that journey, we owe each other peer review. Be it those of us in the newsrooms, or be it those of us practicing journalism outside the newsrooms. We owe each of us objective criticism, because it's only then that we all grow. And it's for that reason that recently we've raised our voices around and on the current moves to change media law. We believe there's absolute need to improve the laws that control the media. But we hold it dearly that those laws cannot be changed in darkness. The changes must, of necessity, involve every stakeholder from the word go. Because those who went before us showed us clearly that where there is no freedom of expression, no single right is safe, not one. And that none of us can be singularly entrusted with those laws. The only people who can be entrusted with those laws is, or are, all of us acting in unity and acting in concert. I thank you, and I want to celebrate the awardees. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Churchill, the president of Kenya Editors Guild, for your thoughts about what is going on and the state of press freedom in status of press freedom in Kenya. It's now this opportunity that I want to invite Janet Mudhoni, who is the CEC, Gender, Culture, and Social Services. Okay, I'm being told that probably she's on her way here. Simpata mpige makofi tafadhali. Beatrice Ilachi has always been with us and has never disappointed whenever she's called upon to interact with us and also share some wisdom with us. Karibu sana, mheshimiwa.
Thank you very much, Eric. The President, Mr. Churchill, seated with us today. Eric, who has always made our day when we are within the quarters of media. Sami, Julie, and the whole team, and Daisy Amdani. I can see the president of the League of Women of ODM is here, Beth Sienko. And honorable journalists, good morning. Good morning. Indeed, today I think it's very formal. It's not like a few days ago when I was at Great Shift. But then, I always say, nowadays, we have something called talking points. These speeches, we just go and I will just remove a few words, then I'll come here and say, it gives me great pleasure to join you today, then tomorrow. So I like talking from what I look at the program, and then we just look at what are the talking points, what do we want to achieve today in this meeting. And indeed, as I stand here today, and I want to thank Jerry so much, Jerry Rugendo, who indeed is one of the women, and Mebo is here, and many others, who really mentored us to understand how do we and how are we able to engage with media, especially when we were just very new in Senate. And at that time, I don't think there was anyone who would understand and get to know that we can have a relationship. And one thing I'm always privileged to say is the journey I've walked with you. You've made me, and that is why in whatever meetings you call me, I have to avail myself because I'm your product. The day I'll mess it, again, I know it is you guys who will just hit on me properly. So I'll tell God to help me on that. But having said that, today I just want to really now focus on women as they go to the elections of 2022. And what is the role of media, really, as we go to that journey? And what will women want to see at that time? And more importantly, when I listened to, when Eric started, and one of the things that we were just discussing with Daisy is that one of the things we have to appreciate media in Kenya is that there's no day that it's boring. People will glue to just get news, to see what is happening. That is one thing many countries don't have. But in Kenya, we enjoy that from the media, and we really thank you for that. But then now coming to what we want you to do in terms of how can you influence IEBC to be the tool that is able to report real time, that indeed, especially when we are going to the nominations, how can the media support young people, women in reporting real time, especially when there is violence? And because nowadays we have all gadgets that we have, in any meeting, somebody can just send you a clip, and how can you just pick that clip and ensure also that IEBC is able to stop those candidates, penalize them, or even disqualify them? How can we work together and come up with that tool that can really be a tool to assist Kenya for the first time, people to appreciate that nominations can be done in a credible way, in a transparent way, and the winner can be told, this is the winner. Because that is where we bungle our elections. Just at that nomination, that is the day we lose the good leaders who would have come in, and now we bring in the leaders who, let me tell you, as much as we are talking about all this freedom that we have, if we joke going forward in this country, that freedom is going to go very easily. And you'll have nothing to do, but we'll have to survive within that. That is the day we will remember the days we had those who used to come out strongly to fight for freedom of speech. So we should not just take it for granted. So I would wish, as we highlight whatever we are doing, how do we come up with a tool that can be a tool where when we start January, February, we are able to tell IEBC we have agreed with media. This is our tool to focus, especially during the nominations times. If we get that for the women, I think we will be moving to that right direction. We will open up. One of the things that women have always feared, and what I know women are not, is the readiness of media. How does a woman, a female politician, be packaged to be effective for her interviews? I know when we were in Naivasha, which I still apologize, I was told they were to start a meeting at 11, and those are some of the things we are talking about. How do we ensure that that woman is able to be responsive, to know that when media gives you time, capture this time. And you see, I know we will look at different ways. And one of the other thing we have, which I've realized it's catching our country, and it's something we need to talk about. It's the attitude at how we look at the different sectors that we are in. So when I'm a politician or when I'm at this level, I feel, oh, people have to know that I am there, and so they will follow what I'm doing. And I remember in Naivasha, I said it in a different way, and maybe it was not very good, but now I'll say it this way. It is time also we are taken to a route where you appreciate you need this tool. So if you call me twice and I don't come, then I realize when I really need you, you're also not coming, then I will learn my lessons. So we have to make it's a partnership, it's a two-way thing. And I know the other thing that, and I'm talking, these are some of the recommendations where we've gone across the country, and we're just asking women politicians, how do you look at media? How do you want to be with media? How do you want to partner with media to move your campaign to another level? And these are some of the things they were saying. One of the things they said is that, which I think is something I know even in the media, you know it's there, but I've always said, we just need to ask ourselves, if I call in media and maybe I had less facilitation of what is needed, it's a matter of agreements, yeah? But now this has made women politicians to fear. So they prefer using bloggers than mainstream media, because you'll get 2 or 3 bloggers, they will do this, but that's not what we want. If you go through mainstream media, you empower yourself more, because you are able now to have a conversation with Kenya, because not everyone will be on social media, and not everyone appreciates what people even think it's fake news. So how do we harness that and make sure a woman politician must first of all appreciate, especially the media houses in the rural, really, maybe they needed a vehicle, maybe they needed transport to get to where they want to go. You have to facilitate. But there is a way we need to tell them. And there's a way also the media has to appreciate that this is what I have, and whenever I don't have, also, we can have an understanding of how to work together. So that's one thing they talked about. Then the overall disconnect. And they were saying this, that there is a general sentiment that women fear media because they are often misquoted, and or you sensationalize some of their issues, and it happens. And it's something that media either uses it so that you capture your audience, or I don't know why you use it that way. I need to also learn, why is it that it becomes juicy when stories are very different, when we are talking about, and I also said sexual stories, that is now the story. I come in, I give in everything, but there's one place where I will miss it. That's the story. And maybe women also, that is why they fear. But also, how do I come out of it is another issue. Because I can have a story, a bad story, but there is need for it, and that's why it is important to partner with media, because you will know when to stop that story and when to move to change the story. So that is another thing we've been trying to tell women, that it is important we have this partnership. And for me, Mariah, I need a meeting in January where we sit all of us like this, and we sit now with the real women who are going for the politics. And we have a conversation to agree. And that day, you are able to tell them also what you have felt has been done wrong. Why is it that when you call them for a meeting, you come at 11? And you tell them it is wrong. I mean, honestly, even me, I won't. By the way, one of the things I always try my best. When you tell me 9, and now I've been telling Sammy, do you want me to start coming this African time? Because when you tell me 9, you'll see me 9. I'll try my best to keep. If I won't, I will call you and tell you there is a reason. But I would like us to have that conversation. Because women politicians in Kenya should not think they are male politicians. And it is for us and for media to help us, to repackage us, to show us we are not the male politicians, we are women. So what the men have been doing, we cannot be doing the same thing. We cannot go that route because we will lose and the men are able to move on. Yeah, they can even do without media, men, because they will go on the ground, they will do it differently and they'll get what they want. So we need that convention where now we can bring in the don'ts, the do's, and how we move in about it. This challenge we are finding in media of tribalism, it's not really media. I think it's just the country. Now the problem with all this, and that is why, Eric, you have to go and cover ODM, and somebody will cover, or cover the other teams, UDA and the rest. It's just because of this. Both the country has entered into this mistrust that when I give you the story, you'll be biased, you won't give the full story, you won't do so it's not media. It is something that has inculcated in us, and it is holding the country ransom. Now, how can media now, without even changing, and even if I go and I'm from Western and I'm covering ODM, but I'll bring out the true story. That should be the thing. How do you bring out the true story without faking the numbers, faking and skewing and showing that crowd was so big when it was not so big? Isn't it? Yeah. It's in every, this corruption we talk about, it's not just at government, it's in us up to home. So it is eating all of us wherever we are. And it's something we have to deal with it. And so media now should ask itself, how do we package ourselves in a way, whether I go to which story, I will bring the story as it is. I know sometimes it becomes again rough because somebody will call, I don't know, will say, others will tell you, say this. I'll give you a story. So we go for the burial of Rubia. And I won't say now who did, but you listen to the story, whoever you can capture where we are. So when we are at Rubia's, we do a burial, we finish, and in the evening we are seated somewhere, and the news come. And in the news, I don't know where Senator Murkomen now came from, rare in the news. And everyone got so angry. But now, it got so angry until it had to go back to now it's become a big issue. And somebody is being asked, why would you do a story of my friend and bring in that, and yet he was not on the ground? So at 9, I realized, okay, it has dropped. So the story has gone back. So you see, those are some of the challenges you also face. But then at that time, you'll ask yourself, why would that story come from another place and drop there? And how did it happen? You get? So and that's the day I realized, okay, every sector in Kenya has its own politics, and it has its own way of how we manage, and we have to be very careful in some of the things. And it's going to happen in 2022. We're going to have, we have to work together to try and embrace. It's going to be very abrasive, and I know you're going to have a lot of challenges also. It's not just the women in politics, but it is how do you bring out the story of all the candidates and just ensure you are not caught up into such a scenario. And so for us, even when we are speaking about women, we also need to ask ourselves, how do we ensure we have that leverage of a woman who is in this side can find the same service that another woman is finding, so that the chair of KEWOPA should not now question and say, we know here there's this and we know that, you see. And sometimes it becomes a story, and a story then people start thinking it's true, and maybe it's not true. Maybe you've been looking for me and I have not been there. So those are some of the, and if we have that convention, a convention where you bring women from across political parties, and if they don't come, all of them, because of their political parties, whatever communique we take out there, they will be part of it. They will be treated as if they were in that meeting. So we will not be having a meeting of Sijui wa Mama. It's all women, regardless of your political party. Are we agreeing that this is the roadmap? We are going to engage with media and ensure by the time we are coming to nominations, we are able to win. We have a win-win, or we are able to bring out the challenges that we face. Then the other thing is, I don't want to talk about the sexual harassment. I think it's rampant. It's all over. I was being told by some women somewhere what they go through even in their sectors. And I know you have a panelist where you'll talk about it in the afternoon, but even the women in security. And we need a few journalists. If we are talking about engendering the process of media within the different spheres, social, economic, political, in Kenya. Now you need to also start having a few journalists focusing on women in security. Go and hear their story. It's a very, very sad story. Sad story because from the top, you have the man. And so coming down that command chain. So for him, he feels any woman around him is either a woman to serve tea, a woman when I'm in need of sexual, she's there, and if you try and talk, I will just transfer you. You'll find yourself in Makindu or in Mandera or in Tana River, and you have no place to go. You can't go to court because according to their order and structure, they have their own martial courts and all that. So we need that, so that if we are saying we want to change, especially even when we are celebrating the 16 days of activism, I mean, really, it is not a good story. It is a story that women are going to go through during this political time, where now all women, we are bulked together and we are told, oh, you were nominated because you are a girlfriend, you slept with this man, and all that happens. And some of it is just, you look at it and you wonder, okay, so now, I've always said, the moment you sleep with a man you are a colleague with, that's the day he has just finished you. You're unable completely to be yourself again. So I don't understand, but it is there. It is told, and people will say, and even that is why Kenya are agitating and saying, we are tired of these girlfriends who are being nominated. But then at the same time, we need to ask ourselves, how do you bring out that story to show this woman has gone through a process and deserves to be nominated? Because there are women who work for political parties, and they've worked, and they deserve to be elected through a party list. Because I normally say it is not nominated. You are elected through a party list based on the work you have done. How can we bring out that so that we are able to now show a story that so-and-so has walked a journey and has been able to go there through this process? I think that is very, very important. And then I think the other thing that we are now really worried about is how do we help women in this field to engage now within the social, the digital, media management. And for me, I think that use of the large platforms and the small platforms, how do we bring them together? how do we help a woman? There are women now, there's a lot of propaganda within your areas of how you are competing. So you come up with propaganda and propaganda and propaganda. And I will tell you, there's nothing as difficult when propaganda is on you. Because people believe it is the truth. And by the time you come and shed out that, I'm telling you, you'll have taken a few years by the way to shed it out. Because every time it's on social media, so people just pop it up, and one time your opponent will just decide, this is the time I'm reviving, and just revive, and throw it. And not just that, even in right now, I realized even political parties, so political parties are in need of candidate X. So they will just create something, throw on social media. Oh, so-and-so has now joined there, then people ask you, oh, you joined, and you're wondering, where? And if you're not a woman who keeps on looking on social media, do you know you don't know the story? So you're also just wondering, and you're like, okay, no. But you don't know it has been going rounds, it has trended, because some women even don't check what is trending. They don't have. So we need training for women to be very vigilant, and if you not, have a team that is vigilant. Anything that has something, pick on it and ask yourself, am I? And if you are able, pick and just put a tweet immediately to stop it. But many women don't do that, and many women don't engage on these platforms, and they assume that their opponents won't engage. Your opponent will engage on it and use it because he or she knows very well that you're not using that. And now lastly, as I conclude, and as I just want to look at the journey we have come from. We've worked with media, I think, from the time of 2007. That is when our media really picked to really engage also within the political spheres of our lives and of Kenya. And from there on, you have been very consistent in following up. But then, on women issues, I think we've picked, when we came to 2010 Constitution, then we had the first elections of 2013. At that time, now media started really covering and looking at women, where are the women, and even civil society now coming to engage together with media. But now I think we are alive. We understand that we need each other. The civil society needs the media. The political sphere needs the media. The government needs the media. And so the pillar here that all of us go around is one pillar called the media. But then now the media should ask itself, how, if we are the denominator that everyone is looking at, how do we now give this country and give the IEBC to understand that do not take us back to Kivuitu is very critical. Because when you look at the way my chairman is just throwing one word, then he throws another thing, then he says this, but then the media captures, yes, and gives it now to the people. How I receive that message, now everyone becomes a bit, those who feel, because they are not believing in chairman, they already have their opinion. These ones who believe in chairman are feeling, yeah, he has to continue on that agenda. I think it's also important during that convention, let us call IEBC. And let us tell them, this is a very interesting transition. A transition where you have to look at what happened, how did we start? For us to get to even 207, how did we package ourselves? It was in very, we just do things flimsy way, and we forget people are emotional people, and we move to a direction that is not very good and was not right for this country. The same way we need to tell chairman, the direction we are headed, we need you to be focused, sober. Do not allow yourself to be dragged into the politics of the Azimios and the UDAs and the Wipers. Focus. You are the only referee who every Kenyan looks at And when you say something, Kenyans buy in saying, we are either on the correct roadmap or we are on a roadmap that is going to take us not in a right way. And when he has disagreements with others, you don't need to come on media and throw it like that. No, you just come out and give reasons, clear reasons. We think as IBC we have done this, this, and this. And we think if we continue the way we are doing this, Kenyans will not trust us because they will see us in a group of government and thinking government is the one that is running the show. And that is why I'm just giving examples, but media must help to shape that narrative so that Kenyans can understand we are protecting chairman, but also chairman is protecting the electoral process that everyone believes has to be transparent, credible, and the process especially must be very, very clear so that we don't end up again into another nullification that we had in 2017. Having said that, I just want to lastly really thank you all, and really thank Sammy and team again for the different forums you've given, especially the women in the political field, and we don't take it for granted. Sammy, we have engaged. I think you've made us become now more friendly to each other. The more we bond, the more we understand, and the more we get to know what is our role and how do we partner and what is their role in terms of ensuring we work together to see the numbers of women increase. And my biggest worry is we might retrogress. But I'm just praying to God that we will see the numbers, and I can see Mheshimiwa here, Lillian, and I want to thank her, Daktari, for even coming, because these are the women we want to safeguard. Any woman who is in a constituency, we want to add the numbers. So we cannot lose them and say we are adding. If we lose them, we lose the numbers again. So thank you so much, and I just want to wish you well within these 2 days of your workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Beatrice Elachi. And one thing she has not told us whether she will be on the ballot, as much as you are encouraging more women to be on the ballot. And she is not a pushover. You remember when she was the Speaker of Nairobi, and some people attempted to storm her office. And few seconds after this, hunters turned hunted. And I could see people leaving her office, some of them with handkerchiefs, and some of them were coughing. And that is the nature of our politics. Maybe we need to reform our politics. Exactly. So I think those are some of the tips maybe you should be sharing with the women who want to vie for various political positions. That somehow you must have some pepper spray somewhere in your bag. So when the going gets tougher, you unleash it. As much as I'm not advocating for violence, but again, these are some of the things that you need to know. Thank you so much for challenge. I think Muraya, you already have one of the take home that we need a convention next year with different women leaders and those who are vying for different political positions, so that at least we're able to engage on some of the things that they need to do. And also with IBC on violence, I think as the media, we have an MOU with the IBC because we told them that right now IBC actually is also threatened because we've seen the past by-elections, IBC officials being frog-marched and being attacked by supporters of different political parties. So if we do not act, actually even the IBC officials themselves, they'll find themselves in this problem. So as we now want to conclude this session, I'll call Winnie and Judy actually to prepare for the launch of the committee that has been working on policies against sexual harassment in the media. As you prepare, please come forward, Winnie Siumbua and Judy Kaberia. I think this is your baby. Please come forward and help us launch the committee and also the model policy against sexual harassment in the media.
Thank you very much, Eric. We don't really want to take much time because I believe Judy and I have both spoken about the work of the Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee. What we want to do with this committee is basically ensure that it looks at solutions within the media industry. Yes, my second name is Siombwa. Yeah, so within the media industry to look for solutions towards ending sexual harassment. And we are happy to have worked with a very wonderful team. The Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee team members led by Dr. Njoroge. Kindly, we ask you to come to the front. So this team has so far worked on a model policy that will be adopted by media houses. And when we say adopted, we're not saying that we are forcing media houses to adopt it as is, but we are asking them to consider the elements presented in that model policy whenever they're preparing their own in-house policies. And also, apart from that, it will be looking at other sustainable solutions at ending sexual harassment, as we have explained earlier. So what we are going to do now is a symbolic, what we're going to do now is a symbolic signing. Judy talked about the mandate document that gives the powers to this committee to work on this, on the strategies to ending sexual harassment. And each of the members you see here has already signed and submitted their mandate document to AMWIC. Also, they've gone through the model policy and agreed on the clauses that need to go in there and what needs to change. So what we're doing now is having a symbolic signing of that mandate as a way of launching this committee, which begins its work in December 2021 until next year, 2022, when we shall report back and continue until further notice.
We wanted, no, this is your thingy now. So we wanted to ask Dr. Elachi, Mr. Elachi, to be the first one to sign, and then we can ask your committee members, starting with Dr. David. Yes, that's all right.
And now, Honorable Elachi, as an avid supporter of women, and obviously as a woman who's worked extensively on gender equality, we do believe that you're the right person to help us in endorsing this committee and its important work. So we would like to have you as the first person to sign this. So just append your signature on that signature board. And we are happy to know that you will support us if we come to you, crying that we are still suffering sexual harassment. Thank you. Could you please write your name against your signature? Yes. We will work. Judy. Yeah. Okay. Next in line, AMWIC. We have the Executive Director for AMWIC, Judy Kabiria, who is also the convener of this committee, signing. So she is going to be the one handling all matters of the committee. Thank you, Judy. I think Dr. Njoroge, you should sign next. JHR. Sami. We will steal your checkbooks now. Yeah. Right. Dr. Njoroge, closely followed by the Women's Newsroom. No problem. Next, we have KEG, represented by Martin Masai. As you can see, the committee is quite gender represented. We are not just having one gender represented in it, so we have male champions working with us very closely. Yes. Next, we have Women in Newsroom, Kwamboka. Women in News, okay. Women in News, represented by Kwamboka. And then we have the Kenya Union of Journalists, Ibrahim. We'll also have Femnet representing, signing, as they are represented here and have supported our work. We'll also have the representative from FIDA appending her signature as well. Kenya Correspondents Association. Thank you. KCA has signed. We have By2 FM representing the radio programs, broadcast journalists. Sorry. Article 19. Political Journalist Association.
back. I think that's it. Mabel. Mabel Nisolio. I know. Lorna. Yes, Lorna Sempele. And then over to you, Judy.
Okay. Is there anyone else left out in the committee? I think we all of us. So like you can see, this is a team that has been working hard, and I can see it's been a dedicated team, really sacrificing their time to do this work. Like you can see, all of them work for different organizations, but they've committed to work to ensuring that you're going to address sexual harassment in the newsrooms. So thank you so much for being part of the team that has really made this work. We really appreciate the effort that has been put forward. And we know, and we're calling all the organizations here today that we support this committee. Because in my speech, I spoke about sustainability. The committee will be working for the next 1 year. And so what happens after that 1 year? Then we have to look for a way forward. How are we going to sustain it? How are we going to ensure that this committee will always be there, even when we are not there? So that is a key question that we'll think forward, because JHR has delivered the baby. But it's our now duty to nurture this baby, to ensure that this baby grows up, to be of importance to the society. So thank you very much to the committee members. We really appreciate the sacrifice you've made. And so we come forward and then we take the photo. Wenye walienda kuketi, tafadhali. Thank you. Some can squat. Someone can even stand on this. Can we grab a few chairs?
I can see
Yeah, that's okay.
There will be a chair.
So what do we do? Which is...
So we can... do you want to hold this?
You can hold it like this. This can I hold this?
That will hide our stars.
You can stand.
You can stand behind the...
Behind it, actually.
Yeah.
It's more symbolic. Okay. That's fine. We're sitting there.
No,
I want to sit inside.
Yeah, so take it away. Short ones will not be seen. I can sit. Come here. Oh, yeah. Even we can pull us. Okay. Some chairs.
Which one? Please. May we just have a photo with mask? Please, mask, yeah. Please, yes. Yeah, still going. Just one still photo with mask on. If we're going to use it.
Especially for the media, they will be like, these guys are just spreading COVID, no? Yeah, it will be a scandal for sure.
By the way, please.
Yeah.
So you must keep the picture. Yes. Political
Yeah.
Under the mask. How do you smile under the mask?
Imetosha.
One more. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's now back to SG.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. Probably, Sami Muraya, next time you need to consult me that nowadays opening ceremony actually is a very important part of any conference that actually is given a half day. So you do not have some panel discussions, but we apologize. But actually it's worthwhile for us to have taken that time. So I will propose that this is what we do. You know, sometimes you use the powers that have been given by the people you represent so that we go straight to the next panel. And we also have got the right to take tea. Taking that tea or coffee or whatever it is also our right. So I will suggest that you can go out there and take a cup of coffee and come with it here or tea and engage in the next panel discussion that is going to start right away. So I will request Daisy to come forward, and I hand over the mic to you so that you can invite the panelists to take their seats and we start having a discussion. And one thing you want to know about Daisy, that she's always very passionate about some of the things that we do as the media, and she has always come through whenever we have discussions. I know we sit with her in a different stakeholders forum, and she's always very supportive of the discussion that you want to have here. So I think the next panelists who are going to sit here to start the discussion about engendering the electoral process, role of the media in advancing women's inclusion and participation in the political process.
Just give people a few minutes to rush to the toilet.
Okay, yeah. So this is what we are suggesting, that ladies and gentlemen, as the panelists settle, you can take 5 minutes to grab a cup of tea or coffee and come back. And next panel, I think, is going to be moderated by Daisy, whom I want now to hand the mic to. No. Come and take your mic and invite your panelists, because what we've said, you need your panelists time to settle and have a discussion with them before we start off. Yes. Otherwise, if we wait for people to sit and stand, we may wait for another 1 hour. We are just requesting that they take a cup of coffee and come with their tea.
At the front, Madam Pamela Sitoni, please. Ken Mureithi, I saw you somewhere. There you are. Dr. Juliet Kimemi, I have not seen her in the room. Dr. Kimemi, are you here? And Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo. Please make your way to the front. Is Juliet Kimemi here? Okay, I'm told she's not here. Madam Beth Siengo, Madam President. Hug Dr. Gogo as you also make your way to the panel. I hope you are not blindsided. Please.
Yes, these white ones have a problem. They are not working. Yeah, I'm sorting that.
because we are running behind schedule and I've been asked to redeem the time, which means that our panel is going to run for a lot shorter. As you can see there, the panel was to run for 1.5 hours, but we are going to run it for a lot shorter than that, and my apologies to the panelists for that, because it means that we are going to constrict your time. So thank you once again for this opportunity. Congratulations to Journalists for Human Rights and all the members, the journalists. I want to personally appreciate your work. I think that journalists are the unsung heroes of our country. And just as Honorable Elachi said, one of the things that we appreciate very much is that you and your work ensure that in Kenya there is never a dull moment. I had a friend of mine, she left to work in a different country's station. She works with one of the UN bodies. She's from one of the African countries. And she told me the thing that she's going to miss the most about Kenya is the media. She said, Kenya is such an exciting place. You people are the ones who make Kenya exciting. You know, it's exciting whether you are on social media, whether it's mainstream media, whether it's in the papers, whether it's in the gutter press. You know, it does not matter where you make it very exciting. And so we just want to appreciate that about you. Moving along, let me introduce my panel, my panelists that are here with us today. And our topic for discussion on this panel is engendering the electoral process and the role of the media in advancing women's inclusion and participation in the political process. And so I'm going to start with my immediate right here. Since you are outnumbered, now you know what the women feel like when you people do those manels. So we have Ken Mureithi, who is the chairperson of Political Journalists Association of Kenya. He's a regular on our TV screens because he always interviews the usual suspects, and most of the time the men. By the way, Ken, I've yet to see you pulling women MPs. You're always pulling the men. You're always running to the men. He's a senior political reporter with NTV and a product of the Nation Media Group. He has been in political reporting for the last 10 years, having been recruited from university through a program Nation Media runs in the name of Media Lab back in 2012. So he's one of those graduates who didn't tarmac. You landed on your feet, which is good. He's currently the chairperson of the Political Journalists Association of Kenya, which has a membership of over 500 journalists, not just in Nairobi, but in the counties. And so now that makes you our new best friend, so that we know how to get those other journalists. Mureithi holds a bachelor's degree from Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, where he studied journalism and mass communication broadcast option. Welcome, Ken. Next to him, we have Madam Pamela Sitoni, who is the executive editor of the Nation Media Group. Pamela is a Kenyan journalist with more than 20 years experience in the media in East Africa. She is currently the executive editor at the Nation Media Group and the managing editor of the Daily Nation. She has held several leadership positions, served as managing editor of Nation Media Group's regional newspaper, the East African, which is very authoritative in the region, managing editor of The Standard, and she has worked as a communications specialist at the UNICEF. Ms. Sitoni began her career at the Nation Media as a reporter. So those of you who are reporters, just wondering whether the rank and file can ascend, I think Pamela is testimony that you can actually ascend through the ranks, and perhaps you need to sit at her feet to know how she climbed up that ladder. She is She was named the World Association of Newspapers as the laureate of the Women in News Editorial Leadership Award for Sub-Saharan Africa. She's also a member of the World Editors Forum Board and Women in News Advisory Board. She is also a member of Africa Checks Advisory Board and a trustee of the Kenya Editors Guild, where she chairs the Strategy Committee. She is a board member of the Women Corporate Directors Kenya chapter, where she chairs the Communication and Public Relations Committee. She is a fellow of the Aspen Global Leadership Network through the Africa Leadership Institute. I'm surprised. I'm assuming you're also a member of AMWIC. Or not, AMWIC. Eh? You have to recruit her. I'm not seeing her as a member of AMWIC here. Yes, it should go without saying, yes. She holds a bachelor's and a post in literature and anthropology and a postgraduate diploma in communications from the University of Nairobi and a master's in new media and democracy from the University of Leicester. Welcome, Pamela. Next to her is Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, MP, Rangwe constituency. This is one of the women in Kenya who holds a dual gender seat. She's the member of parliament for Alego Usonga in Siaya County. Born. I'm looking, yes, you are a member of parliament for Rangwe. She was born in Alego Usonga and is the first member of parliament to represent Rangwe constituency. So you can see she's managed to go and vie where she was not born, which is quite a feat. She holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in food science and food safety, Masters of Food Science and Bachelor of Science degree in Dairy Science and Technology from the Egerton University. She has been a teacher, teaching diverse courses in the area of food science, both in Egerton and Kenya Methodist University. She's an alumni of the German Academic Exchange Service and African Women in Agriculture and Research and Development Fellow. She has contributed greatly to the field of academia. She also has a side hustle. She runs a clothing line, the Kensington Collections, part-time. Her main interests are sustainable and community development, SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, and child social welfare and family legislation. She's working on a children's bill, 2018, and it embraces the concept of the SDGs and global impact on migration as adopted in 2015 to actualize Article 53 of the Constitution of Kenya, among other provisions of the Constitution. She's a member of the Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library Committee, the Committee of Defense and Foreign Affairs, and a delegate to the Joint Parliamentary Assembly of the Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific Group of States in the European Union, the ACP-EU. Welcome, Honorable Dr. Gogo. Next to her, we have Madam Beth Siengo. Beth Siengo, I do not have your bio, but I will say this, what I do know, she is the president of the ODM Women's League, and she's a champion of women's rights. She supports women across the board, and she has built a formidable women's league in ODM. We know that many of our political parties are nothing more than special purpose vehicles. And I think to their credit, ODM have managed to stand the test of time because they're the only party, I think, that has existed since 2007 in continuity. I know Juliet Kimemia will have something to say about that since she's in KANU, but I'm qualifying this statement by saying party that has not been in direct leadership in terms of having top-level leadership, political leadership, but continues to be a formidable force to reckon with in the country. And within that, she has built a very vibrant women's league that is actually visible. You know, when you call parties you tell them, send us your women league, they will send you different people every time because it is neither here nor there. They do not have proper structures, but Beth Siengo has done that, and of course it is support to the women of the party. Welcome, Beth Siengo. She is also an aspirant in 2022. She'll tell us more about that. Next to her is Dr. Juliet Kimemia. Juliet Kimemia is a former lecturer of entrepreneurship at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology and the organizing secretary of KANU in Kiambu County. She is an academic, and I've known her for many years. I also know her as a gender champion from when we used to work together when she was in Award. And today she is a governor aspirant. She is seeking to, she will be vying for the governor of Kiambu County and is looking to promote people-centered development in all sectors and looking closely at value chains and sustainability links in the production and market linkages. She's passionate about inclusivity and respect for the rule of law, especially in ensuring that the 30% procurement reserved for women, youth, and people living with disability, also known as AGPO, is adhered to, and strengthening institution in mainstreaming programs to the National Development Plan. Welcome, Dr. Kimemia. Thank you. So that is our panel. And so allow me to start with the one man here, starting from the perception, because media is a very powerful tool in creating perceptions. And here we are talking about engendering the political process and the role of the media. And you can, the one who brings to us the faces of the leaders. And very rarely do we see you talking to women, members of parliament. And I think it would be good for us for you to tell us why. Do you have difficulty in getting women to speak? Why does it seem easier to reach out and talk to the men only? Because most of the time, we don't see the women. Ken?
Well, thank you very much. You gave us quite an introduction. But to first of all answer your question, it is very interesting when you say that we jump onto men very fast. On the other hand, actually, I think that men are endangered. The men are actually an endangered species in media this time round. And not just that, but it has been a trend that has been going on for quite some time. And when we are talking about engendering the electoral process, we are actually looking at a man who is now moving into extinction. And the woman is actually coming up so fast and taking up the space. And I'm saying this noting that even in parliament right now, the people who are having the most voices are the women. Mheshimiwa is here. She might agree, she might not agree with me, but it is taking up a toll where when we are talking about engendering, even moving into 2022, we are more afraid that the women are going to take up the more spaces. Look at counties. There are some counties where even as a man, right now, if you want to seek a political position as governor, you actually will not get that position. In places like Kirinyaga, where it has already been fashioned out as a race between Waiguru, Martha Karua, and Wangui Ngireshi. So any man who wants to run in that particular county must settle for anything, probably as a senator or a member of parliament or MCA or women or women rep, you know, because that position has actually not been slated that it is going to be for a woman. So when we are talking about engendering the electoral process, I must also confess that women have actually made so much strides. Where we are right now is not where we were in 2013. when we are introducing this position for the affirmative action, because it has actually grown and metamorphosed to the extent that in 2022, we are talking about the person who's going to have a woman as a deputy president nominee is probably going to get more votes. And already there are some names that have been floated, including Martha Karua, who is being quoted by Ruto and Raila at this hour.
Okay, Ken, I want to interject.
Please do.
Really, and it's not in a bid to make this a discussion between you and I. But correct me if I'm wrong, we have 47 counties. What's happening? Okay. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have 47 counties, 47. Only one county has 3 women going for the seat, and that is news. That's big news. Does this really constitute the endangerment of men? Really? One county. So let's say, out of 47, so we've got 46 other counties where there's no contestation. You're talking about women being positioned as running mates, but only one woman is being mentioned, Martha Karua, out of who? Nobody else. And correct me if I'm wrong, when I look at all the formations that are there, whether it is Oka, whether it is Azimio, whether it is UDA, whether it is whichever, I don't see women. I do not see any women at all. In fact, the women have to organize themselves. So how does this constitute an endangerment of men?
You see, an endangerment of men comes in the sense where most of the activities or most of the programs that are being made this time are actually working towards empowering the lady or empowering the woman. So moving across, since 2013, all programs, even the one that we are seated here today, is talking about engendering. And in the sense of engendering, we are talking about the woman. Look at the room. Even the organizations that are represented here, 90% of them are looking at how to uplift the woman. So moving forward or moving into what we are talking about is even in the electoral process. In 2013 was just a start. They are crawling around. And when we are talking about 2022 being about a woman who is a deputy president nominee, then I think that is a step in the right direction. Is it out of these seminars that we're having and workshops? Yes, partly. But look at those who have come out. Dr. Gogo is one of those who has gone out to fight for this position. We are not where we are. In 2013 to 2017, the number of elected women in parliament was 16 in the constituencies. In 2017, it moved to 23. In 2022, it will actually even move more. Look at even the president aspirants that we are having. Just about 2 months ago, William Ruto was able to call a caucus of women who have declared interest in being governor, and they actually say that as the UDA party, they will go out and support them. Now, support is not enough. How do you go out and fight? I eavesdropped on a conversation that was going on here as I was seated because I was not invited to it. And Dr. Gogo was saying some of the challenges that she went through in trying to fight for that particular position and how people view you. So in trying to answer your question and saying that the man is engendered, or endangered actually, is we are looking at empowering the woman so much and giving them positions of influence that we are forgetting that the man also needs these positions.
Okay, I was hoping you were still going to end on a high note, but now ulijiangusha hapo, that men are endangered. You are still insisting that men are endangered.
I'm actually insisting that men are endangered because even right now, even the children that we are bringing up at this particular moment, there's a probability that as they grow up, because of how busy the man has been made to be by society, by looking for what they need to eat, they have been brought up so much by our wives and the women that we are bringing up children that might not even vie, and women will actually take over.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I think we will need to have a sidebar with Mr. Mrevi, who needs some additional training.
So do I continue?
No. I want to move on. I'll come back to you.
Oh, you cut me short before I actually made my presentation. And
I will come back to you. I will come back to you. I want us to move on. Hold on to your presentation, Ken, as we ponder some of the things, and you can see people are looking at you through squinted eyes. I think people are devising methodologies of how to help you.
And they are welcome.
Yes. And I want to move on to Pamela. We know that, you see, one of the things that we have is a new constitution, and we must not forget that. And part of the new constitution, one of the key pillars of the new constitution is inclusion, and it recognizes that there has been exclusion of certain groups and even calls them marginalized groups, and among those are women, and calls for deliberate measures to be taken to ensure that the marginalization is redressed. And you've heard Ken's sentiments, okay? And so for me, I want you to tell us, because Pamela, you sit at a level of decision making, because editors are the ones who ultimately determine what comes and is fed to the people. And so I would want you to speak to some of the issues that Ken has raised, because this is a perception that is carried on every time we go out there and we talk about bringing the women out. The refrain is boy child. The boy child is neglected. Now he's saying the man, we don't know whether it's a man child or, but the men are endangered, okay? Only because 3 women are vying in one constituency for the top seat. So Pamela, please tell us about your thoughts, first of all, but also some of the challenges that you face, even as an editor, in terms of being able to position women's stories. And also, I would want you to also tell us if there are deliberate quotas, like as in the media house, do you actually have a policy where a third of the stories that are aired must be women's stories? You cannot have manels. You know, you must ensure that panels are diverse and everything. And I know this because, you know, for me, I have been one of the favorite panelists in Nation Media. Really, I was very often there. So tell us, give us your views on that, and also to respond to some of the issues that Ken has raised.
I don't know if there are other women who are going to run for president and why they're not standing up so that we can write about them, so that we can feature them on our television programs. That's one issue. My second issue is, I don't think women, okay, I've heard excuses that they say the media is unfriendly towards women, but I really think that men tend to be more media savvy when it comes to how to position themselves. They know which editor to call for what. They know when to present themselves where. They know what opportunities exist for them to be heard and to be seen. So even as Daisy, you challenge Ken about why he doesn't approach women when there's an event in Parliament that he's covering. Maybe the women are just, before somebody even sees that they need to speak to you, you need to look at them in a way that they'll see you're interested. Maybe the women are not even looking for where the TV cameras are. When that parliamentary event ends, they probably just go to their own corner there and huddle together. And the men are busy looking. Ken, where are you? Talk to me. I'm here. So we need to train our women to look out for opportunities to be heard and to be seen in the media. And I really support what Madam Elachi said in the morning, that we need a conference where we talk to each other. Not right now, I feel like I'm talking to just the journalists and only a few politicians in the house here, but it would really be nice if we have a conversation with these ladies and we explain to them, this is what it means to get to page 1 of the Standard or page 1 of the Star of, and I don't even want to go to how women use social media, how women use the community media. So there's a lot, and I think we need more conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pamela. And to move on to you, Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo. It is true what Pamela is saying, because we have also experienced it as civil society organizations supporting women candidates. Reluctance by women to go to the media. They are afraid, you may book them and they don't turn up. But is it true? Because Ken was really nodding as Pamela was talking and saying the women leaders are not there. They're not there. They don't approach the reporters. And it's true even when we see some of these events, like I think I saw after the State of the Nation address, after budget speeches, you actually see the men hovering around Ken, You actually see them and they are lined up, they want to talk. So where are the women? Because here on the one hand, we are accusing the media of not profiling women leaders. On the other hand, they are saying women leaders are not making themselves visible, they are not making themselves available. And then also, I also want you to, as you respond to that, also tell us about some of the challenges that you face, particularly with mainstream media. If there are any particular challenges that you face, and also the issue of journalists and money, because that's also something that's come up from among women leaders, that sometimes journalists will come, they will tell you, they will profile you, but you give them something small. Is this something that you have encountered? Over to you, Honorable Dr. Gogo.
Thank you so much, my senior Daisy. The title Honorable is not only put aside for members of parliament or people in elective positions, but you get the single most name of honor depending on what you're doing. When I was saving your number, I saved you as Honorable and I saw you got a bit scared. So there is nothing particular about the title Honorable. All of us who are here are Honorable members, depending on what we do. And we all contribute to society. And I want to thank all journalists seated here, all of you, my seniors, my senior Beth, my senior Daktari, is that I must appreciate you that you have made me. And what journalists do, especially in making leaders, is something really very great. I'm here to report to you that the support that I got from you, the support that I got from the media houses, actually the first media house to profile me as an aspirant was Nation, and I was given a full page, and they made sure that I looked like I was serious. That you know, like you don't know how to present yourself. So we did several photo shoots, and they took the best that really gave a very good image of me. I really appreciate you. And I must also appreciate the work that has been done by Crown. They literally came to Rangwe. I didn't even know that such help is there, but they made their way to Rangwe, and they made me who I am today. I must take this platform before I answer what I've been asked to appreciate you. I also want to report to you that another gift that has been given that is of me. I like self-love so that I can love others. If you don't love yourself, you can never give out the love that you don't have. And when I got into parliament, other than getting my PhD in 2012, because I got my PhD in 2012, I enlisted myself to the School of Law at the University of Nairobi. And I'm finishing my 4th year as a law student. So these are the things that have been gifted by the media and the people who supported me to be a member of parliament. I must also report to you, those who supported me, that Rangwe constituency is the single most constituency in the whole country that has bought 14 school buses in 5 years. We are delivering the bus and a logbook to communities, to schools. Why am I giving this report? I'm just talking about when a woman is empowered, they work differently. And actually, this is a record in Kenya. I know most of you may not know what it means to buy one bus for a rural that has about 200 or 300 students, and the ones of Nairobi in local markets, you know, so that we improve on security, and women who are doing their businesses, we call them a swekra from where I come, you know, small micro enterprises, they are able to run their businesses up to very late. And I appreciate you for giving me that opportunity. Having said that, I empathize with the position of my brother. Really, I empathize with your position because you are getting concerned about the endangerment of the male species. And when you come to think of it, there is some element of direction in it that seriously needs some thought process and an intervention. But honorable brother, honestly, that does not stop you from including women in your panel when you call them for interviews. So just include them. And Pamela hit the nail on the head. You want me to cover women. Where are they? I cannot go and pluck a woman and put them on a photo that has been shot of only men walking. When you serve from where I serve, at times it is a challenge. They get out of their cars very fast and they have to really move very fast, and you are, like I saw you in some quite nice heels, you know. And you also want to be a woman. You know, at times you just want to be a woman. Yeah, and you're in your heels and they're there in flat shoes, and of course that one will make them get very fast. And men are normally very strategic. They push you around, by the way. They don't allow you to walk around them. And even when you're doing those covers, you really have to be very aggressive to the extent that it has negative energy on you and you are branded. So these are some of the things that make women not appear in those. But if journalists were to position themselves slightly to take, you know, like when you go into an event, then the journalists want to really take the fast shots, you know. You will always miss women there. Please take the second ones so that we are able to organize ourselves with our shoes and our dresses, and then you check yourself well, then you're going to get us there. You will always get us. Please just avoid those very extremes of fast shots. In the second one, you will always find us there. And having said that, I was asked, how do we, the challenges that we face with mainstream media. Information is power. And I think at times it's just absolute ignorance. Because I even have her contact. As we were changing contacts now, she has mine, I have hers. But I think it is ignorance on my part. I don't know, I have it, but I don't know what to do with it. you know, like you have something so big and important, but you don't know the seriousness and the importance of that thing. And then you, as a legislator or as a woman leader or somebody who is also running several programs, at times you find yourself too busy that you lose focus. So I think these are some of the challenges that we face. It was well put that when there are important events, women, you don't have, men know when to go. So these are the things that we need. She has talked of a conversation. These are the conversations that we need to tell women. That after an event, please present yourself to be there so that you're also interviewed. But also, what the role of media, the role, because this is what I was invited to talk about in this panel, the role of the media. Please also reach out for these women. Reach out for them. So that nikusaidiana, ni harambe, unajua, it should be a joint effort where you see me sluggish and you know very well, and that is why my senior Elachi was saying that you have made her. And anytime you call, even me now moving forward, anytime you ring a bell, I'll always be there because I know these are my friends. Yes, I will stop everything that I'm doing. I will cancel all my programs and I will come here. Why? Because I know my life literally depends on these people. And when they hold my hand, I would operate at another level. So we are not doing very badly, but we still need to do more because, like, what we have agreed is, if I get my brother, look, now I know you, by the way, I'll always be looking for you. Imagine we know each other. Yes, but now today, now that we've sat here, I will bother you. I'm going to bother my sister. I'm going to bother Daisy. I mean, I'm going to bother, even we come with her from the same party, we work from the same office, and she has beautiful programs that she's running, which I admire. And I was just telling her, please, now that we've sat here, let's fix a date for my own. So once we do these kinds of conversations, if we were to bring more women to sit with you, then you give us TOR. If you want us to cover you, please, it is good for you to make our work easy, so that we cover you by doing this. Always what I do when I want to address the media, I know that there are specific highlights of my speech that the media would want. So I always ask them, what do I say? Niseme nini? So they give me kako. Sasa, what I normally do, the media knows what is trending, they know what is relevant. Saa zingine mimi nimeenda constituency hata sijui nini inafanyika. The moment you find a member of parliament staying in constituency for even 3 or 4 days, you find a confused human being who doesn't even know what is happening. Yeah. But now when I get to want to talk to any journalist or to be covered, I always ask them, what do I say? What is trending? Then now I take it and then I package it in my own language so that I'm given coverage. But I honestly want to appreciate even the local stations. They have always given us audience. They have. I've been lucky enough that since I got into office, I've never gotten any negative energy in terms of media coverage. Somebody at some point was really targeting my family. And unfortunately, it was a woman journalist and wanted to manipulate me. And I said, come on, do this story very fast so that we finish with it so that we can go into something else. Because you are always insisting on wanting to negotiate with me over my family and negative energy. So what exactly is missing so that I can tell it to you, you cover it so that we finish. The issue of media and money. There are few who would want money from you, but my experience is that it's not like they really are. It's not like when somebody comes from Homa Bay to Rangwe to cover my story, and at times probably I call them, please come, there's something here you need to cover. They may not have had fuel to come. I find no problem in putting for them fuel in their car. At times, they don't have even vehicles to come, or they are moving from one extreme part of the county to where I am. So it is not really, I have personally not had an experience of paying to be covered. I have not had. But there are also other instances where some people think that they need they need to be paid to be covered. Especially some of these, what are they called? These are they researchers? Are they also journalists? We have these research groups that rate people, blah, blah, blah. Those ones, if you don't pay money, they put you number 290 in the 290 constituencies. Yeah. That one I've seen. But now what perplexes me is that they use the mainstream media to have their work published. You see what I mean? They use mainstream media to have their work published, and then it is on social media, and I'm telling you, you pay up to 100,000.
And if you don't pay, you are the worst performing MP.
You are the worst performing. It doesn't matter what you have done. Gogo will always become number 296 there, 293. And then they realize I don't concentrate on it so much. They bring me to about 281 hapa. Sijawahi kuwa 200 and something, and Ama want something. You see what I mean? Yeah. But now, my challenge is, this is not verified, but it is still printed on mainstream media. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Gogo. Those are the challenges, and of course, a challenge to you in the media houses, verifying the researches that are done, that they are actually scientific and not extortionist. Moving along, Madam President, here is the accusation. It is an accusation that has come from the media, and we don't see, as Pamela said, where will they find a woman to position her? You are the president of the Women's League, which is a key organ of the party. We expect to be seeing you anytime Azimio are talking and thinking. We expect to be seeing you there so that you may be profiled and captured, because it casts a perception that women are included. So where are the women, and what are the problems? Because one of the things that the Political Parties Act requires is that a third of governing members of the governing council of or the governing bodies of political parties are women. So where are the women?
Thank you very much, my friend and longtime friend, actually, Mheshimiwa Daisy. And I want to start on the note of appreciating the work that media is doing, and the way they have come out from 2007, actually, when I was contesting against His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. Amweek was there for me. They are the first people who called me to be trained on media. Thank you very, very much. Starting on where Ken spoke and said the boy child or the men are endangered. I want to agree and disagree. Muniruhusu nitumie Kiswahili kidogo. Visi akiwa hakimu, mbusi ana haki. Umenipata hiyo? Fisi akiwa hakimu, mbusi ana haki. Ni kweli. We live in a patriarchal society. Men have been leading. Men are on top. Men are all over. And women have learned to fight for their space. So when we talk of empowering women, girl child, it's because we are bringing them up to be at the same level, to play on a level playing ground. Actually, when we look at the women representation, Kenya is at 23%. This is terribly low. So we must continue talking about women empowerment, bringing women to more leadership positions until we get where men are. And me, as Beth Siengo, the ODM Women League president, thank you, Daisy, because I'm the only one who is giving a profile. I hold masters in community development and a degree in education from Kenyatta University. Thank you very much. I am the third in the line of leadership of Women League in ODM. And I want to say that I am very passionate about women getting into leadership. In 2007, when I gave myself up and I resigned from my teaching job to run for parliamentary seat in Mwingi North against Kalonzo Musyoka, many people thought I'm out of my mind. What are you doing? running against a strong person who was a presidential candidate by then. But I said, I believe in myself and I know I can make a better leader. And I would say the following. Since I took over the leadership of ODM Women League, I have decided to do it to make sure, selflessly, that women get into leadership. I have a vision as a leader of the ODM Women League. And my vision is to see increased number of women in elective and appointive positions. I have a mission, more women on the ballot, and not only on the ballot, but to win. Objectives that I have. One is to make women actively participate in political party processes. Because Daisy has asked me, where are the women? My friends, this is a question that I was asked some time back by my party leader, His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. I sit at the top position of the party, the neck, where I represent women issues. And at every point I was saying, where are the women? What are you doing about women? Where are the women? Where is the position for women? And at one point he asked me, Beth, and these women of yours, where are those women? And when I was challenged by that question, I said, wait a minute. That's why now I have decided to have those women, that I'll never be asked that question again, because I must bring women to be there, empower women to be there, encourage women to be there, passionately push for women agenda until those women overtake men, until Ken and all the other men are crying for nomination and affirmative action. This is my dedication. I want to say, as Women League, allow me to say little of what the programs that we are running. We have written a training manual. Unfortunately, I didn't remember to carry one, that we have decided to go out and deliberately encourage women to come out, particularly from the grassroots. Those women are always forgotten. When we talk of women, the elite at boardrooms, those are the ones who are reached. But the women at the grassroots, they are very good women who have potential at the grassroots who can also get on top and get into leadership. So we are doing capacity building, training women, taking them through this manual, how to run, even to package them, even how to communicate, even how to fundraise, even how to talk, how to message, how to bring out their candidature to be the best. We are doing that. And out of the 47 counties, I have already gone to 21 counties, training, pulling out women to come out. And we have set targets. We want, as ODM Women League, 15 women governors elected in 2022. 20 women senators elected in 2022. 20 single constituency members of parliament like her. And in each county, we have given a proposal to have 5 women given direct ticket to contest for MCS. In these targets, as we have set them, we have ways of getting the best women that must win, because women must be on elective and appointed position 2022. She knows what I did in 2007 as I did deliberate efforts. I went up to her constituency. She didn't even know where I was sleeping. But I was out there encouraging her and campaigning for her and doing everything possible to make sure that she wins. Because I started 2013, we had only, as ODM, the largest party, only one woman elected single constituency, Millie Mabona, Mheshimiwa. But I said, no, why? Wait a minute, why? And because of the efforts I did in 2017, the number jumped from 1 to 5. And now I have these targets. I want 20, as I have given the targets. Why? Because I want to say this to the media. Please, women fear negative publicity. So I'm making my humble submission. Please, when you are covering women, maybe they may be naive, they are coming up for the first time to contest. Please don't bring out the negative issues about a woman. Women fear negative publicity. Again, I want to say, put on gender lenses always when you are covering women in politics. Put on gender lenses so that you encourage them. I'm appealing for partnership as a women leader, that we cover women, media please, cover women in a way that will encourage them, that will motivate them, and that will boost their morale in their campaigns, so that they don't look down upon themselves and say, oh, the negative things about my family, about my personal life will be known, so I don't want to get out there.
Thank
as
you.
I conclude, Daisy, I want to say this. All of us have come from women. We must learn to be selfless, to support women, ensure more women and leadership. These two, that's gender role, has been very elusive. And the only medicine is to make sure that women are on the ballot, they are elected, others are appointed. And being selfless, support one another. Women love each other. We are not enemies of ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Kimemia, you are vying for a gubernatorial seat. Ken here was saying that men are endangered because there are 3 women running in one county. What is your experience in terms of political representation of women in the media? We have seen you in media, but what has been your experience, and what would you want to see in terms of being able to engender the political process and the role of the media? Because of time, I would ask you to be very concise so that I can take closing remarks from everybody. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Daisy. And I owe a lot of my success today to Daisy and the women movement, Crew, Well, JHR-Kenya. They deliberately ensured that the women who were running in 2017 got very, very comprehensive media coverage. So I get a lot of invitations in media. I don't pay, but it is because of the support, the hand-holding that I received when I ran for Senate in 2017. And now I am very confident that this time round, I will get the governor's seat. So my experience has been good as far as coverage is concerned, but influenced by those who handhold. So media, I would really like the 20 Beth is talking about who are in ODM, and the other 20 that will come from the other partners of Azmio like us. We'll get fair media attention, because once we get the opportunity, then we are able to grow. It's a process. It's something that somebody grows into. So I am who I am today. I am able to talk how I'm talking today because of the support of media. So I don't have a complaint. But not many women have been able to be bold enough to run for opportunities. Like, for example, Pamela has just talked about yesterday in the meeting that was at Safari Park. I was there, but I was not invited. I masqueraded and went and sat behind the CSs. And as soon as Baba was out, I was behind every camera that had been set up. So I was able to talk to 4 media houses, including in the most viewed in Noro. I went and stood behind Sabina Chege, and I got very many calls. Oh, you are there endorsing Baba. Yani, you are sitting in that level.
So somebody has to be very deliberate. You must masquerade and you must pretend to be very, very relevant. So it is attacked, and I think I have perfected it. My first appearance in media was in a program in Oro TV that was celebrating women. And I was invited when I got my PhD in 2018. And from then on, I got very many people to know me. So every other time the presenter at Inoro TV, Kamau, is reminded, hujatuitia daktari. So I have gone there. I have aired my agenda for running for the county seat, and the media is now sure that I am running to win, because at first they thought I was joking. But listening to me and my experience and why I think I'm the most suitable governor for Kiambu County, having been a minister in the county for 3 years, then everybody now has confidence that I am not trying, I'm not joking. I'm not daring those so-called men, because those were the first comments I used to get, that utawezana na Nyoro, utawezana na Kabogo, utawezana na Waitito, because Waitito is coming back, because he thinks it was a lie that he stole, and he really stole. So yeah, those have been the perceptions at community level. But because of the media opportunities that I have received from the radio stations and the TV station, K24, Citizen, KTN, then now people are sure of my candidature. So media really, you really play a major role, and I'm very, 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 very confident.
Thank you.
So going forward, Daisy, I would like a deliberate targeting of women, especially women who you can see for sure have potential to win. Let us have the media just lower down the what is it called? The
bar.
Lower down the bar. Let us not have at every morning Citizen on Thursday, you must see Wamatangi, you must see Mutua, you must. Let us have now different faces, because that is also another disadvantage at this time, that the media houses have just decided this will be our panelist every Thursday.
Thank you.
You know, yeah, so
Thank you.
Help us, and we are willing. And when women are invited, it is good also to do a preamble, so that the questions that are asked then are building for building the woman, as opposed to pulling her down.
Thank
Sometimes
you,
they ask
Daktari.
questions that are a bit funny. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari. Now, time is far gone, and Siombua is about to pluck me from this place. She wanted me to do it in 15 minutes, and I've taken about 40 minutes. I want to ask all the panelists, because I want to come back to you so that you can make your parting shot, your closing remarks. I'm going to give each of you a minute. Ken, because you are marginalized on the, you're endangered on the panel, I'll give you 2 minutes. Because you have said things that, there are things that you must respond to, but kindly respond to them, and then make your closing remarks in 2 minutes, flat. Over to you, Ken.
Well, thank you very much. I'm endangered and engendered. Now, I want to go through what they have been able to say. And I must say, one of the things that is coming out and should be discouraged at whatever level is lowering the bar. Madam Kimemia has said lower down the bar for us. We won't. Women are saying prepare us. Yes, we will prepare you in other places, but not in media. Madam Beth Siengo has said put on gender lenses. We won't. We won't. And this is for the specific reason, because if we do that, then we will be allowing something that is not right in media. Let everybody fight it out. For the longest time, Daisy was only the panelist that will go round all these TV stations until they got another one called Jerotich Sei, you know? And none of them, most of them don't want to come into these media houses. So what we are saying, and it has actually been brought out by Mheshimiwa Gogo, is that let everybody fight for their own space. It is most important. However, I will come back to you, Mheshimiwa, when you're saying that we give you time to have heels so that you're pushed, we give you time to plan, those are excuses. I think if somebody can be able to rush and go to the front of the camera, then it is better. Remember, also in media, and my boss here will say, is that we are time-bound. What comes first is what we will do. Even in the hierarchy of giving news, these days digital is almost overtaking radio. We must be fast enough. You know, Mheshimiwa Gogo says that right now she knows me, but I'm one of those first people she approached in Parliament because I was dressed in a suit, and she said, I come from Rangwe and I would like you to come cover. There is something about energy you've done in your constituency. You said, I want to cover. Then I told you that from where I sit, I cannot leave Nairobi and come there, but there is a journalist who is there. Did you ever follow up? Because I think it's a good story that should have been told, you know? Because at the end of the day, Nation is a big media house that has correspondents everywhere. And I am not allowed to come from this particular point and go to another without the authority, or yet there is somebody else. Then my boss said that she is horrified with what I was saying. And for every one woman voice, there are like 5. Let me tell you guys, women need to fight for their space. Just the day before yesterday, we went to Kasarani, where about 50 members of parliament from both ODM and one from Jubilee went there to inspect. After all the men had spoken, Gladys Wanga came and pushed them and said, I must speak. And in 90% of the media houses, she was covered, because she said that she wanted to make sure that the voice of the woman is also felt on that particular day. Did she fight for her space? So don't tell us to lower the bar for you. We won't. It's not going to help. And I will give you an example. Just the day before yesterday, there's a lady aspirant who called me, and she said that I want coverage. I asked her why. I'm going to bring 1,500 women at KICC, and Baba is going to be the chief guest. I said, okay, so what's the news? I've brought 1,500 women to KICC. So what? So what? You know, the news has never been, even when we went to journalism school, there is no point where we were told that this is the category of where men are going to be interviewed, and this is the category where you're going to interview women. We were told there are 5 W's and a H. The H was not for woman, no, or the one of the 5 W's. So what we are saying is, just come out and push. The society that we live in at this particular moment does not give too much attention to what people say about you. You've been elected from it. And one of the people who actually gives me psych most is this member of parliament that has been there for quite some time, Millie Odhiambo. Millie Odhiambo says they called me what they wanted to call me. But yet the people who elected me never thought of those things, you know? And the threshold of whether you're married or not, I think it is a societal issue that does not come into the media. Probably it plays out at the grassroots level, but from where we sit at the national media, probably I'm talking from a point of ignorance because I work for somewhere that is not the local media. However, these are not things that we really would bring to the point. I appreciate what Madam Beth Siango said, that in 2007, she went against Kalonzo Musyoka when everybody thought that she would not. Probably the guts that she had is what has brought her to the point where she is right now. So from asking ourselves to lower what we need to do for you, I think you should actually go ahead and push ahead. For Madam Daisy to be a panelist on most of these TV stations, to be where she is at this particular time, she went as much as unsettling the status quo. And what she was saying was not looked at from the lenses of gender. She tackled the situation as is. So that when we're talking about the 2/3 gender rule, she was one of the most interviewed persons at that particular time. So what we're basically saying is, remove this. Kama unajua unataka kuonekana kwa TV usivae heels, if you know those are the ones that are going to derail you, wear loafers or wear rubbers and run like the men are running. When Madam Kimemia says that she went and stood behind a TV station where she was not invited and she appeared on 4 TV stations, hiyo ni kujiskuma, sio kusukumwa. So guys, thank you.
And I think you have nailed it, and I think that is something we need women to get more courage. I'm told that we can take some questions, so allow me to take questions before we come to closing remarks. If there are any questions, we can take up to 3 questions. Please be very brief, to the point, and clear about who you are directing your question to on the panel. Please. Even a comment, if it's a comment, but only 3. 1 to go. There's one here in front. There's one there. Is that a hand? Yes. Number 3. Oh, Mabel. Okay. Let's go. Your question. It's a comment. Okay. And it goes to Honorable Ben.
I was saying, women are full of double standards everywhere. You hate negative publicity, or you're afraid of negative publicity. Even men in politics are afraid of negative publicity. You want to be treated, and I'm not saying this because I don't like women. I'm a woman, I love women, but kuna ile tunataka kubembelezwa, mayai, ati we are special. Ati Miguna amerudishwa, amepelekwa forced exile. Sizienda kukava, jumi ni dem, niko na heels, neza pigwa na askari. So hiyo ni story, Ken peke yake anaweza akakava. Ati I don't want to get hurt, I don't want blah blah blah, negative energy. So we should stop that. We are all equal. Tunataka gender equity, na bado tunataka tutritiwe kama mayai. Tunaogopa negative publicity, so tunataka media wakue biased, wa highlight vitu nzuri ambazo tunafanya na waachane na vitu zile ni negative. So kama ni equity, ikue equity all the way.
Thank you. Okay, that's a hard tackle to the women, and Ken is clapping. Next, comment, yes? Can't hear you.
Is it on now?
Yes, it
okay.
is.
My name is Linda Batch, an editor at The Standard. My question also goes to Beth. I think you said that women representation is at 23%. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, all these conversations we've been having, why can this number be, let's say, even at 30, 40, or 50? Because I think in the time I've been around in the media, we started this conversation many years back. And I can say that as at now, we are worse than we were a few years ago. That's how I see it. So why aren't we where we can be despite all these conversations that we've been having? Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, okay, Mabel and then Judy.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. For me, I just want to make a comment, and where there is the issue of gender equity and equality, I would always feel a bit worried when we are not actually looking at what the Constitution says in the Constitution 2010. Do we even know Article 54 about inclusion? But even as the media, as I introduced myself this morning, I said that I'm both a print and a radio journalist, having been a continuity announcer on the radio general service for close to 9 years, many years ago. But what I want to say here is that when we are talking about two people, and let me talk about myself as a person having, as a person with a disability, and I do want us, we are put in a race, and we want to reach the finishing line, and we all start at the same time. I do not think that the person without a disability would reach with me at the same time there. Why do I say this? Because the issue of the Ws, which I'm very much aware of, given the constitution where it is, given the provision of the 2/3 gender principle, actually negates itself when it comes to reporting. Much as we have the reporting regulation, the guidelines of what we need to do, we also need to be aware that we need to be balanced in our reporting. So if we shall always report things to do with the men only, just because we are following the timelines and the Ws and so on, then we'll always report about men. I think we need to actually be able to balance between equity and see how many women, of course, have been able to say this. And I think this is where the problem lies. Thank you, Daisy.
Mabel. And finally, Judy.
I think in this life, it's always good to have institutional memory. Even if you're a younger journalist, not an excuse for you to be ignorant. If we look back at what has happened to the women who decided to go for political seats, and a case that I've never forgotten, I was a young person in high school, and there was a lady in Meru who said she was vying to become a member of parliament. What happened to this woman? Igoke. She had her hair plucked off. She was raped just because she said she was vying for a political seat. And it is our role as journalists to purpose to change what is not right in the society. You cannot be ignorant and just say, oh, no, it's not our duty. No, you have a duty. If we don't purpose to do something, who is going to speak for that girl who has to undergo female genital mutilation forcibly because she has no voice? And it doesn't start at vying for a political seat. It starts with how are we treating the girl child right when she's born? The young brides that are getting married. It's not just about addressing the political issue, but it's basically what are the hurdles that are blocking the woman to get to where she is. So we cannot really sit back as journalists and say, no, we'll just sit there comfortably and wait. We've done it. We've done it, and so many in this room have done it. Okay? It's up to you to purpose. At the same time, you're not saying we do not have a duty as the people who want to speak. We have a duty. We have also to fight, just as like Pamela is saying, like Kennedy is saying. We have to fight for it. You have to get to the forefront. And fighting is not just for you to get your own space. Fighting is fighting the way we are fighting and saying we have to address sexual harassment. We cannot just keep quiet and say, if they don't speak, we'll just go on. No. You have a duty to play as the media, and you have to play it. I'm sorry to say so, but you have to do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Judy. And so now we have come to the close of our panel. I want you to give your closing remarks. Pamela, 1 minute to you and the rest of the panelists. Closing remarks.
Thank you, Daisy, and thank you, everybody. 1 minute. I don't know whether I can say all the things I want to say in 1 minute. So I'll say a bit, and then I hope, where is my friend Muraya will invite me another day to say some more. Let me start by responding to what Judy has said, because Ken has already used his chance. And this is something I say over and over again. This world belongs to all of us. Both men and women, we have a stake. In fact, when women ask to be given their voices, they're only asking for what is rightfully theirs, but they have been denied. And it is our duty as duty bearers, as journalists, as editors who have those positions, to give them what is rightfully theirs. However, having said that, these women must also step up to the plate and be qualified to occupy that space. So it's a two-way dance, and we both have to play our part. I think it's very important in closing to say that just having listened to Ken here, and I'm sure many other colleagues in the newsroom also feel the same way, there is need for training and sensitization of the media. And the media need to be trained
even just in terms of how do you nuance your stories? How do you balance your voices in stories? I'm lucky in the sense that in the media house where I belong, there's a gender desk that has been established. And because of that, you have an editor whose job it really is to look at some of these issues and point at some of the gaps. But we don't have that in all the media houses. And it's very important that journalists are trained to know how to cover a story in a balanced way. It doesn't mean that if women come up, men will come down. We can all go up. Yeah. Why can't we all be up? Why are you so scared if women are coming up?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pamela.
Can I just say one last thing? Because I can't say everything here, but I also think that the women in politics really do need training, both on how to be politicians and also on how to use the media. That is something you cannot learn in a session like this. But you need, and I'm sure Amwik is thinking about a program, you need to be trained thoroughly on how you can take advantage of the media, on how you can spot the opportunities in the media and seize the opportunities when they are still hot. And then on this issue of negative publicity, I just wonder, you guys, do you know Linturi? If there's any politician who has suffered negative publicity, it is Linturi. Has the man shut up? No. Has he cowed and run and gone to hide in Meru? No. So why is it that for a woman, just one thing and you cower under the table and you'll never be seen again? Oh, that's a tactic the world wants to use against you. You must rise above that and move on. Thank you.
Okay, please, 1 minute each. Dr. Gogo, your closing remarks.
Closing remarks, just to remind Beth of what she forgot on what the party is doing to improve the inclusion of women. There is a program that the party is running for young champions, targeting young women, so that in the next generation, even if or whoever is not there, Beth is not there, we will have women who will have been trained to take our positions.
Thank you.
Now, I want to say, please, please, please allow me. I'm the only politician that is elected and is seated here. And always learn to give a politician the microphone. This is what I'm paid to do. Now, I want to be very emphatic on this. Other than doing food science, other than doing law, other than the experience that I have in publications, whatever, my friend, political systems and political leadership is not a joke. So don't just go yapping and talking about women. I said about a matter of shoes, and that was on a light note. In fact, when you find me pushing you as Ken, you will not believe it is me. And many times you're in parliament, I know you know the type of eyes that I normally wear. I was recently attacked by a group of about 30 youth here in Nairobi, and I come from a rural constituency. And I dared them, I told them, come, who the hell do you think you are? You are the age of my children. Kwani mnafikiri ninawaogopa? They thought that if they were to come, blah, 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 I was going to run. This one happened almost 2 weeks ago. And it was planned by a colleague here. So, by the way, we don't take crap for food. We take real food. Mm-hmm. There is something that is called first-term MP, second-term MPs, and ranking members. And in every field, these ones exist. And also in politics, there is also what we call entry strategy, survival strategy, and there is also exit strategy. These are things I cannot talk about here. No woman fears. You will never find fear in Gogo. I will never want any favors. Whatever I need to get, I will always get it. And I'm going to come back to Parliament in 2022. And after that, I'm going to get another agenda. And I know I'm going to be given coverage. Watch this space. Something else scares me here. When it comes to retaining the leaders that we have, this is a conversation that we ought to have started earlier. There are women leaders who are very, very good legislators. They are very good politicians, but we got it wrong somewhere. Everybody is going for a seat which they are probably not even prepared for. You are a single-term MP, and then you are running for governor. You are whatever. This is going to make us lose very, very good women leaders who should be in politics. I think we need to have more time to talk about this. But why are we interested in elective positions for women? Why do we need also to pamper them? By the way, it's not even... One time, Honorable Speaker Muturi said that when you find yourself locked behind that door, ati hapo sasa uko hapo ndani, even if you are nominated, let alone being elected on a single constituency or whatever, even if it is a nomination seat for you, kae tu hiyo plenary, hiyo bunge, unaheshimika bwana. So si ati kitu ni mtu atakuja hapa acheze elective position so that you can influence 137 million government resources to run a constituency. My friend, hawa wanaume watakuua. So, in fact, me, I was shot. They shot at my vehicles, they did so many things. And the IG had to give direction that I be given police protection. So, no pampering. Kama ni kutuanga watu, hata sisi tunatuanga watu hapo nje bwana. Tunakanyagana hapo.
Thank you, Dr. Gogo. Beth Siengo, please, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Daisy, it is true. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa Gogo. I had not forgotten. These are the final projects that we have and we run as Women League. Generation equality. We have generation equality where we have young captains, students from the universities and colleges. ODM Women League has this program because we do not want to maintain the generational gap. I'm here, tomorrow I will not be there. I have people to mentor and leave them to step on my shoes. We have E for She, of which on a lighter note, I don't think I will identify Ken as one of them, but I would request the media fraternity. I am looking for He for She. Men champions who can stand up to support women in leadership. Please, if you can volunteer from media, come up as a man. I will provide you as a champion for He for She and a Women League.
Thank you.
We have a magazine that we are running by February next year as ODM Women League, where we are going to profile all what women in leadership have done. We will capture what she has done in our constituency, those at the county levels, everywhere, so that the nation can know women perform and they are best leaders. Finally, I want to say we have an economic empowerment program under Women League ODM, and this is to make sure that women have money in their pocket so that they can run for political seats.
Thank you so
And I
much.
want to allow me to respond to the question. Double standards. Women do not have double standard. What we are talking of is please portray women as leaders, not as women. Yeah. Portray them as leaders, not as women.
Thank you.
And at this point, allow me to stand up. I usually tell women, use this, don't use this. I repeat, use this, don't use this. You are a leader, not because you are a woman. Through that gender rule, we must combine efforts. Somebody asked why we are at 23%. It is my little that I'm doing, Daisy is doing, Ken must do, Mheshimiwa do, Pamela, Daktari, media, politicians, everybody, to make sure that women representation in Kenya goes up. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. And finally, Dr. Kimemia, 1 minute.
My 1 minute will be to invite Ken to be my he for she.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Because it is good to talk tough. So Ken, what I meant by lowering the bar did not mean compromising quality. What I meant is we have seen every day of our lives, manelled panels. What I'm saying is, can we have a shift, especially at this time, and have many women, new faces coming on those panels that we see like for early morning TV shows, because they're very, very important for us. So that is the lowering. Whatever criteria you use to have the same people, let it be reviewed and revised so that some of us can also sit there. And Wamatangi is one of my competitors, so I feel very bad when I open my Citizen TV every morning and see him.
Thank you.
I need to be there. Daisy, I'm also a politician like Gogo. What I would like the media to probably consider going forward is to increase or to come up with programs that will allow debates, at all levels, even at MCA level. Aspirants who are running for MP, MCA, governor, senator, let them be brought to a panel where people will sell their gender, and they will get to be known.
Thank you.
As it is now, it is not happening.
Thank you, Dr. Kimemia.
Opinion polls, my dear. Mizani, who pays Mizani? Because I look at whoever they say is leading. Kwa ground ni different. Okay. So media, please.
Thank you.
Don't just publish from.
Thank you, Dr.
JHR training. Let me appreciate JHR, because I participated in their training, and some of the skills that I'm applying today as I build visibility around myself. Well, I learned from there. Soon I'll send you guys my 2 videos of TikTok.
Thank you.
I learned I can do that.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Time is up. There is so much more that can be said, that needs to be said. However, what we are calling for is a partnership with the media, with the politicians, with political parties, with CSOs, so that we can jointly engender the engender the political process. And one thing the media needs to do for us is to ensure that we begin to talk about the 2/3, because it's gone silent. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate that panel, please. That was a very interesting conversation, wasn't it? Dr. Kimemia, I'm glad to hear our TikTok conversation. This is Moraya, by the way. And my team always jokes about me and TikTok. And I remember it's me who raised that TikTok issue. It's also something very passionate to me. And Mheshimiwa Gogo, we are changing the way we are doing things. I've been telling lady aspirants, they need to start creating their own content. And TikTok happens to be one of the most popular ways right now to ensure that your content is getting out there. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting panel, a very explosive one. And tafadhali, huyu mchukue kama champion. Hata kama nafikiria wanaume ni he for she. Huyu ndiye yeko hapo kwa he for she kwanza. I want us to do something else. I know this morning I mentioned some of the things that we've been doing, and I like the fact that Daisy finished with talking about 2/3. There's something we did with KBC recently, and KBC developed an affirmative action policy for the entire KBC to just ensure that they also don't have more than 2/3 of one gender within the institution. So I just wanted to do a symbolic signing with this particular panel, and I'll ask Jared Ombui from KBC also to come so that we can be able to do this tafadhali. Bernard. And Jared, I want you to also talk a bit about that affirmative action policy, what your gender committee envisioned when you decided to come up with one, and how other organizations can also be able to borrow from that, to be honest.
Okay, I thank you very much for this opportunity. Before I talk about the affirmative action and what you're doing at KBC, I just needed to point out a few things about the Pioneer Broadcasting House in Kenya that began in 1928. Currently, we run 3 television stations, and we also have 21 radio stations. And when it comes to development communication, KBC leads in this. We might not be so sensational for you to remember so much, but there's one thing we do that is very critical when it comes to the issues of gender and development of this country, and also inclusion. The third thing I have to say that KBC is keen on expanding its distribution of signal in Kenya. You know, as a licensed institution, we run Signet. And lastly, on the digital platform, we also are doing our bit today. Coming to the affirmative action policy, I want to thank JHR for enabling us to make this major step. And through the gender committee, we believe once this one is assigned today, implementation will be swift. And also we encourage all media houses to borrow a leaf from KBC and ensure that affirmative action is effected. I thank you so much, JHR, for this.
Thank you. Josephine Karani. Josephine, Madam Josephine. Josephine. Madam Josephine Karani, hi. I want you to come here because I need 2 signatures here, and I know you're also somebody from KBC at some point. You don't want to be part of it, okay. So, Jared, I don't know whether you're going to sign both or you're going to sign one, but Mheshimiwa Gogo, naomba mkuje hapa mbele tukisign hii ndio tupige picha mbili tatu.
I think there's colleague Safin.
Safin, yeah, come. I'd forgotten you're here. Safin, you'll have to take one of these roles as a person from KBC. Mhesh, nataka mkuje hapa msaidie Jared for the photo. For the chairperson of the gender committee, yeah. Thank you very much. I think we just tukuja hapa tupige Mustafa, Winnie, because you also worked on this. Come for that photo op. Bernard pia ingia pale. At least you've been in one photo. You are always the other side of the camera. So today, be on the front side of it. Bernard, let's balance that photo this way. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we move it forward. That way, actually, that works best. Yeah, that way. Masks for one. Mwesh, do you have your mask? Yeah, let's do one with masks. We did one without, now we do one with. I can bring, Mwesh, I was going to bring you. Huh? Oh, you did with throughout, now we did, everyone else didn't have. So we can do one with now. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana, tumeshukuru. And I don't know what the directions for lunch are, Penina. Where are people going for lunch? Do you have an idea? I also want us to agree, how long do we take for lunch? Because I realize these sessions have actually gone beyond. Winnie, give us the directions, please.
the powder, and the greener cells.
Close interactions with journalists who cover stories on girls and women's rights and also on gender-based violence.
This is very important for our work because through this we are able to amplify our efforts in eradicating the issues that face girls and hinder them from accessing an education. We have been able to be covered by various media, including TV stations, radio stations, the print media, through the forums organized by JHR, and this has really impacted our work. Now that we do advocacy work, media really plays a very key role in amplifying our efforts because it increases our visibility. Our interaction with the media has really put us out as an organization because we try to amplify our work that we do in advocating for girls' education. The media covers us through various forums, and we are able to advocate our issues and to amplify what we do through this forum. We have been trained on the response mechanisms to respond to GBV and how we can involve the media in responding to GBV. Through the trainings, we have been able to interact with journalists. For instance, from the forum that we attended recently with the JHR virtual conference, we were able to exchange contacts with various journalists and they followed up. And these people picked up our story, it was aired, and you would feel everywhere people talking of how FAWE is doing very well in the media. This really helps us as a CSO in advocating the issues that relate to girls' education.
girls. He's running a girls' school in Kibra, and he ensures that these girls get their education. I don't want to say much. John Paul, karibu sana. I'll give you 2 minutes as we wait for the panel to get here.
Hi everyone. I'll be very brief, just as Samia said. My name is John Paul, but kwa mtauko wananiita JP. It's become a bit official and a formal name. So there's a school called Red Rose, is in Kibra, a place called Olympic, and it's not a girls' school peke yake. We have also boys that we are taking care of, but our main focus is to deal with the most disadvantaged and vulnerable kids from the slums. We deal with kids with HIV. We try also to deal with kids who they come from rescue centers. We have kids who have been neglected by their parents, some single parents, labda baba alikufa, mama akakufa, akabaki pale. So these are the kids that we try to bring in and mentor them and put them in school and make sure that their education is not interrupted. We run a number of programs. One of that program is what we call the sponsorship program, whereby we get people who try to support their education in terms of supplies, stationery, tuition, and everything. And then our second program is the feeding program. And this is now the most consistent and the most challenging at the moment, especially now with the COVID. As you know, last year, there was a lot of interruption in terms of especially the private schools and the CBO schools. So we had a lot of challenge in providing these kids with meals. The reason why we provide meals is most of these kids depend on this school food. I can assure you when schools close, is a disaster. For those of you who have been in Kibera, I know Thomas is here, ni mtu mkaaji wa Kibera amekuwa huko. For those of you who have maybe got a chance to visit the slums, where mahali unalala baba, mama, watoto karibu 5, na hiyo ndio bedroom, hiyo ndio choo, hiyo ndio kila kitu, it is a disaster. So most of these kids depend on the school meal. We give them breakfast and we give them lunch. And it motivates them, it gives them that motisha ya kuja kwa shule. And the third program is an exchange program. We started a program where we host interns, and tukasema mtoto anaweza kuwa anaishi Kibera, lakini we'll make sure that tunamtoa Kibera aende kwingine. And in 2018 we made a maiden trip to Sweden, whereby we had an exchange with a school in Sweden. Wakaenda huko wakapanda ndege wakarudi. And this also encourages them that you can come out of Kibera and be somebody in life. So at the moment we are doing a food drive. And I know some we've done this before. And I said maybe I can use this opportunity to talk to you before we start our other session, our, I think, final session in the afternoon. We are doing a food drive whereby tumekuwa na pay bill kwa nachangisha pesa, and like tomorrow, which is a Friday, will be the deadline so that tuone ni tumekusanya chakula kiasi gani ama pesa kiasi gani, and this will be like a Christmas gift for these kids. So I just felt it's good for whoever will feel maybe ameshikwa ama amekazwa. I know it's hard for everyone now, na mambo ya COVID, but you'll feel that you want to do something. I can share the pay bill. Is a school account, sio namba yangu ama itakuja kwa jina yangu. Maybe you can just write it down if, yeah, kindly, if you unaweza atenda kwa nyumba baadaye ukaza. M-Pesa pay bill is pay bill is 247 247, and then the account is 117013. Unaenda tu kwa lipa na M-Pesa pay bill 247 and account is 117013. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Sami, and mbarikiwe sana. Asante.
Thank you, JP. I can also share my pay bill number. Now that he said his is not his, it's for the school, eh? You might as well send me something small for making a lot of noise here. I want to introduce the next moderator, Diana Geshengo. It's somebody I've known for so many years, and if I was to start talking about it, Diana, ni miaka ngapi? Many. Actually, that's how we even conclude, ni mingi sana. And Diana will be taking us through the next session that will mostly focus on tackling election-related sexual and gender-based violence in Kenya's politics. And it has quite a panel. We have Naitore Nyamu from Physicians for Human Rights, Honorable Mary Arivitsa, who's an MCA from Nairobi County, Monica Kimeu, who's a security expert. We will also be joined by Amina Sood from the IEBC. We have a representative also from the DPP's office. And we will have Dr. Mark Leleruk, who's a Deputy Inspector General of Police, who will join us shortly. He's on his way. So, Diana, if you can come over.
Thank you very much, Muraya, na asante sana Muraya Winnie Bernard for setting me up for the afternoon. But we will try, Sindio. It's a very big room, so I'm not sure if I sit, I'll be seated, I'll be seen or seeing, but I am not short at all. I don't consider myself short. Karibuni sana. I'll start off by inviting the panelists, who are the ones who have the uhondo, to come forward. At least I know Monica. I met her seconds ago. Karibu Monica, Honorable Mary Arivitsa, Naitore. Karibuni to the front. There are mics here. Amina Hussein Sood. Honorable Pasaris as well. I'll start off by just introducing myself. This is how I look without a mask in pre-COVID times. Diana Nyakairo Geshengo is my name. I am a lawyer and an activist who has worked for many years on issues of equality, including gender equality, and on elections, particularly the 2013 and the 2017 one. The 2007 found me in Eldoret. So this is a topic that's very dear to me. And in 2017, I think I documented the violence that happened in Migori, Vihiga, Kisumu, and even in Nairobi. My panelists are here, so I'll begin by introducing them. I'll start with Monica. Monica is in blue. Ni blue? Ama ni fuchsia? Monica is in blue. Muraya just know. Monica is in blue. So Monica Kimeu is a security training and communication consultant with over 15 years of security training and development. She is a founder member of the Association of Women in Safety and Excellence, WISE or and the Protective and Safety Association of Kenya, PROSAC. Ms. Kemeu is at the heart of private security sector reform process in Kenya and is keen on issues to do with women empowerment, diversity and inclusion, women's progressive career paths, safe and secure working environment that are devoid of challenges, inhibiting their free and active participation in leadership role. Monica is an experienced security management trainer and has extensive knowledge in security training and related discipline, curriculum development, as well as running and evaluating security programs in various levels. She has been part of the transformative sector in the private sector, training over 10,000 men and women who are professional private security officials. She runs a training and development company. She's a superior facilitator for cross-functional organizational structures, management deliverables for internal and external publics. So that's the formal one. For journalists who are here, when you want to do a feature on women in security, unajua mahali iko. Sawa sawa. Hakuna taekwondo or anything, but there is a lot of professionalism right there. Okay? I will then move to Honorable Mary, who I also met a few hours ago, but I know her. Mary currently is a member of the County Assembly. She is in Maroon. She's a member of the County Assembly of Nairobi, representing women and children, and she's in charge of persons with disability in Nairobi City County. She's a chair of the Agriculture Committee, a member of the Education Committee, Trade, Tourism and Cooperative Committee, and a member of Transport Infrastructure Committee. Mary is a career educationist, university lecturer on psychology, a secondary teacher of English, language and literature, music and elementary teacher. She participated in the constitution making process that culminated in the 2010 constitution. She's a Nairobian in and out. She attended Muguga Greens. I attended Makoboki Primary School, just so that you know. Nairobi, then she went to Egoji, TTC, Daystar, like she's been there. She did her master's in counseling at USIU, and currently she's pursuing her PhD in USIU, okay? I won't tell you her interests, they will come out as she speaks. Karibu sana. I now move to Naitore. Naitore is in some print somewhere, but she's the one on the far end. Naitore Nyamo Madenge is a human rights advocate, and as the head of the Physician for Human Rights Kenya office, she's responsible for the advancement of the program on sexual violence in conflict zones in Kenya. Ms. Nyamo has more than 12 years experience working with various national and international NGOs, and previously she's managed multi-country campaigns aimed at addressing SGBV in Kenya, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, and Zambia. Her expertise on state accountability in legal cases has allowed her to focus on advocacy and training in the African human rights system and the working of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. She's an advocate of the High Court, holds a master's degree in international relations and diplomacy from USIU, an LLM from Pretoria, and a degree from University of South Africa and political science, Nairobi. I can't count the degrees, but Naitore and her expertise is known to me for many years as a colleague in the sector. I hope I'm Jalala. Fantastic. I now move to Amina, Hussein. Si ati ninafanya profiling, lakini si mnajua Amina ni nani hapa? Okay, Amina is in beige. Beige. Huh? Amina Hussein Sud, head of state commendation, is a Yale University alumni. She is currently the manager of voter education and acting director of voter education, partnership and communication at the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. She was previously the election coordinator for Coast for 8 years and a county returning officer for 2 years before she came to the headquarters as director of registration and election operation, and later she took on this particular role on voter education. She therefore knows our electoral processes inside out, and she brings that particular expertise here. Karibu sana, Amina. With me here is Tabitha Ouya from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. My senior, because she's an advocate, this is a Chief Justice of the High Court for 27 years, without the mask. I know very well. So this other thing I will finish without reading. She has lots of experience in litigation and prosecution. She headed the SGBV desk at ODPP for 6 years, and the inaugural head of Prosecution Institute. She's currently heading the Civil Rights Division at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. Tabitha has also sat in the committee under the National Council of Administration of Justice on reforms to sexual offenses, and she's usually the expert in there. She should have been the ODPP, but I was not the appointing authority. Karibu Tabitha. Okay, let's give them a round of applause so that they prepare their vocal cords to engage. We are here to discuss, and I heard some people whispering, tackling. We are tackling, okay? We are not discussing, how tackling electoral sexual violence, okay? So maybe we'll be combatant, but it's a very important discussion because increasingly, our elections, 2007, 2017, had were turned out after the elections, they turned out to be violent, okay? So 2007, 2008 is very well documented in the Waki report, and survivors and victims of that particular violence, only recently, very few of them got some sort of reprieve or even an acknowledgement that something very, very fundamentally wrong happened to them. In 2017, something similar happened, and despite the documentation, most of them never quite got justice. And sexual violence already in ordinary times when we do not have unrest or conflict is already intrusive and makes the victims lose their dignity. It's bad enough. And it has been very, very difficult. Think about the COVID-19 period. It was very difficult to tackle sexual and gender-based violence. How much harder then is it during an election period when somehow the rule of law, peace and order does not seem to exist? And as we have this particular discussion, and I'm glad we have experts from with experience here in Kenya, and if we look at our neighbors, Ethiopia has gone into some unrest. The amount of sexual violence, it almost seems like the same way people are using guns to kill people, They also planned to use sexual violence as a tool of the conflict in Ethiopia. Similar incidences have been reported in Sudan, South Sudan, DRC, and many other countries. As we move to this election, we want to find out what really triggers sexual violence during the elections period, and mainly during the post-elections period. And I will start off with somebody who is in political office, Honorable Mary. What triggers?
Thank you so much, my dear, for inviting me for this meeting. And I'm really greatly honored to be with the Fourth Estate. We really appreciate you. You play a great role in this country as far as election is concerned, and we really are grateful when you invite us. My name, as you have already heard, I'm Honorable Mary Ariviza. I'm a member of the County Assembly of Nairobi. And yes, women especially and children whom I represent at the County Assembly, anytime we go through the cycle of going to elections, we find that we are just, apprehensive, because it's like for several years, we've never really had an election that has ever been peaceful. And so every time when we think about elections, we are thinking, are we safe? Are we going to go through this safely with our children, with our sons, our daughters, and our husbands? Because anybody that is injured during violence in election period touches a woman, either as a son, as a husband, or as a brother, or as a sister, as a daughter, and that as a mother. And so we are very apprehensive. We as people in politics, we are looking forward to having a different 2022 election period. We would like it to be as peaceful as possible. We want any person that is going into this election not to look how they win, because if there is no if there is no contest, then there is no need for election. The fact that you are 2 or 3 of you in a contest means that somebody can win and somebody can lose. And so we therefore would like to have a peaceful election where men, women, children are not apprehensive but are looking forward to change of guard in whatever situation, whether it will be at the presidential level, at the parliamentary level, and the Senate and the MCAs. We want it to be peaceful. So we are looking forward to, but having said that, that hasn't happened. And what happens that we come to the topic that we are having today, that there is sexual violence. Now, this one from a psychological perspective, you need to know that when I want to subjugate you, when I want to bring you to the lowest, I must use various means. So there are various ways I do fight. And one of the ways you fight a woman or you fight a man, and this has to be said in both ways. Don't just think it is women who are normally raped or what. There are times also when men can become victims of this. And this is because in times of election, when people are angry and upset and in upheaval, they will look for an outlet. And one of the way to bring women, to subjugate them, to bring them down, is to make sure that they have slept with them. And most of the people that do this, they are already people who are having psychological problems. And so we as a people, we need to start at being able to elect people, men and women, with a sound mind. People that have got, if at all, no psychological issues that makes them, when they lose, they cannot be able to take it. I, as a mother in this nation and as an educationist of many years, I am getting very surprised that young men and women are killing one another. Why? Because they were in a relationship and they couldn't hold it when the person says that we are through. In our time, when I was told that I don't need you, all I was told by my parents and my teachers God bless Mrs. Margaret Mwaniki, at Moi Girls, we were told, when a young man leaves you, look for another, dress nicely, pass by, and move on. But it is very unfortunate that now it is not like that anymore. You want, if you cannot have him or if you cannot have her, let her be dead. That shouldn't be. We are having a society that has got psychological issues. And so I'm looking forward to a time when we can also be able to teach our children that if you don't have him, he's not for you, that it can be for somebody else. It's the same that comes in elections. If you cannot have it and somebody else is seated in that seat, look at them, be able to correct them in the opposition, because you become an opposition, immediately you lose, so that you can be able to come in the next time. But they don't have to be dead, they don't have to lose their life, or anybody else doesn't have to lose their life.
Thank you very much. You have clearly indicated that increasingly people are realizing that the hardest blow you can give to a human being is sexual violence. And you have already pointed to some of the challenges during elections and even in non-elections time. I hope there are many Mrs. Mwanekis in this world. My son went somewhere for a date na alirudi akaniambia, "Mom, nimepiga 16 missed calls na hazijachukuliwa." Lakini uzuri akarudi na akaenda akakula hiyo pesa yote alikuwa anaenda kutreat huyo msichana date. So nikaona my son is doing well, okay? So this conversation is about everybody. It's something that is affecting men and women, boys and girls. And unfortunately, because for the longest time it is women who have been affected and they're the ones who've been reporting, it is more difficult for boys and men to report, okay? But we've heard what elections are like. And we are very glad. This is a very balanced panel. Hata mkitupeleka public participation. You don't know why I'm saying it is balanced, Moraya. I am the chair. You know there are powers of being a chair. It is a very balanced panel in matters SGBV, okay? Why? Because you have seen Moraya is protesting, but he's excited. We have Dr. Mark Lele-Rook. Please clap for me and my tongue. Dr. Mark Lele-Rook is the Assistant Inspector General of Police and a consultant in peace and security. He holds a PhD on peace and security, a master's in peace and international relations, founder of Peace Corps Kenya, a peace program for the National Police Service, founder of Community Safety Initiative, a peace program working in the Amaya Triangle of Laikipia, Samburu, Baringo, and Isiolo, and is currently advising NPS on peace and security matters. So the only reason I am saying it is balanced, Cindy, is because we have different organs that are involved. There are definitely no medics, but fairly, we will get to hear perspectives from all sides. Karibu, Dr. Mark. In terms of gender equality, not yet there, okay? But I hope we should be protesting that way when there are no women elected, you know, into association, into government offices, and so on. I now move to Naitore with the same question. And seeing as we had a recent decision by the High Court that squarely blamed election-related sexual violence on the state. Is the state the trigger, and what's the level of responsibility that they ought to bear? And if you can speak to, if as we move to 2022, has anything changed since 2007?
Thank you so much, Diana, and everyone for this opportunity. It's very timely, first of all, because we are just a few months to 2022 elections, but also because we are within the framework of the 16 days of activism that ends tomorrow, and this year's theme is Stop Violence Against Women Now. The The question that Diana asked is what triggers electoral-related sexual violence? And before even I give my opinion around that, let me just make it clear how my perspectives are informed. I am a feminist, and because majority of the audience here are the fourth estate, let me clarify that so that they don't write at one of the panelists was a man hater or something like that. Because always the juice is in when man eats a dog, not the other way around. So basically it's informed by that perspective or ideology or belief that men and women should have equal opportunities and equal rights. And that's where my perspective around this issue come from. What triggers electoral-related sexual violence? The state and the state, I'm so happy there's so many states, part of the state agents are just here all over, have a lot of responsibility when it comes to prevention, response, prosecution of electoral-related sexual violence. That's anchored in our constitution and our other enabling legislation. In terms of prevention, that's where we should be at the moment. Between now and next year, we should be looking at what is the government, serikali inafanya nini? What are they doing now? I've had conversation with some of them, like the National Police Service. I hear they are training for police services to better respond to cases of electoral-related sexual violence. That's one feedback we've gotten. We have the national hotline number, the 1195, where someone can report without necessarily having to leave your house. You can just call them, and it's a toll-free number. There's been better coordination or reports of better coordination among the different government agencies in terms of responding to electoral-related sexual violence. What I haven't seen so far, just to respond to what Diana is saying, when we look at 2022, I'm not sure how these agents or agencies are being intentional when it comes to funding and budgeting specifically for electoral-related sexual violence. In 2007-08, the Working Commission reported over 900 cases of sexual violence. In 2017, the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, having done a survey in only 9 counties, the cases were about 201 cases of electoral-related sexual violence. And the reason why we keep on having a repeat of that every other election cycle, number one of the biggest trigger for me is impunity. Impunity thrives, and also impunity leaves room for many more people to commit the same thing because there is no deterrent factor, yeah? At times even you see, when you see when you know that something is going to happen, like there is going to be a consequence for what you're going to do, then you act better, or that makes you not repeat or do whatever that you did before. But here we have a report by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, like for the 2017 one, that indicated that over 54% of the alleged perpetrators were security agents. Has any one of those agents been brought to book? I don't think so. I absolutely do not think so. And I know the Office of the Prosecutor will talk about evidence, threshold. This is a criminal case. The evidence should be watertight. But how can we collect that evidence, bearing in mind the unique challenges and circumstances of how electoral-related sexual violence occurs, to ensure those cases are, the evidence is collected and stored well to ensure that there is a conviction for the perpetrators. So we cannot wait until the occurrence, the violation has occurred, for us to look back, for us to ensure accountability and to ensure that perpetrators of sexual violence are brought to book. It means that maybe a year back, or now it's not even too late now, there need to be very specific and targeted measures to ensure that should there be cases of sexual violence, then anyone can report that case immediately, and evidence can be collected and stored and used in a court of law for conviction purposes. Secondly, in a year ago, actually, or on 10th of December 2020, International Human Rights Day, we got a landmark decision from the High Court of Kenya, the Constitutional Division, on eight survivors of sexual violence, both men and women, went to court to challenge state accountability when it comes to cases of sexual violence. And in that judgment, Justice Corril is of the view, or the court is of the view, that the state has a responsibility, because that's what we have in our laws, to ensure that there is effective investigation and prosecution of cases of sexual violence. And because that never took place, and we have instances where survivors reported those cases, and none was done by either the National Police Service, the ODPP, ultimately the judiciary, then those survivors were awarded a specific amount of money as compensation, as some sort of reprieve. But my biggest question is, have we learned, or is our government intentional enough? Does it still prioritize cases of electoral-related sexual violence and say that never again are we going to have elections become synonymous with electoral-related sexual violence? To be honest, I don't feel it, I don't see it as much as I see prioritization of other things or other issues. I believe there's so much that can be done as we move towards 2022. There are numerous utterances that have gone in the media, in the campaigns. No one is being held to account. Last year or early this year, we saw an IBC female official being frog-marched. Yeah? That sexual assault being frog-marched by people. Were those perpetrators held to account, despite everyone seeing that on video? So to answer your question, Diana, impunity triggers electoral-related sexual violence. The state has the accountability, it has the responsibility, but we are not where we ought to be as we prepare and plan for the 2022 elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makofi. Even when the uncomfortable truths are said, pia tunapiga makofi, sawa? So Naitore says she's not sure we've done much, and definitely impunity, a country where we have allowed impunity to thrive, and today is the World Anti-Corruption Day, or the World Day of Integrity, then this continues to thrive. And interestingly, I was having a conversation this week with John Githongo, who is a known whistleblower and anti-corruption champion. And he said, we need to change the index, because in countries where you see very high levels of GBV, then issues of corruption will also be equally high. But Naitore has brought the blame right to government, okay? And I told you we have a DPP Chief Justice designate right here, and I know she's sat on many task forces addressing this matter. Tabitha, why are we not moving, or have we moved and people don't know?
I think there is a lot of, thank you so much. I feel honored to be a panelist in such a high-profile forum like this one with the Fourth Estate and leaders, and women in particular, so such a great combination. Let me say that there's a lot that is happening in the office of the DPP, and you may not know, but I can just point out a few. First of all, it is the truth that in an election period, a season of high tension and insecurity, a season of competition, women, children, elderly, people with disabilities are the victims. And the women will be used first to campaign for the men and to be hit at when things don't work, because these are the women who will be singing songs. I rarely see men singing. It's always the women singing, eh? And then when chaos erupts, it is the women who suffer with their children, the elderly. The men have got the ability to run away. Somehow they escape. And sex is now being used as a weapon, In a case of breakdown of the law, and where there is insecurity, sex is being used as a weapon. Women are also intimidated, you know, And if you are a candidate, for example, you can be intimidated by gangs being sent to you so that they can rape, so that you can stop vying or anything. If you are a man, they'll send a gang to go and rape your mother because it will hurt you most, so that you can withdraw from the race. But that notwithstanding, I wish to point out that the DPP has done so much. We have dedicated departments and division. We have a dedicated department on electoral justice and hate speech. We have a dedicated department on sexual and gender-based violence, children, FGM, and others. And this has ensured that we have a focused attention to thematic areas. We have trained, we have sensitized our staff. We have developed guidelines which help us to have more effective prosecutions. We've come up with standard operating procedures on how to handle sexual violence. We have come up with guidelines on how to handle cases of hate speech and electoral violence. So to speak, I also wish to say that we cannot work alone. We are part of the wheel of the justice system. We have our police brothers, the DCI, who investigate and bring to us cases, and then we forward them to the court. But we also have other players. We are living in a new constitutional dispensation where we have stronger institutions. We have the IPOA, which specializes with police violations. Within the police unit, we have the IAU, Internal Affairs Unit, which focuses on police discipline. I speak to you as the head of Civil Rights Division in the ODPP. I work very closely with IPOA and IAU because the investigation files end up on my desk. Now, regarding the electoral violence, let's talk about 2007/8, where we had no institutions. We had, our laws were not good enough to support even prosecutions and all that. All these have been put in place, and we have moved one step further, and we have said that this time round, the perpetrators of 2017-2018 will be brought to book. It grinds slowly, but it is surely grinding, because a lot of progress has been made. Remember, we are talking about violations when there is a breakdown of the law. That means even investigations are hampered. We have a number of people who have reported violations, SGBV, torture, and all that. But we also know that in that kind of breakdown, some of them were also not able to go to hospital. Some of them needed some psychosocial support and all that. So we have partnered with some very key stakeholder agencies and NGOs and civil rights who are reaching out to these people and getting to us what we need. Remember, it is not just a question of sitting here to hold the microphone and give the Fourth Estate something to report. It's about getting justice for the people who are violated. I beg for your patience, but I report to you that a lot of progress has been made because we need to get to the bottom of the matter. I can report to you that some of them were discouraged and they moved out of the area. It has been a big effort to locate them. And we are piecing everything together, and we believe that at the end of the day, there'll be light at the end of the tunnel, and hopefully before we go to the next elections. It will be sooner, much sooner than you think. So that is how far we've gone, and I believe that I've covered that area. I'll wait for the next question.
Okay. I see Makofi Pandeyo. So something is happening. Just that Tabitha, I'm thinking people are saying they are moving slowly. Definitely, but definitely lots of progress, and institutions have grown. And before I go to Monica, I think, and Amina, Dr. Mark, when we think about election-related sexual violence, increasingly the police or security personnel are usually implicated, or people who are dressed like police at least in the case that has been quoted of 2017, the Kenya National Report indicated there was significant sexual abuse perpetrated by police. And I've seen you're investigating the Laikipia Samburu area, where again there are lots of reports of rape and defilement by security officials. What just tell us what exactly, why these reports even in the first place, okay, coming from the people who ought to protect the people. And then in that complex scenario where then for the report to get to the ODPP, we must go to the police, the same police who may be alleged to have been the ones who violated. How do we maneuver this and inspire confidence in institutions, including the National Police Service, that in 2022, there will be a police service that will be deterring and preventing violence?
Very much. I think this is now the third time in a row we are, some of us are attending such kind of conferences. I don't know if I was with Yaya. Yesterday we were at a Women's Leadership Conference at Safari Park, so Yaya, and so. And it's quite interesting that we have a narrative on election preparedness, especially focusing on GBV. How do we mitigate on such? And it's quite interesting that Kenyans are anticipating some level of political violence or election-related violence, and more so relate to the past with a view to answering questions, what can be done to avert similar scenarios. And from the National Police Service point of view, we are engaging with civil society organizations, especially with a mandate to safeguard human rights, women's rights, and also to ensure that we engage with young people who give information, who are able to get and provide information. We're also working with other government entities like NCIC to ensure that we have a platform for sharing information, and that will enable us to respond. So we have created a platform for early warning and also early response. Beside that, we have also launched a policy framework on election and also mitigation on political related violence. We have a policy guideline called Polycare that was launched in October this year. And if you go to our website, or even if you Google here right now, you will get to understand the policy guidelines on GBV. How are we prepared to safeguard women's spaces, particularly before, during, and after elections? So I think that is in the top of our agenda for this year as a National Police Service. But the question as to how and why should police officers engage in molesting young girls during violence, and why are they involved also in rape, and why are these police officers taking advantage of insecurity and do something unthinkable? I think it is a problem within the society. I think we have a degenerating culture as Kenyans, which nobody cares. It's not specific to police. 3 days ago, I heard a very dehumanizing story of somebody who was mistaken by police officers. He was taken through criminal justice system and was finally jailed. And he was narrating how he had to cooperate with with prisoners so that he can access food, so that he can be given even peace to sleep at night. I mean, it's all about sex. So the question around sexual behaviors in our society today is really wanting. And I think it's something that needs to be addressed from a bigger perspective, not just from the police misconduct perspective. But again, a criminal is a criminal, and criminals hide even in uniform. So ours is just to sensitize members of public that when such incidences happen, please report, if not to the nearest police station, report to IPOA, report to IAU, report to Ombudsman. We have Commission on Administration of Justice. I mean, report to as many offices as possible. And this goes back to members of the fourth estate. I see media as a tool for social change. And if we are here today thinking about election preparedness in view of GBV, how do we mitigate on GBV? I think this is a time to escalate the narrative that yes, we expect 1, 2, 3. 1, we expect contested elections, particularly being a transitional election, not like 2017. I mean, transition by the sense that we'll have a president, a new president, we'll have governors, and the rest. So basically, this is what we anticipate. But further to that, we anticipate also violence, even if we are not prophets of doom, but going by the past, a cycle of every 5 years, we could experience some level of violence. Number 3, we expect heightened violations of human rights, particularly GBV-related cases. So I think if we put our agenda on the board and continue engaging Kenyans through public platforms, media platforms, I think this is when we see the value on this forum for journalists. But again, we have a dedicated department on peace and conflict resolution within the National Police Service. And Mr. Murai, I think I've engaged him before during election period, and thank you very much for the role you have played representing members of the fourth estate. We have always wanted to be the media people every time. So I can assure you, as a National Police Service, we will seek to journey with you even when things are hot, so that you can highlight some of these issues. And I think it also becomes a deterrent to some of our rogue officers who will want to take advantage of such situations when Kenyans are confused, when Kenyans are helpless, when Kenyans are afraid. I mean, walking around and along with media personalities will really save the situation. So I think moving forward, we need a very strong collaboration and partnership with members of the fourth estate. And we also have very clear instructions from the Inspector General of the National Police Service that in case women candidates require security for one reason or the other, they are given preference based on the level of threat. So again, that is how we have prepared ourselves as an institution to ensure that we mitigate possible incidences of GBV. And we have gender GBV desks in all our police stations. But again, going by the experiences of Kenyans, by stereotypes at times, or even by the narratives, the discourses that, nothing can happen even if you report. I think we highly recommend that you get in touch with Internal Affairs Unit also, and also other independent authorities like IPOA. That is an oversight policing authority for the police. They are actually perfecting our conduct. So I think moving forward, I think we need to realize that we are all actors in this phase where we want to see a peaceful general election. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark, and you're reminding us that what we see during elections, from the hate speech to the sexual violence, is just an escalation of the vices that we already have in our society. So what we can expect in elections that are contested, or any time there is a turmoil of any form, is an escalation of what is already happening. And thank you for notifying us what is happening. The only thing I would do to challenge is to urge the National Police Service to make the police service to help co-create the confidence in the public service, because accessing IPOA and the Internal Affairs Unit for somebody who's not been able to get help from a police station is very, very difficult. And even getting that type of guidance becomes it's almost impractical. So if we can make the police station work at that local level, and that Internal Affairs Unit and IPOA are mainly offering just oversight, that would definitely work very, very well. Monica, you've heard from government, both from the prosecution, the policy side, the police service, and you're a security specialist. Are we prepared? You're also in the private sector. The police have assured us, for aspirants who are women, kama mimi nikisha resign, bado. I can get security from the police, okay? And our police service is already strained, okay, based on the needs. What do you think about general preparedness as a security expert? And then what would you advise us to do so that we are ready to prepare to prevent? And in case it happens, nituende karate, or what do we do?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was privileged to sit in the morning to listen to the gentleman and the rest of the panelists talk about, the balance between equity and equality of the woman. And talking about elections-related sexual violence in the same regard, it's totally different. It does not apply on the same bar. So we need to look at things totally different when it comes to the woman. And the aspect of being deliberate on women issues then boils down to how do we address the challenges that come with elections violence. For me, first of all, I would like to say that there's a vulnerability of the victims that is taken advantage of during elections. And for a crime to occur, there must be three things. There must be the opportunity, there must be the motive, and there must be the target. Now, the women are the targets. The opportunity is the cracks in the system to deal with the perpetrators, all right? And then the motive is, it's a competition. So if I'm going to use it as a weapon to defeat you, why not? So from a security perspective, we need to look at it from, then how do we address the vulnerabilities to help our women aspirants to be prepared? Because part of handling crime is understanding that it's there. You cannot handle something that you don't know it's there. And this panel here, we are all in agreement that it is expected it will be there. So the question we need to ask ourselves then, what should we do to ensure that we do something about it? You can never eliminate crime, you can only reduce it. So what can we do to ensure that we have been able to reduce the cases come the general election 2022? So number one, we are dealing with a patriarchal society that really does not let me use the word respect the dignity of women when it comes to them trying to get into leadership positions. First of all, you guys are coming too fast. I think you guys, it's something that is just out there. But this coming too fast is really, in my view, a very small step. We are really, in a scale of 1 to 10, we are at a 0 point, okay? And because of that mindset, we have an unconscious bias that sees slight improvement and people just want to like kill a mosquito with a hammer, you know? So we want to ask ourselves, what can we do to first of all change that mindset? So first of all, I want to appreciate JHR for what they are doing, but can we have another workshop for the men in politics? Because we need to start with dealing with their unconscious biases. They don't even, sometimes they don't even know they have it. It's just natural because that's how they've been, that's the society they have grown in. And from where I sit, I come from an association of women, but I sit in a governing council that is headed by men. And how I've been able to, get through it is let them understand my point of view, all right? Let them sit here, because you're preaching to the choir. The women know they are vulnerable, yeah? But they need protection. You're preaching to the choir. We need the men to sit here. We need the honorable, all the presidential candidates. IEBC has put a 1/3 threshold on the gender, aspect. What are they doing to address that? Are they ready for the security challenges their women aspirants are having? Have they put in place mechanisms? Have they put in place, have they brought people like Monica and other women in security to talk to these women to prepare themselves as individuals to run for the race that is coming ahead of them? You heard this morning, whether you're in your heels or your miniskirt or you're at Rosa, there is no lowering the bar for anybody. So when you go to war, you have to have the tools of war, yes? So what are we saying? We are saying that IEBC, as they put that threshold, they need to ensure there's training for women aspirants of all political parties in terms of their personal security. So that if the government has a provision for security for the women, yeah? If we are supporters, then how do we support them to get, the additional assistance? We have a private security sector that is thriving at the moment. It has really grown. We have really professionalized in terms of technology, in terms of access to, training opportunities to heighten the awareness of how you can go to securely keep yourself safe. Are we utilizing the private security sector to complement the security challenges our women are having? At the Women in Safety Excellence, we really emphasize on our women's having a voice in the security space. We do have companies that have women security officers, yeah, that do VIP protection. Do people know that? What wanangalia to police na? That's it. We do have a private sector that is ready to assist with elections and the violence that's going to go along with it, yeah? The days of, I like to talk about our president in Tanzania. Her whole contingent is female. She works with female security. Why can't we not empower our females to also back their supporters? Before you penetrate to the aspirant, kabla upite hawa mama wako kando yake watakuwa umejaribu sana. You have to harden the target. In security, you have to harden the target. No one will come and steal your laptop if that door is locked. Okay, but if you are the only woman, your security ni wanaume, so you don't even know who touched you. I mean, it's common sense. So can we look at security at a personalized level for the woman? All right? Can we change how we see protection of women and the vulnerable groups, the young people? First of all, we don't come in with experience. We are learning on the job and hoping that as we learn on the job, we get what we need to get. So I want to throw the ball back to the institutional agencies like the police. The judicial system is doing a good job. But if we don't prepare to present that evidence to them and witnesses, do you know how hard it is for a man to witness, to say that another man raped a woman? It is very hard. You won't get those witnesses. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But if it was a woman, they would say tuliona. So can we empower the women in the security space to protect the women? Because then penetration becomes harder. All right? So let's change our mindset. Let's be able to look at the target and the needs of the target. And the target is the woman who is running for office in an electioneering year where violence is expected. So how do we protect this woman? I think I throw the challenge back to, the media. Focus on that, and even those media-related messages that remind the women that safety is key. Small things, the shoes you wear, in case of a riot, utatoka aje mbio. So you've gone there with your heels, then you complain the bar needs to be dropped. No, go there ready with shoes in case of anything, hata wewe toka mbio. Have a team of people who will be with you to protect you, all right? Yeah. Attend a security training, and at Women in Safety Excellence, we are actually ready to engage and help our political women aspirants to be able to see themselves as target and how they can harden themselves for penetration in case of an attack. Thank you.
Wow, for aspirants, there are packages, tech ones, VVIP protection, training. But very importantly is how personalized safety and security has to be. That you have to gather your own intelligence and prepare for it. And for journalists for human rights, as you engage with those people who are preparing women candidates, unajua huwa tunadanganywa, ingia tu tutakusaidia. Okay? Ingia tu jaribu. Yet we hear in reality it is very, very different. And the women who are here in corporate, in government, I don't know, Tabitha, I really admire her, but the war she has fought by making people feel threatened in the office of the DPP, yet it is not a political office. So imagine how worse it is when it is a competition on the political front. So thank you very much for that. And you've also thrown a challenge to IEBC, where I am happily going as well. And as we tackle all this, EACC, I'm from a forum where EACC has accused IEBC. They gave them rogue people who should never have been cleared. They cleared them. Okay? Now, sexual violence is supposed to, election-related sexual violence is supposed to be an elections offense. Okay? Where candidates who are known to propagate this need to be barred from being on the ballot. IEBC, I still struggle with who chairs what on election preparedness, but kulingana na katiba iko kwa mikono yao. And all these discussions we are having here, I'm sure IEBC has had them. Are we very prepared? And I also hold all the turmoil we see during election is because we have had inconclusive elections. The minute Kevuitu said, sijui ni nani alishinda, kila mtu akanoa panga yake. Okay? In 2017, when we started seeing turmoil within IEBC, that clearly communicated there is a lack of confidence and something is cooking. Look at what happened in our urban areas and in back then, Nyanza and Western areas. What are we doing, Amina?
Asanteni sana mwanzo watu wa Fourth Estate, mtasikia Kiswahili sasa. Are you ready? Yeah. Good. It's part of the country's language still. Anyway, let me speak your language. Thank you very much. Mmenipa hii nafasi, I'll mix it to speak to you. And I don't know why you did it to make me the last person to speak. How, I don't know. But let me say what I can say. First of all, to say the challenge that you've given me. Are we prepared? I guess we are. We have the EOP in place. If I say what is EOP, the Election Operation Plan, it's in the website. You can see, you can match where we are, where we're supposed to be, and if we are not there. Something else that I was challenged, that I should prepare the women candidates. As a referee, I don't think I can also be a coach for any team. I'm just a referee who waits for the team preparedness. I think that's what we do, and that's what we confuse as a country. We confuse the referees from the coaches. Although we try to do that too, we're seeing the coaches are not as bad, because the ORPP is supposed to do its part, the doctors are supposed to do their part, the school teachers are supposed to do their part. You don't expect a teacher to be a doctor, sindio? Lakini maskini Kenyans think that I can also be a doctor. Manake paka wakipigana watu na watu paka wanakuwa wagonjwa na hakuna mmoja daktari hapo nje, pia naulizwa mimi kama referee. Lakini nimekubali kuchukua mzigo kama Kenya, na tutajaribu. We are trying very much to sensitize people, first of all to make them understand who we are, because most people tell us, you've not told us who you are. I don't think people explain that they are teachers. Yeah? But the role of a referee is so open. It's clear. But we try, we work, we engage with media. As somebody was trying to profile me, I think most of you here know me. Most of you. I've worked with you in Coast Province. I try to engage media as much as I can, because I know you are the loud, not with you, with women. And we're starting all the vulnerables, not only women, even the youth, even the people with disabilities, even the elderly. We have started youth coordinating committee, where all youth clubs, groups, and all of them work together for peace, election and peace. We have the USPAC, the University Students for Peace. We have other groups also who have joined in and partnered. I'm lucky to be the chair of that partnership and agreement committee and MOUs and all that. So at least I make sure that I have those groups in the partnership agreement. At least we have them, and they are ready to work with us on peace issues. We've been working with the Physician for Human Rights and many others. The women, we are trying to engage and work together so that we have a peaceful election. Nobody wants a place where there's no peace. Even as IBC, it doesn't make us happy. And as Dada said, when we had Kivuit, kindly, just forget what has happened. Kivuit is not IBC. And what happened in 2007, maybe it was a blessing in disguise. We sat down and discussed as Kenyans and realized our gaps, and we tried to cover them. With Kriegler's report, I'm sure you have it. And you know what happened. After Kriegler's report, I think most of us are here because of Kriegler. The NPS, Sindio? The ODPP, the judiciary reforms, us, it was all from, so it was a blessing in disguise. Although our friends, our families died, but maybe it was for sacrifice for us to live better. But Kenyans are still on it. And the biggest problem I can tell you, it is not the IBC. The biggest problem, you can change names, we will change them and change them. It is us Kenyans. We don't want to trust each other. Imagine the ballot paper. I've always said this, Naitori will laugh. I've always said this. The ballot paper is more expensive to print than the money we have. We have 7 watermarks, while M-Pesa is easy, and it's just what do we use? Just a phone. But with M-Pesa, we trust each other. We even trust our money. Imagine the worst thing is money, but we trust it. But when it comes to election, and who do you know that gives us these problems? The politicians. I'm sorry, dadangu. Tulikuwa pamoja tukifanya hiyo constitution. Hata mimi I was a member. Lakini shida yetu kubwa ni politicians. Sawa? Na politicians sitowalaumu sana, kwa sababu tumeambiwa mambo ni matatu: opportunity, motive and target. Umenifahamu? Leo nimepata kusoma, asante dada. Lakini nitaka kukuuliza, kwa nini kila siku iwe ni wewe tu aibiwa? Na kuuliza hili swali. Wewe kila siku ni wewe tu kuibiwa? Imagine, mimi have said this, in Mombasa, 2013, I was the regional coordinator for 3 counties. They got 1 tire, kama Mombasa County, 30 wards, All of them one party. Senator, women rep, blah, 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 mpaka presidential, one party. And nobody out of all of them came and told me, Madam, you stole some votes for us. The same party, somebody stole for them. You get? And these people who stand for these activities, the officials, everything, all of them, it's the Kenyans. Sindio? Tulisikia IBC wameanza kuzaa watoto wakiwafanya officials. Pengine tumeanza lakini huko kwangu sijawaona. Umenifahamu? Watoto ni wetu wenyewe. Na agents, na hakuna shule kama wajua mimi nilifanya jeshi. Jeshi tulikuwa tukitishiwa tukifanywa hard. Lakini kwenye IBC una siku 3 ya kumfundisha mtu. Utaanza kumfundisha kuiba au utamfundisha kazi ule umwandika. Kisha utakuwa mfundisha muibie nani? Manake kote utakuwa umekula pesa, si tuambao tuala pesa tu sisi. Sasa tutakuwa tuamuibia nani? Kisha lengine nataka kuwauliza, hawa agents kazi yao ni gani? Now we know that elections end and start, let me start with the English words. Start and end at the polling station. And we have agents for all the candidates. Ajabu ndio hiyo. Kila mmoja ana results ya candidate wake. You can have a parallel tallying center for each candidate. Na siku hizi na maneno ya mtandao, you can just pitch it, tia kwa WhatsApp, saa hiyo utapata totals. Lakini bado tuambiwa tumewaibia. Kwa sababu kuna mtu mahali, yeye yuangojea itokee opportunity. As you are saying, they are using sex as a weapon. They are also using propaganda as a weapon. I am a trained MP. Madam ulipata kibahati. Mimi nilitrainiwa kuwa mbunge. Lakini I never wanted that job. Lakini ningeitaka, nimejua hizo triki. Moja ni hiyo propaganda. Na ukiwa huna propaganda team, wewe si mtu wa election. Katafute kazi ufanye. Umenifahamu? Kama sasa juzi tumeambiwa nini? Tumeambiwa Chebukati na CEO wamesema makosa. Si uliona hiyo kitu? Na it ran the whole country, maybe the whole world, before we said it was not true. Tena na masignature na kila kitu. Can you believe it? It's another Kenyan who did that. Halafu mtu aje akwambie kama sasa hivi washaanza. Wajua mimi nitashindwa. See, I've gone to by elections. Yule mtu ambaye yuogopa pengine atashindwa huanza na hiyo propaganda. Kuna mtu wakati wa by election ya Matuga alisema atamuua RO kwa sababu atakakumuibia. At the end of the by election, he's the one who won. Sasa nikamuuliza mzee, sasa tuambie, huyu ameogopa ndio akakupa au ulipata kweli? Manake iki aliogopa, tuwafanya by election nyingine. Manake umekupea kwa haramu, sio? Na mbona sasa hiyo hakusema ni urongo? Ndio nakwambia propaganda ina nguvu sana. Na nyinyi kama Fourth Estate ni another propaganda team. Umenifahamu? Na you are used very well. Mimi nampa heko huyo anaitumia. Umenelewa? How to use media in election. Wewe ukiwa unataka kusimama, Mama Mary, ikiwa umepanga kusimama tena, tafadhali zungumza na hawa watu. Hawa watu waweza kukusaidia kwa urahisi sana. Watu wakiwa walokuja kwenye kampeni yako ni watu 3, waweza kuwafurisha wakawa 1000. Hawa watu wana design nzuri sana hawa watu. Umenelewa? Hawa watu washike mkono ndugu yangu na usiwaache kabisa. Kabisa. Utawatishia wale wanaoshindana na wewe. Sasa ni advice ya siri hiyo nimekupatia. Lakini nakwambia it is the same way you are using to kill IBC. Lakini let me tell you, as a country, we are committing suicide. Instead of making these institutions strong, we are killing them. With NPS, we have started ESAP from 2013. Sindio? Election and what? Security. We do early warning systems, and imagine our things are being bought by other countries. Tunisia have bought it. Zambia have bought it. All these countries are buying from us. And then us, we are not using them well. It's very sad. It's very sad. But I'm happy that to be here. At least I am at the, nitasema nini? Kwenye mahali pa loudspeaker. Nimepata kipaza sauti hapo. Niseme kwa raha sana. Nimefurahia kuwa nimealikwa hapa nipate clear this issue of propaganda. And even 2017, they did not say that we didn't do the elections well. What we didn't do well was sijui administrative, sijui stampa ikupigwa sawa sawa, lakini they could not stand as men and say that we didn't do those elections well. And for your information, the whole world EMBs, we are the chair. This country called Kenya. Our chairman is the chairman of AWEB, Association of World EMBs. Why? Kwa nini hatupe sisi na sisi ni waizi masters? Mimi kwa siku nikia sikuitwa mwizi kwa siku moja na wa mgonjwa. Ushaelewa? Kwa hivyo nataka kuwaomba kama fourth estate. Mukisema maneno yenu, kumbukeni hii nchi mkiimaliza, hizi habari sijui mtakuwa mwampa nani. Ni ardhi au ni michanga, sijui mtampa nani. Asanteni sana. Lakini pole nitaka kusema kitu cha moja tu cha mwisho. Kuna mtu mzima, yani an old person, a wise person. Kwetu tunasema mtu mzima, si mtu mzima yale uleelewa. Manake hapa kuna wengine wataniambia na watukana. Lakini ni mtu mzima mwenye akili alisema, the door is bigger than the house. Si ndio? And the lock small. Si ndio? Lakini the key of the lock is smaller than the lock. Si ndio? Lakini without the key. Kwa hivyo the small key can open a whole house. Kwa hivyo haya mambo madogo madogo ambayo tutafanyiana tuyafikirie. Kweli mshahara muhimu, bila mshahara pia mambo matatizo. Lakini fikiria huu mshahara na jenga na vunja. Shukran.
Na nikajua sikukosea, kumechacha. Si ndio? Unashangaa hata mimi ni Mkenya. Si ndio? Amina, asante sana. Cheche ambazo nyinyi wanahabari mnaelekeza hapa zinawasha moto, zinakuwa kuni, zinasababisha mambo mengi sana. We've come to the end of the first round of presentation. We started, that time we started, and we know we can be here. Instead of me posing my many other questions, I now want to hear from you. Sindio? Haya, ule ana swali ama ana maoni. Na pia kama ni mtu mzima, yani mhenga. Pia ana alete maono.
I think listening to all those presentations, I'm just so puzzled and amused. We have all the answers, and yet the outcomes are very scary. We have the structures, but the structures lead us to destruction. I just want to is it Dr. Mark Leroux? That's a very difficult one. Diana, you did better than me. Yeah, one of the things is he just made a very scary admission that they're aware that there will be violence. It will be escalated. It's there, but it will be escalated. And yet within your own systems, you have what it takes, like Monica said, to reduce it. But what worries me is at the heart of all this violence that is perpetrated both for especially women, because women become the victims and children when the violence is catalyzed. As an editor where I've sat for so many years, the police, state agents, become the greatest perpetrators of that violence. The way they handle us, the way they react. A very recent example is when we were told there is going to be COVID containment measures. Their nature of containment was to beat people, harm people, extort from people. Yesterday, there was some video that went viral. Some young officers who had just graduated, they were celebrating how they were going to terrorize us. And I just shuddered to think, were they being trained specifically to be agents of terror during election? That's what I asked myself. What kind of training do they go through? How prepared are they? I see cases of, for lack of a better word, saying, we are sending sick people, the mental issue in the police force, to be peacemakers, to be enforcers of the law. I think the weakest link in terms of containment of that violence is the state itself. The way the state is framing today the election for 2022, it doesn't help us begin to come to the middle ground. So the question is, what beyond that admission, what are you doing as a police? I think you have not graduated from a force to a service. I think with time you're becoming more forceful in the way you deal with it. I think it worries me. And the other thing I just liked, I think, Monica, what you just mentioned, just a new phrase, that to empower women to protect women. And we have those people, and this is something for us, an opportunity to train. Maybe the National Police Service and other agencies like ODPP can begin. Then I see you very passionate. You can actually lead this training initiative to have women protect other women. So because they're also well trained, like Amina said, trained well, let them work. And finally, I just think it's also important that we should not use an election as an excuse for us to allow the power play that goes with politics. It is, we never lose elections in this country. There's always somebody who is being done. So we have an opportunity now. This is a discussion, nobody's blaming anybody else, but we have to reflect and introspect on what we, all these institutions, all these actors here, us as the media, we have our own share of being propagandists. 2007, if you read the report about our role in what happened, we are as guilty as anybody else was. We had our part of guilt. So we must accept that we have not been true to the calling as it was supposed to be. And those are the honest discussions we need to have. Thank you very much.
Maybe as we pick the next question, I just want to make an intervention. There's something I expected Daktari to mention, and he didn't point it out, that we are working in a multi-stakeholder agency. There's no agency that can stand on its own in the current dispensation. So we have the NCAJ and the court users committees that we know that every agency plays a role. For us as the ODPP, all these guidelines that we have developed, we have not developed them on our own. We have developed them in conjunction with the police institutions, the IAU, the DCI, they are involved so that we take also their views into account. And therefore, I want also to point out that one of the biggest focus of the Civil Rights Division is police accountability. And that's why I have said that we are working close with the IPOA. Police accountability to the point that we have emphasized that whichever police officer in charge issuing orders to a troop or to a battalion or what you call those small groups, squad, you will take responsibilities for whatever they do. So it is up to you to give them very clear instructions, to the extent that if anyone deviates from your instructions, then you can point out that everybody did well except so and so, so you are the culprit. So that is what we are working on. And we believe that this should be entrenched because as we do some of these trainings and sensitizations, who shows up? We find Daktari and people of his level, the senior people. And it has always worried me that this trickle down to the lowest officer down there. When I was in the National Youth Service, we used to get people come to speak to us of all levels. I remember even the Chief Justice coming to speak to us. So who speaks to these trainees at the colleges? And I want to throw a challenge to you, the civil society, the fourth estate, that you should also partner with these people and reach out to them so that at that young age, they should know what is expected of them out here. Because probably those who are training them are only giving them one side of the story, but nobody is telling them the other side of the story. So maybe for that.
Makofi, thank you. You've understood that one for the state, that hapa ni hii ndio police station ya Ole Sereni inaitwa Akila, okay? That if there is a deployment of people, that there was a demonstration here, the OCS is responsible for any police officer who uses live bullets to disperse the people, okay? If you are not able to arrest the police officer who pulled the trigger, the person responsible is the OCS, okay? Similarly, when you're very confused and it is a whole police division, unaendea OCPD. And if you recall why Hussein, it's called Ali, had to go to The Hague, it's the same concept of command responsibility. So very, very encouraging. Any other hand as I hand this to Daktari to respond?
I have the mic.
Oh. Okay. The concept here is grab the mic.
Yes,
like we are
not lowering
power.
the bar. We said we are not lowering the bar, so grab it. Now, my question is for you, Tabitha, and it's with regard to evidence thresholds, especially during times of conflict where sexual and gender-based violence is concerned. Does it remain the same as the threshold we have for, sexual and gender-based violence cases during, normal times? And if it's changed, then how is the public made aware that because you've suffered sexual and gender-based violence during this time, you are required to do up to this much in order for your evidence to be admissible in a court of law and for you to secure justice?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question that I would love to pose to Dr. Mark. Recently, I was doing a feature on sexual violence, elections-related sexual violence. And because it's a feature, first you need to collect data, and then you find sources, and then you interview them, you talk to experts, you talk to the police, whoever you can. But getting data from police was quite some work. That's not even the issue. I went to see this OCS. Nikamwelezea, mimi ni mwanahabari wa Pamoja FM, nafanya ABCD, and then akaniambia, okay, nani alikurecommend? Nikamwambia OCPD, Mbugwa, wa Kilimani. Akasema sawa, uko na data gani? Nikamwambia, from website ya KNCHR, kuna 901 victims reported from 2007 and 2008 post-election violence, and then from 2017, data that was sourced from 9 counties ni 201. Alafu aliniuliza aje, uko na proof? He? As in, unajua alinikasirisha, honestly. Juu, hakuna mtu mwenye atakuja, aenda danganishe, ati alirepiwa. Ama unaneza. Mi siezi. Nikamuuliza, sasa hao wasichana, hao wamama, hao watoto walifai kuambia perpetrator, pause, acha niende niite OCS akuja witness. Alifai kumwambia pause, acha niende niite polisi wakuja witness vile unanirape, ndio nikienda kukusema kukuwa na witness. 900 people wanaweza jenda kwa police station waseme wamerepiwa na ni kitu cha uongo. Wameenda hosi wako na barua, alafu bado unaniuliza, do I have proof? So, kwa kesi kama hizo, ninafaa kucomplain kwa nani? Juu bado sijasaidika hadi wa leo, ningefaa kuenda kwa nani kustaki OCS because hawataki kucooperate na journalist. Utaki kunipea data na nikikuja na data yangu nikuulize maswali pia utaki kujibu ati kama niko na proof. So kama sina proof utanisaidia? Tutafanya feature juu sina proof.
We hear Juliet, then we come back and answer this question as real as they come. Munataka aje sasa? Kusema ukweli, okay? Juliet.
Allow me to stand because I'm wearing heels and I'm still short. And I'm a politician. Oh, you panelists were just awesome. You just made my heart melt. I don't know where to start, but let me talk about security because I think that's the most prudent and you know the wimbo wa katikati. For those who are Catholics like me, it's the wimbo wa katikati for all the panelists. I ran for Senate, Kiambu County, in 2017, and I can attest that the police or the security apparatus are so passionate about security of women. I had been given a menu, including riders, that I have a rider on call. If I am in traffic jam and I feel I'm not safe, I just call the rider, a cop, and he will come and escort me home. I had even been offered security for my house, but you know the way you can look at the environment, the factors, and you see if you put cops outside your gate, it will attract, it will increase your vulnerability more than offer you security. So that one I kindly declined. So what I want to say is that there is so much support, but training is very important. We had a training, I remember it was organized by the gender ministry, and the senior police, like my brother here, came. And one thing we were told is, your security is your business. Don't leave your security to other people. So me, I was so clear. I go to the big rallies, because I used to get garage waititos mikutanos, because me, I didn't have money. I was running on a Kano ticket. When Jubilee was suti manenos. So I used to make sure I appear very, very smart. And I come a bit late. So when akina waitu are seated, and they're like, wewe, tutireda ado akanu, hatutaki watu akanu hapa. Sino relatively, naambia oye, akidihurumie tunzalimia watu sababu siwezi shinda. So so the last speaker the last speaker, I never used to listen to the last speaker. So when the last speaker, who is either the governor or the deputy governor, goes on stage, my car starts moving. And my guys wanakuja. Haraka, 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 haraka. So by the time, because those rallies are usually very, the crowd is so crazy. They will climb on your car. Like there's a time I had like 10 guys on top of my car. Others are on the doors. And it is so terrifying. Others are beating the windows. I mean, it's so crazy. And now I'm going for governor, by the way. So it is important. It is important to have training. So this conversation, what we have had today, very many people, women who are running, needs to hear. I don't know how the media will help us disseminate this information and these tips, because they are very important. I feel sorry for IBC because you're such victims of social media. You're like women aspirants or women candidates. people will look for just one thing. Like me, people have really investigated, who do I sleep with? Who are my children? And I decided, we were trained. Keep your family outside. Anything public. You do not show your photos of your husband or me. You will look for me in Facebook. You will not see me with my children and my husband and my in-laws. So that they are photoshopped. So you Photoshop me because it is okay. So training is very important. I can say even the confidence I have right now. Like yesterday, I went and there was photo opportunity with Baba. And then governors, GCSs, then aspirants. I marched to that dais. And so Nyoro was coming down and I was going up. Mimi ni governor wa Kiambu, aspirant. so confidence, because the environment has changed. The security is good for us. Like, right now, I've just come from interviewing, and I said I'm a victim of abuse of human rights from the governor. Because he sacked me. I was a minister. He sacked me. I saw it on TV. I suffered psychological torture. I saw it on TV. Sumbua has been sacked. And why? Because me, I'm level-headed, and I kept saying that, I want to be the next governor of this country. Even during cabinet meetings, I used to go early and sit on the governor's seat and say, let me start homing my seat. So of course there were motioners that were like, I'm sabotaging. So anyway, I can talk a lot, but honestly, you guys are doing a good job. Please extend it to people beyond me so that we can be confident to face the guys we want to remove from office and feel nothing. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, let me say something. I need to give somebody an interview, and I know by the time I come, maybe the meeting will be over. So let me say something. My dear, you don't outshine your boss. That is the first one in politics. You have to. If it was Mike, he would have even chased you earlier. You people have not got the joke. And mitigation. I want to say something about mitigation because we have one habari here, and it is important for us to. We've talked about many problems, but I'm thinking about what do we do now that we know through our security agents that they are anticipating, or we are anticipating. What do we do? Let's have a free and fair election. So from IEBC, we are expecting that we have free and fair. We don't want the Kivu to say, I don't know. You know who is the winner. Be courageous enough to say the winner. Make sure the BVR are working. Make sure I don't go to Bomas of Kenya the way I was there, and the electronic system was just moving the same proportionately up. And I asked, personally, I talked to Chiloba. I told him, I'm not a computer scientist, but I thought when the things are coming from Uhuru's side, it should go quicker up. And then Raila's remains at the same. And then when it goes Raila, it goes, and he took off. So some of us still talk, my dear sister, but let's have free and fair, because that is what will remove our country from violence of elections, and which makes us to be retrogressive. We have retrogressed greatly even from the time the British came. Very unfortunate. In the last 60 years, we as the leaders of this country will go in the books of history as a very sad state. And I'm part of it, and I want free and fair elections. And then, number two, and the IEBC has got all these rules. We have already set in. I'm from the ODM party. And we have already given the IEBC the rules that we will use for nominations and so on. So please make sure that the primaries, the parties, are adhering to the rules they set. Make sure they have the nominations of women, a third of them. Make sure that people living with the disability, like in Nairobi, the reason why I'm taking care of the people living with disability, because Jubilee did not give anybody living with disability. The one ODM gave lives very far in Lamu, so he was hardly in Nairobi, so I had to take over. Let's obey the rules. And IEBC will help us to obey those rules. Stick to it. If a party brings a list without a third, according to the constitution which we made with you at Bomas, let the list return to them until they adhere to the rules. That way we'll be helping the women not to be molested, because these men will also know whatever we do, the women are still going to get it. And then the national elections, of course, I've already said, let's have national free and fair elections. That is IBC. Police, but I agree with what our Dr. Lerouk has said. It is a societal problem. When a young man comes all the way, I don't know, was it from Nyeri, to go to Eldoret, to kill a medical doctor, because there is something, but this medical doctor also was eating fair. You know, we have a problem as mothers, we have a problem as leaders, we really have a problem. It's a societal problem. I was shocked, because that can never happen in the police force, that fellows are coming, you know, like they are playing some music from a reggae group, or not even reggae, what is the other one group called? You know, Gengewal, you know, we are coming for you. I was shocked, because that should never be, because that's where discipline comes from. And so it is a societal problem. What about our schools that are being banned? We have brought up a generation. For me, then once a person is involved in arson, they should be put in jail. Hakuna cha mambo they are below 18. And we need to probably do whatever to repeal the section of 18. Because once they do, because I'm thinking these young men who are banning schools, Hospital Hill, I have my boy there, then you realize, hi, what is happening? Even I rang the principal, I think, and I've been very busy, and he couldn't pick my phone, and he normally picks twice. It means he's very frustrated. We are bringing up young men and women who want everything for themselves, and they have no responsibility to the society. So we have a societal issue that we must deal with as Kenyans, as leaders, and we must be good role models as on TV also, so they watch us on social media and so on. Because if we are not good role models, children learn what they see. And they are emulating from us violence. And so we must stop that in action by them seeing us sitting on the table even when we have disagreed. So it's not just the police. The police have got a problem, and I'm a counseling psychologist as it was introduced. We must take care of our police force. You can tell there are mental issues. The ones who are committing suicide, the ones who are killing each other, it is something that must be done. And it must be done professionally. They must have a place they can go and do what we call debriefing, where they go and just say, I killed somebody. You know, some of them kill and they didn't intend to kill. So let us go and make sure that our police mental health is being taken care of. But also, the ones who are being taken in, they must not just be taken in because they meet the requirement of C+ or C or whatever. They must also have good mental attitude or mental capability. And then I'm almost through. Yeah, I think I had already talked about it, IEBC. So I'm saying we need to mitigate it as a society. We need to deal about it, and I think she said it and with humor, with a lot of humor, but we need to take corporate responsibility. When we spread like this banning of schools, once it's spread through the social media, now it is just not our journalists, but the social media. You are going to some countries and you'll find that even social media is controlled. We must not allow. The other day I opened some of my gallery, and I found even there were some things that are there from other places that I wouldn't allow on my phone. So we have to filter some of these things that are coming to our children, because it is extremely, extremely dangerous and it affects all of us. So it's a total responsibility of everybody. Everybody, including our political senior leaders, that is the political party leaders. Our political parties, they have to make sure things are free and fair. And then at the IEBC level, everybody has got a responsibility. And then let me talk about Nairobi. Nairobi County, we have elected goons. I know you are here, and some of you could take this and put it, I'll be killed. But just do the right. But it's goons. It's goonism that is the leadership of Nairobi. Goonism is what is ruling. So everybody, they just know that they'll use goonism and get whatever. They bully everybody and they get the position. We as a society must decide that we are not putting people of questionable character in leadership position. But if we continue blaming everybody except ourselves, because let me tell you, I don't know how anyone in this world happened to, in Nairobi, capital city of Kenya, and I'm concluding with this, 65 GDP of Kenya allowed Mike to be the governor of their money. Up to now, I've never understood. Not because I'm against them, because their characters were very well known to us. So we, as Kenyans, we have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those remarks that the editor, I don't know his name, but he said that Ken Bosire said that we know all our problems, and the solutions we are looking for are not anywhere else. So solutions have been proposed there, and confession and assertions that are not very comfortable of who really we are and how much we have allowed values that should never have been part of our leadership and governance to be part of it. I want to give Dr. Mark the mic to answer the questions that were fronted to him. I will then give it to Tabitha, then to Amina. At that point, I will take your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And allow me to respond to this because I think I need to make my point very clear that I did not admit that there will be political violence next year. What I said is that looking at the previous scenarios and the circle, we need to put our strategies right. And our strategies will be right if we anticipate some of the scenarios that happened in the previous election periods, 2007, 2012, 2017, and why don't we learn from those? And I've been hearing that journalists will write what they want to write anyhow, and they will hear what they want to hear. So I just want to make that very clear, that in the spirit of preparedness, we should prepare for the worst. That is a military strategy. Don't prepare for a soft, spot. I mean, from where I come from, we prepare for the worst so that something good may happen. And we say, yes, we thank God for it. And secondly, I really get it that some of our police officers are not very good. But the percentage, I can tell you for sure, is very, very low compared to the good ones. Some of us love this country so much that we can only do what is right, not what you are told you must do. That is how committed we are to this country. And I love my sister from IBC. She's also telling you what you are not doing right, because you have the power as journalists, as the members of the fourth estate. You are actually a software for social transformation in this country. Why? It's because you're actually the ones who generate much of the discourse. What we consume comes from you people. Am I right or wrong? That is very true. We consume what you give us. And 80% of the content which shape our opinions and what shape our actions comes from the media. And if you love this country the way we love, you can as well say, I can only do what is right. Even if somebody wants to to say something wrong, but you can find a way that if the same thing gets onto the table of a young adult, it is something that will build, not what can destroy. So our officers, most of them are good, and some of them are bad. And the bad ones, a good percentage also may not cooperate with the media for obvious reasons, that they will be misquoted and they can be reported to have said A, B, C, D. I don't mean to justify that we should not give information, but try to get the right people who can give information. I am personally a witness of many police officers who would want to work with the journalist, because that's also my security. My security is working with the Muraya to Kibra. You know, we are sent to volatile areas, but I can't go alone. And if I reach to a point whereby I cannot go, I will tell Muraya to say that, you know, it is even bad for police officers to be there. Otherwise, if you force me to go as a junior officer, I'll rather shoot myself. I'll rather kill myself. And my sister also has alluded to the fact that police work is very strenuous. And we have a crisis, particularly now, when police officers are faced with so many challenges. And it will get better if you also understand how policing in today's Kenya is. Because policing in a democratic society is not just a walk in the park. Policing in a balkanized political systems where an ethnic group will want to say that, you know, nobody should live here because we are nearing to elections, so Madoadoa should live. I mean, these are the things that should be seen. Yeah. Why are you not saying the good things that you have done as police officers recently? I mean, have you heard of Lempurkel, Matthew Lempurkel, an MP, former MP of Laikipia, whom we arrested for abusing and slapping a female leader? He's now in jail. You're supposed to amplify such good things and say, yes, police officers are protecting our women. Thank you so much, Madam Governor, and you are my governor, regardless whether you win or not. You are my governor, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for even telling our brothers and sisters the right thing. We are a transformed service. If you have undertaken to protect the weak, not that they are weak, but it's because you are living in a predominantly patriarchal society, then that should be a plus on our side and should be able to see and even appreciate such. So I just want to say that in case you feel like you have not been given a hearing by police, either reporting or you need a data, my sister, don't bother again going to police station. Come, I'll give you every data. And by the way, I can access any data I want in the National Police Service. If you think that you need to escalate your voice higher, please call me. And my number is very simple, 0717 777776. I will take the blame for the entire police service and do what is right. 0717 777776. Na karibuni tufanya kazi pamoja. You are my security when I'm out there. Asante.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to respond to one question which was asked by my sister. I didn't get the name. Winnie. Oh yeah, Winnie asked about, I believe you are a lawyer. You are not, or whether you are, but you asked whether there is a different threshold or whether the threshold for evidence has been lowered. We cannot have that kind of situation where, you know, we have the Evidence Act that rules the boundaries of evidence. What you can produce in court, how far you can go, how far you can cross-examine a witness, what is not allowed, and all that. It is the same. Now the issue is, there is another paradigm of laws which is called international criminal law, which takes to account all violations that occur in a war-like situation, where there is a breakdown of law. In that level, the threshold is slightly different from the ordinary one that we use, the Evidence Act. But just now to go to the issue of what now happens to the people, the victims, and those who have been violated. Now, we are now embracing a system of transformative justice, that not all disputes must end up through the court. Not all disputes must be resolved in court. And that's why the ODPP has come up with tools like diversion, plea bargain, and we are also looking at situations where, like now in this case, which we have been referring to, the ruling in court, that opens a very new paradigm where we are saying that you go to court, get a constitutional order, and then now we can follow up how you can get reparations, how you can get compensated. We are also referring some of the victims for psychosocial support. And we can't do this on our own. We do this in partnerships with stakeholders, civil societies, NGOs, to just reach out and meet every area of gaps that are there in those people who have suffered such kind of violence. That is my response for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amina.
Okay, if I can run through our commitments and guarantees. One is the political party, as Madam Mary was, not Madam Mary, Honorable Mary was alluding. Political party nomination list for elected position in the Senate and National Assembly, MCAs, they have to comply to 2/3. If they don't, we reject them. And then nomination fees are very friendly to SIGs, special interest groups. This includes women, youth, PWDs. It is half. If a nomination fee for a position is 5,000, for women is 2,500. And then continuous engagement with PPLC, which is Political Party Liaison Committee, to ensure compliance with the court judgment on Truth Agenda. We even are doing guidance on Katiba on the Truth Agenda. I'm just saying about it, but it's not concluded. And then we have the continuous touchdowns with investigative and prosecution institution on stemming incidences of electoral-related violence, evidenced by the steps the Commission took in the recent by-elections. And then we have continuous engagement with security agencies, like the ASAP thing I was talking about, for informing the hotspots. And then also we do mitigations with them. Even the electoral risk mapping tool that is already in place, and there's an agreement that we did with the National Police that we said that in January it will be signed. And then we also have in it, we have Electoral Security Administrative Program, this is the ASAP, where a workshop was conducted in September, and October it was signed, as the NPS guy was saying, where ORPP is there, ODPP, ESCC, NCIC, they all attended, and we had a team agreement. Electoral Code of Conduct for each, even fourth estate have to sign a code of conduct with us before we work with them. And for everyone, even the parties, everybody has their own code of conduct. Enforcement committee is strengthened to penalize candidates and political parties that perpetrate electoral malpractice, violence, intimidation, discrimination, and destruction of campaign materials. The bad thing is the election offenses was removed from us. It is with ODPP, but we're in the same team. Yeah, I'm done. And what I can ask from the team is collaboration. I can call for collaboration, advocacy for SIG inclusion, strategic alliances, the way we are doing now, and then voter mobilization. I'm urging fourth estate, jamani tusaidieni. Hata na mimi nitakuwa kama yule mama wa Budalangi. Serikali saidia. Sasa na mimi naambia fourth estate saidia. We are doing this with youth, with everybody. Although 75% of our voters are youth, and we have been working with the youth, but they can hear you more through social media. Even hata kia hamuna time ya hiyo prime times, hawasikizi habari. Lakini hizo social media zenu mkia mutasema nao, tutakuwa na nyinyi. Otherwise, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very, very much. I see we are losing people, and I do not want to lose people before we have closing remarks from Naitore and Monica. Then you will do a closing remark. So I'm hoping your question is also in the form of a recommendation. Okay, because the mic is next to Monica, I'll allow her to give her closing remarks, and then I'm bringing a mic to you.
All right, thank you very much. On closing, I want to still emphasize on the woman, because that's what we are talking about. Please, let the media play this role of, empowering the woman to be authentic. Women are vulnerable because they don't believe in themselves, and those small beliefs, they are used against them. Where you need to do this nikusaidia. You don't need any help from anybody. You have what it takes as a woman to run for office. Yes, you are authentic enough to be able to sit in that place to represent fellow women who need you to be there so that their policies can pass in parliament. The 2/3 gender rule has been in stalemate forever. We need that to change by having women on the ballot. We have to increase their confidence. We have to spotlight perpetrators. Perpetrators hide when you spotlight them. The media, I'm calling upon you. You must spotlight perpetrators, all right? So that they go into hiding and they don't. You see, I've talked about 3 things: the target, the opportunity, and the motive. Crime occurs when all those 3 things are present. You remove one, it becomes hard for crime to occur, all right? The opportunity for them to thrive, please spotlight them. They will try, they will not engage in those things. Empower the woman to be confident, to come out. There's a lady who has been able to say she wants to run for presidency. I'm not seeing attention on her. In fact, who does she think she is? No one is paying attention. That needs to change, right? She has been bold enough, despite all the governors that we have, all the presidential aspirants, hakuna mwenye amedeclare. She has. That needs to take attention. She's a young woman. Maybe it's a long shot, all right? But it is something that needs to be out there. So the media has a role to spotlight. I know we need to make news as the media, but we are the first state. I used to be a journalist, by the way, all right? So actually attending this conference, I was telling Mr. Moraya here that it was very intentional. I'm doing a thesis right now on the security risks of journalists, investigative journalists, psychological risks, digital risks, and physical risks. These are risks that are still touching on women who are out there trying to go to leadership positions. Can we focus on the victim? Because usually we blame the victim. Let's empower the victim. That's my message for today. How do we do that? Letting their confidence levels go up, spotlighting the perpetrators, and talking to the men, because we need the men to open doors for their daughters. You see, gone are the days when, as a man, your daughter tells you, I want to run unamkataza because you know the vices that are there. Why can't you stop those vices? Create a space for her to thrive like the rest. You cannot be a leader and you don't prepare the younger generation to take those positions. You need to rise. All women, rise as you lift others. That's the only way we can make a difference in this country. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone again. So I've been carrying up my hand to just say something, but it's not totally new. It's either emphasis, and one would be in terms of a comment, but perhaps to a small extent a question to IEBC, the extent to which I would have liked them to respond to a particular incident that was in the media some time back. Now, what I'm referring to, Madam Sudi? Yes. I think about 1.5 months ago, 2 months ago, Mr. Chiloba Ezra was quoted in the Director General for Communications Authority of Kenya. He was quoted as saying that in the coming general elections, there are likely to be around over 200 polling stations that will not transmit results digitally. And that is because of interconnectivity reasons. Now, that immediately disturbed me because it brought me, it arose my attention to the issue of the key to the server. Where are these? Why, if it's about 10 months to an election time, and you are talking about 227 polling stations that will not transmit digitally, even if it were 1 or 2 months, why would IBC not take up that and correct the situation to make sure that this is not going to be another invisible cause of violence? Because already we know, somebody is already alerting you that this is going to be a problem. And perhaps when he's alerting you that way, he knows why he would not want it to work on that particular time. Perhaps because he has got a side to protect. So if the issue of the server, quote unquote, is likely to be there, I mean, the key to the server is likely to be there because of those 227 polling stations. What is IBC doing to actually rectify that? I didn't see any response, and therefore I would like to know whether you actually saw it, and if you saw it, whether it is in the process of being handled. That was my concern that I really needed you to perhaps to respond. If you can't respond to it now, it's okay, maybe in the future. Then my other comment that I wanted to make was on the issue of private security, and even for women, and the personalized security for women candidates. I really would like that to happen in this country. From 2011, Liberia was the only African country that was having women-only peacekeepers on the continent. And we can also remember that the late Liberian leader, Mohamed Gaddafi, had female-only, the bodyguards. And nobody ever touched him for all that time until USA came to make sure that he's dead. And I cannot understand why even the contribution, corporate social responsibility for women candidates in this country, even from these private security firms, if the government cannot afford them, we cannot start it now if we really want to promote the leadership of women candidates in this country. This is really what I would like to see. I don't want to talk about the other issue of violence that is always in the country because Dr. has already left. But I do not want just to say that it is because people who are employed in the police force have got a different mindset. But I know for sure, even when it's not an election time, anytime when there is a violence that has broken up, either in Tana River or elsewhere, or there's a time when it was in Kapangani, the first thing that the policemen want to keep the peace by is by sexing women. That's the only thing they do. And we cannot say that they are all mentally unstable, that's the only thing that they have to do. There must be something that has to be done. We cannot keep blaming society because we are a custodian of whatever happens in this society. So there must be rules that can actually be able to hold the culprits to count and make sure they're removed from the force. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will consider myself mutu muzima sana, muhenga sana, for allowing you to pose your question. Sava, unaona, the very small things that happen, free, fair, credible election. Supreme Court, was it Supreme Court? Explained, and even annulled an election. We've not had a moment of proper reflection led by the IBC, which was indicted at that moment. We let the political class divert us into BBI. So when you hear certain things in this meeting, they may sound like propaganda, but honestly, I feel like we are going into 2022 least prepared since 2007, and with very, very many questions. So I will allow you to, first just process so that I'm sure Naitore will add to this fire, and then I'll come back to Tabitha because I have remembered I collected evidence. I'm not working on SGBV again because I collected evidence in Migori that showed me that the daily protests by NASA that were strongest in Migori stopped when there was mass rape of women and girls. Nobody had any further strength to fight for anything else. We cannot wish away these things. If we wish them away, they will only come back bigger, okay? We must move away from the convenient to what is right and necessary. Naitore, I'm not taking this mic again, though I love the mic because the media can build me to be a director. I have been thinking today I was in a presser where I wrote the press statement. 3 men stood there, they felt bad, they told me to stand there.
So media pia mkionanga wa mama hapo, unamuuliza tu kaswali ndio aanze kutengeneza profile. Naitoire.
Thank you so much, Diana. Numefanya kazi mzuri sana. Yes, to be honest, at times, especially when you're an activist and then you work with a civil society organization, the things that you give, factual as they might be, they are taken with a pinch of salt, especially from the government side. And I know my colleagues are here, and my senior is here from ODPP, and Dr. Mark was also here. Issues of electoral-related sexual violence, it's something that's there. And even now, when we speak to the people we work with, or survivors of sexual violence from 2017, who are yet to access justice, 20708, they are yet to access any form of justice due to the violations that they went through. This is physical, mental, psychosocial. They're still living with this up to date. And then they can see how we are getting into another very highly contested political environment. And the triggers and the warnings that were there in these two other election periods are still here now. That's why most of us who've received these reports or are monitoring, we can tell the climate is just the same. There's no, the level of preparedness is not where we would have wanted it to be, or it's not as prioritized as it ought to have been prioritized from all government agents. And my concern is we might get into a place where these violations or abuse take place again, and the cycle continues, yeah, because impunity, a key driver for cases of sexual and gender-based violence in times of conflict. And the moment that we will not hold these people to account, then it's bound to happen over and over again. The second thing for me is that we cannot keep on saying that it's a few police officers, it's a few security agents who are like this. Majority of them are good. I totally agree. I've worked with police officers who are great. But that does not negate the fact that there are officers who use those opportunities to perpetrate, to continually be perpetrators of sexual violence. Because if you prepare your favorite meal today, I don't know what's that, it could be ugali, but if you take some parts of ugali ambayo imeharibika alafu tumia yenye iko poa, at the end of the day you'll not be able to eat that ugali. So we cannot use the excuse that it's only a part of the officers who are not doing a good job. Even those few need to be held to account, but they've not been held to account to date. Most of them haven't, yeah? And that's why they'll have all the confidence to do the videos like what we saw of those GSU officers claiming and proclaiming that ao ndio wale wa pa. Can you imagine people saying such things, yeah? And these are people who are just, who will be deployed to come and take care of me and you during, in times of chaos or something like that. Finally, my plea is to the ODPP. You have a very interactive social media platform, and we enjoy reading those messages. Kudos to the person behind that social media. And I know during COVID time, you created a platform to educate the masses on different kinds of crimes, etc. Please use the same platform on electoral-related sexual violence. How do we report? How do we ensure that these cases, and they come to, when a file is brought to the ODPP, it sails through. How can we educate all those people, the young people who use social media? It may not get everyone, but at least it'll get a very large majority because most young Kenyans at least have a phone or access to the phone. So that's a very good tool. And I was to tell my brother here, the IG, as, I don't know, it's Ask What IG or Speak with IG What, I don't know when it comes. That's another platform to use and share information. If there's something the ODPP is doing around electoral-related sexual violence, let them share that information. Yeah, I know you may not be able to share everything for security concerns, but what you can share, say these are the steps we've made, say this is what we are doing, as opposed to us imagining you're doing nothing, whereas you're saying you're doing something. So let's use those platforms. Finally, to journalists for human rights, I really love the tagline, media as a catalyst for change. And honestly, I've seen how media can be used as a tool for change, especially in the arena or the area where I work. addressing sexual and gender-based violence. They've highlighted numerous cases. And more often than not, to be honest, if they were not in the media, no one would have paid attention to them. Yeah. So thank you so much for that. And as we move towards this election period, please don't tie up about reporting cases of electoral-related sexual violence or sexual and gender-based violence in general, because they are there. We cannot ignore them. I know maybe your editors might tell you that, hii story umekukiandika sana, ama who is going to read this story? But the more we see it, the more we read about it, the more it creates awareness. The more you report that someone was sentenced to life imprisonment because of defiling their daughter, it sends a message to someone else. So even if it's just like a small piece somewhere where your editor will allow you, please, let's continue having those stories of SGBV and of electoral-related sexual violence. Thank you so much.
Okay, I was just asking Diana, do you really want me to speak again? But let me respond to some of these questions. Diana brought the issue of Migori, and you talked about the NASA protests. I don't know these ones relate to which period, but what I can say is that, one, we have our presence in all the counties. 47 counties, we have many ODPPs. Secondly, we have our presence in 130 sub-county stations. We have many ODPPs as such. Now, I don't know where you presented your investigation. And remember, Diana, you are not an investigative agency, so that even if you brought evidence, it must be subjected to that due process. So I would liaise with you so that you give me more details that I can find out and see if action was taken, and if not, then we do something about it. But I just want to point out that when you talk about mass violations or mass sexual violence, you are already alluding to the fact that there was a big number, and probably you are not able to pinpoint that this is the person who did it, and that already complicates situations. For sensitization purposes, we just tell ladies, and we don't pray that it happens. But if it happens, tell our sisters, our daughters, and our cousins that at the earliest opportunity, get some medical examination, because that preserves the evidence. At least at a starting point, you have some documentation that you were treated somewhere. When matters get all right and you're able to go to a police station, then you can say, I was violated. You have an OB. Even if you don't know who did it, you have just reported. Then we can pick it from there. But sometimes, I'm telling you, the best prosecutor on earth can never prosecute a case without evidence. There's no magic. So that is what I can say. Thank you so much, my dear, for pointing out about our ODPP Cafe, a very vibrant innovation. We hold it mostly on Fridays. Tomorrow, we are celebrating the climax of the human rights, 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and also the Human Rights Day. We are having, we are going to have an ODPP Cafe from 8 or 8:30, I've not confirmed the time, to about 9 or 9:30. So we are on Facebook, we are on YouTube, Twitter, and all the other channels. Please, Fourth Estate, fikisha hiyo ujumbe kila mahali, anyone can log in and join us. We are trying so much. ODPP, we engaged the media just like 3 weeks ago. I was in that forum. Who was there? In Mombasa, Serena. I think Bosire was mentioned. I didn't see him here, but I saw Bosire in that forum. We are trying. We are as open as possible, and we can engage you more and more if you avail yourself. But the challenge has been thrown to us that we should report. I think I'm going to tell it to my team, the IPO and the IAU. Let's come together and let's start reporting on the cases where we are having convictions. One of the tools we have developed is a case digest. Case digest are cases which have already been decided and concluded on matters of police violations. They are there, and we will start going public. Like the EACC goes public about the cases they've done, who has been convicted, and how the cases have been resolved. Probably we should start going that way so that people can know that something is happening. Thank you so much.
for listening to my voice, for giving me that opportunity. I feel privileged and honored.
Thank you so much, my sister. Let's clap for her. Thank you. I just realized before a very great congregation, let me add something about people who are going to vie. Dress, that is part of what can help you so that you don't get violated. When you are going there, don't go for a rally in high heels. Wear rubber shoes or, shoes just that are flat shoes that are comfortable, that you can also be able to take off. That is one. 2, wear a biker. Don't just wear a chupi. Wear a biker. It helps you. When somebody is roaring, you can be able to scream or something, So make sure you have the inner and you wear a biker, and you also wear mostly have trousers in or something. So the way you dress also when you go for these rallies is not, I know many of us, and very unfortunately, we have also sexualized politics in this country. And we as ladies have made that to be, where we want to look like, politics and the leadership is not a matter of slay queens. Please. Let's also, as media, help ourselves so that we can come out of media at the bottom up. You find somebody's in bottom up. I'm vying in Kilimani, and you find that my opponent is bottom up with a very big bottom. Seriously, let's get into serious leadership in this country where we are not playing about with ourselves, so that we as women, we are on agenda here that people should respect us and honor us, but we are still sexualizing ourselves. Let's use our head gear, not bottom gear, to get into leadership position. I'll say that without, and it will come through you people really taking this seriously and bringing out leadership because of what people have in their heads, than they being slay queens or using their beauty. Okay, I'm not saying, even Queen Esther used beauty to do something. You can use it positively, but don't use it for the sake of just, and I don't want to mention names. Some people, they just keep swinging their backs, Let's use our heads so that we can make sure we change the narrative in this country about women. Somebody is still laughing because it's the truth. We as women, and especially women journalists, if men do it, it will come out very negatively. But if one of you ladies take that up and really say, can we have leadership of women that is not slay queens? It's not the beauty. Some people we are choosing people in the assemblies, county assemblies, in the Senate, and in the Parliament, who have never opened their mouth. But when they are swinging, you can see them swinging around on social media. We are not interested in leadership that is of swinging your backs. We are interested in leadership in this nation for women that brings about leadership that is changing our narrative as women, changing what women leadership is, changing our society, changing our men. The men are oppressing us because we are also not a joke. Kenyan women are very strong. So the way they do it psychologically is to make sure they're beating us, hitting us very hard. So let's change the narrative that we are not there for our beauty, but we have something in our heads that we are presenting, and in this country, we must bring positive change. And I'm hoping 2022 will be a year of positive change where there is no violence. And this one, I'm praying that there'll be a very big demarcation of who wins, such that the other person will not have words to say. God bless you. Amen. Oh.
Nimalize? Hiyo maneno ya Sava nimeshangaa mpaka mkutano umeisha sijaulizwa. Hiyo Sava ilifunguliwa na ufunguo, manake people think Sava is a door, is a room. Sava is just a laptop. So lakini ilifunguliwa na mlango ulipatikana, na hata kwenye post election evaluation report yetu iko who opened that server. Lakini niliwaambia zamani, mtasema mimi naongeza, lakini ni ukweli. Propaganda iko. Na walisema hawatasema kama walifungua. Na sisi tumesema sana kwenye media yetu, kwenye website yetu, na hata tukizungumza twasema, lakini hamtaki kusikia, mtaka kumsikia yeye, sawa, hakuna neno. Haya, tuende next. 227 polling station ambazo hazina hizo ni hiyo. This is the work for communication. Tumewaita communication authority. This is not the work for IBC. IBC, sisi kazi yetu ni pale kunao ndio tutafanya nayo. Lakini what we can do to go around it, tuenda kununua mashine itwa Thuraya. Ushaisikia hiyo Thuraya? Ndio tuanunua hiyo, najua hiyo ndio kazi yenu, hata sinaja kuuliza. We buy those and we use those in those areas. So he was just alerting us that there were more than this. There were about 1,000, wacha 227 sasa. There were about 1,000 ambao hakukuwa na hiyo. Alivyokuwa yeye yuko IBC Ezra. Lakini akaweza kutumia Thuraya ndio zikaja information for those areas that we couldn't. Umeelewa? Na even now they are working so hard to uplift this to 27. Kwa hivyo the government is supporting CA to reduce the number of 227 because Thuraya is very expensive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, JHR.
Thank you very much, panelists, for your candid conversation, for encouraging us that we still have a nation, a people, and institutions that can withstand the test that is in front of us, and reminding us that some of the solutions are here with us. And I am also hoping that you have also acknowledged that I don't think there's any institution that should feel very, very prepared. We all have teething challenges that we need to address for us to even better what we feel is adequate. To members of the fourth estate, it was nice having you here, and we hope we have shaped your ideas, and we will see you driving the transformation we need in our electoral processes, and more so in addressing and redressing electoral-related sexual and gender-based violence. To Journalists for Human Rights, thank you for what you do and having us all here. To all of you, thank you for listening to my journalistic voice for today. I will be back to activism shortly.
Thank you very much, and now you can wear your activism hat. Let's appreciate this panel again. You know what the most interesting thing has been for me today is the fact that we have been entertained by both panels. And it's being entertained, but at the same time learning very serious issues. So we also have to appreciate you for that. You made it. You know? I remember Monica earlier on was a bit worried. She was telling me, hey, the way I saw the first panel, are we going to manage, really? But from the laughter that was coming from the room, that tells you people who are listening and who are paying attention. Asanteni sana, tumeshukuru. And we're going to work with each and every one of you, definitely. Because, like, it's funny, Madam Amina, we met when they were launching the strategic plan after 10 years, by the way, because I worked with her in Mombasa for a period of around 2 years. And she still remembered that. So these relationships are relationships we are going to continue keeping. We are going to continue engaging you, because at the end of the day, we are fighting for the same goal, one ultimate goal, which is a peaceful Kenya, a peaceful election, and more women in politics, to be honest, because we really want our mothers there now and our sisters. That's what we are pushing for. I got a message from somebody who was following this online, and I just want to read this, if you don't mind. And Madam Mary, it's mostly inspired by you. And this is for the journalists in the room. It says, journalists need to include the voices of women with disability in their reporting, and when they are interviewing them, let them not ask questions only about disability. They have a lot to contribute on issues of agriculture, governance, health, infrastructure, environment, etc. Many of them are experts in these fields, but journalists only look for them to ask them issues related to disability, yet they have lots more to offer. For example, in a case of a woman, a person living with disability is vying for a political seat, she's coming from a background of something. She might be a lawyer, a journalist, a social worker, a doctor, a strategist, etc. So she can be asked questions that relate to her field of expertise, and how this ties into national development and what changes she'll bring. But when she's only confined to answering about disability, that is not doing her justice. So I just felt it was a very strong message that I needed to read. This lady is called Marianne. She's also a journalist, so also appealing to fellow journalists. So having said that, I think we call it a day. And you're welcome, by the way. Tomorrow we will still have 2 sessions tomorrow morning. Yes, we have 2 more sessions tomorrow morning. You can join in even if you're not a panelist. You can support the others that will be in the panel. We'll be kicking off at 9. I just want to go through the 2 sessions that we'll have tomorrow. Mustafa, do you want to add something? Oh, okay. So we have 2 sessions tomorrow morning, and the first one will be election. Oh, Madam, I mean, election regulations and compliance to meet the 2/3 gender rule. And I think that's a very key topic, a very key debate, and one that we've constantly been engaging in, even with you over the last 2-3 months now. And then the last session tomorrow will be best practices on how to ensure safety and security of journalists in elections reporting. It's not just the women that get attacked during the elections. Even we as journalists suffer in the hand of politicians as well as their supporters. Because like you had in the session this morning, there's always that thing about certain political parties calling certain journalists whose names align to those political parties. So basically that puts you in danger or in risk when you now go and cover the other side. So it's going to be a very engaging conversation. Then tomorrow evening, we have the JHR Journalism Awards, and these are from stories that we received from the journalists that we've been training over the last 1 year. And yeah, so that will bring the curtains down to the 2 days of the conference. And the main reason why we're even having the conference now and the awards now is to also align with Human Rights Day. As our name suggests, journalists for human rights. So asanteni sana, tumeshukuru for a very good day. Kwa panelists wetu asanteni sana. Kwa wale watu ambao mmekaa hapa, mkawa very attentive, mkachangia pia mswada, kwa sababu pia hii panel haingekuwa inapata hiyo motisha ya kuendelea kuzungumza kama haangekuwa wanaona reaction zenyu. Kwa hivyo pia nyinyi jipigieni makofi tafadhali. Na kwa hayo mengi, kwa sababu si machache, situonane kesho saa 3. Jioni njema na safari njema mkienda Makueni. Shukran.